Join us for our early bird special. Every day at 8 a.m. we will offer you an incredible saving on a fantastic product. This offer is for one day only and while stocks last, so join us early to not miss out on some incredible savings.
There was chatting away. 5, 4, 3. Oh, us. Oh, not me. Hi. Good morning. Professional as ever. Good morning. Welcome to Sewing Quarter. I was busy actually having a good old write with my early bird this morning because I was taking notes. What we're doing today actually says just hello, good morning. That's what I've written on there. So as you may have realised, hello, good morning. Our early bird is the mechanical pencil. We love a mechanical pencil. It's not bunny. It's a flower. Oh, your belly, producer Chris. No, I'm not drawing your belly. I'm drawing a flower. There we go. There we go. So, this morning, our early bird is the mechanical pencil in green. Yeah, saving £3.50. We love a good saving. Love a good saving. So, you can save £3.50. Should have been £9.99. Not today. Today, just £6.49. £6.49? I'll take that. Thank you very much. Absolutely. Let's do that. £3.50 saving. Saving £3.50. We like this. So the last time, what colours did we do last time? It wasn't green, was it? It was white. Was it white? I think it was white. But basically, these come in different colours, and you'll see the different colour by what is on the top there. So today's is green. There it is, green. Ta-da! And then you've got your refills in there. This is how it comes to you. Like that. There's your pen with this little green bit on the top. And then there's your green there. So they're your refills, a bit like your maths pens you had at school, you know, for doing graphs and things. It's just like that. And then, yeah, so the reason that you have different colours is to mark up on different coloured fabrics so that it shows. Now this morning you can sort of see it on the yellow a little bit. It would show up so much more in a darker colour or something like that. So this is a great pen for those. It's a good all-rounder actually because you can see it on the yellow. People multiplying, good on you. Great little stocking fillers. Now, if you're doing your Sashiko, you can do all your grids. You can mark out all your grids. Got a bit of Sashiko coming up today.
I'll be using it too.
Oh, Louisa's just, I'm using it too. Don't forget me, I'm using it too. We would not forget you, not for a second. £9.99, no way, no how. £6.49, saving £3.50. Hey, do you know what we've got? Look at this. We're going to be using it with this. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So lots of you multi-buying. They make great gifts. Incredibly useful. There you go. Can you see? Green. And then if you get overexcited because, you know, your kids have got it, because that happens, then just push it back in. There you go. So that's £6.49. We've got lots to get on with today. So we'll come back to that later. Keep checking out. Do not miss out. Now, shall we have a look then at what we've got coming up today? We've got the Beginnings Rosette Quilt. Do you know what? I've been misreading that all morning. I thought that said Beginners Rosette Quilt. And I thought that's beautiful for a beginner's quilt. Absolutely beautiful. No, okay. The Beginnings Rosette Quilt with lovely Louisa. She's here. She's going to show us how and use the pen. And then Susan's Sashiko tote bag. She's here. Susan's here all the way from Scotland, turns out. She's down here this morning and she's going to show us her fish tote bag. And then we've got a designer fabric hour. And then we've got a crafty bookshelf wall hanging again with Louisa. And this has been her design with a few of our in-house designers here at Sewing Quarter. So that's exclusive. We like that. And then Sashiko again with Susan Briscoe. We've got a lot going on. Can I just point something out today? Bing! 20% off everything. I'm going to shout it from the rooftops. So everything has already been discounted. All you need to do is just so there's no codes or anything, just shop. And it's 20% off. It did confuse us because normally we have to use codes, but no, we've decided it's making Laura dance, our floor manager. She's having a little shimmy across the floor. She is. She is. Every time we say 20% off everything, where's my shimmy? Oh, thank you. I should be demanding that today. Okay, Chris says, can we just introduce the quilt kit? You get full instructions written by Louisa. This is brand new today. This is Louisa's own design. It should be £145, bar a penny. So already you've got a, because, you know, discounts galore at the minute. I feel like we're revving up for Black Friday, aren't we? Just, you know, limbering up with a few discounts here and there. Now, step-by-step instructions, lovely and clear. It's like she knows what she's doing, isn't it? Look at this, it's like she's done it before. Brilliant. So, and your templates and everything there. So all of that, but hey, look, this is brand new fabric in here. So you've got 12.5 meters from Michael Miller, gorgeous Michael Miller fabrics. You've also got your, 3.5 of the white and a green thread. 3.5 of the white, 1.5 of the linear, and then the rest is all Michael Miller. Beautiful Michael Miller. Take a look at this. So these are all by the half meter. So you've got a whopping 11 meters of fabric in this kit for just £115.99. If that is not worth shouting about, then I just don't know what is. Looks like, I mean, these are just beautiful. Timeless in your blue and white. Absolutely timeless. Gorgeous designs. Lots of variety. Oh, look at that. I like that. Yeah, you see, Michael Miller, normally we're colouring in his fabric or there's a unicorn or something skipping across. This is very grown up for Michael Miller. Very sophisticated. And the quilt is exquisite. Can we have a moment to appreciate the quilt, please? Can we? No? Anyone? Anyone there? There we go. Hey, look at that. That's an heirloom quilt, if ever I saw one. Just beautiful. Oh, you get thread as well. So that's £115.99 was meant to be £144.99.
Bargain.
Louisa, this is a cracking bargain. Hello. Welcome. Mwah. So good to have you on the show. Thank you very much. And thank you for designing this.
It's lovely, isn't it? Everyone loves a blue and white quilt. You can't go wrong with blue and white. Yeah, exactly.
Heirloom, timeless, great investment.
Yep. And lovely.
Gorgeous, beautiful. These fabrics.
I know. And I particularly love my binding. Look at the binding.
Do you know what? Yes, you have been admiring your own binding this morning, and with good reason.
And also, that's the border
That
print.
was the next thing I was going to say, because it looks like it's been intricately pieced, but that's using the fabric.
Yeah.
I quite like that if you can, you know.
You can do it, yeah. And yeah, exactly.
Beautiful. And each block is different.
Well, each block.
In terms of the fabrics
yes,
used.
yeah. Each block's the same piece in, but yeah, each one has different fabrics in it. So the instructions, so if I can borrow the instructions.
Sure can.
So what you need to do first of all is do your key. It's all key. The key is key in this quilt.
Okay,
because it is quite, there's a lot of elements that come together.
Can I show this then to the camera, and then when you make this at home for yourselves, take a screenshot of this. They're all numbered.
It's in there. It's in the instructions.
Oh, it's in the instructions. Oh, don't need
So it's exactly the same as the instructions.
But
But the key's on the last page, and my description and reason for having the keys on the first page.
So you've got to do some flipping.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what I've done is number each of the fabrics, as I've said on the back page, and then I have, so each rosette uses 4 fabrics.
Nice.
Okay. So you are starting from the middle. So for this instance and for the instructions, I've said that's fabric 1, fabric 2, fabric 3, and fabric 4.
So just working
coming out of the rosette.
Okay.
So each rosette is made of 4 fabrics. So I then listed my rosettes. So there's 9 rosettes in all.
Yes.
4 rosettes.
Yes.
And then you've got the Ohio, I can never say that, Ohio.
Well, I
Blocks.
quite like how you say it. Hawaii.
Bit Hawaii.
Yeah, no, yeah.
You've got those blocks in the sashim. So the way that it comes together, it looks like it's all in one piece, but that's actually, the block is there.
Gosh,
And then
that's very clever.
there's piece sashing that creates the full block in the middle.
You are clever. You are clever how you've broken it down and given these optical illusions. It's just so clever.
So you've got 9 rosettes, 4 of those blocks,
Yeah.
and then you've got half Ohio blocks around the
I can see the
outside.
concentration when you say that.
Ohio.
Ohio. Ohio.
Ohio. Yeah, I'll do that.
Just sing it. It's always good. So designed by yourself, what level are we looking
I
at?
would say intermediate,
Okay.
only because there's there's got a lot of points to match up, but thanks to the quick way of trimming blocks to make sure that they're all the same size, they should come together quite easily.
Well, you better show us this.
I
then,
shall
haven't
show you.
Without,
So-
let's not shilly-shally, dilly-dally.
So you've got a lot of half square triangles,
Right.
which we've all done before. There's a template, full-size template in there. There's a couple of templates. There's a full size for making 12 identical. And then there's a little one that you need just to make in 4. Yeah. So we've done that all before. You just put 2 pieces together. I tell you all the cutting instructions in there as well. So, and then you layer the template on the top, and you're just going to sew up and down the red lines, and then cut all the black lines, and then chop off your blue lines. So if we've got time, I'll show you how to do that. But I just thought I'd do something that I've not done before with a quarter square, quarter square triangles, which are these blocks here.
Okay.
Okay, so the quarter square triangles, because obviously they're in quarters.
Yes.
Okay, so you first of all, it's going to tell you, the instructions are going to say, right, you need a 3.5 square of fabric 1, 3.5 square of fabric 2, and so on and so forth.
Okay.
And you put those together. So the instructions for the first bit say fabric 1, fabric 2, right sides together. And then you're going to draw a line. So basically they're made up of half square triangles that are then put together again to make your quarter square triangles.
I have to tell you, a quarter of the stock has gone already.
Wow. It is a beautiful quilt.
Do you know, it's stunning, isn't it? It's absolutely beautiful. Timeless blue and white.
Yeah. Okay, so
And a discount.
half square triangles. So we're just going to draw, sew 1/4 of an inch at either side of that drawn line.
Okay.
Okay.
So get your quarter.
1/4 of an inch, which
Foot
I
on.
think is, well, I use
Or
the
do you go
stitch.
by the machine, the
Yeah.
machine stitch?
Yeah. So on
So
here
your
it's
machine will be
number 6.
different, maybe. Unless you have this machine, in which case it'll be exactly the same.
A lot of them have, I prefer the stitches than the feet, I have to say. There's that foot
Do
that's got the
you?
paddle on the side, I can never,
Oh, yeah.
and
I've got
especially
two
when you're
different
sewing
feet.
on,
Yeah.
yeah. So I kind of go with the stitch. Right, so just going to.
But you see, if I'm doing...
Woo!
Oh, we should probably plug that in. What do you reckon?
Me and my big feet.
Yeah, big
Yeah.
feet.
That's
Hang on.
bizarre.
Do you know what we could do?
Move the machine. Oh, that's what it is.
Thank you.
Thank
We're
you.
too high. Yeah, no, I
That's
got to play with the special
That's
button.
Who have you had in that's so tall? Debbie Shaw's not that tall.
Yeah, but have you seen the shoes she wears? She always wears like cracking great big heels. She's the most glamorous woman in craft I know.
Yes, that's true. Apart from yourself, of course.
Well, thank you very much, but you know, I have to say that over the weekend the studios were so cold. I came in my fur-lined boots. I was like, "Ugh, forget that. I'm keeping warm. I'd only just thawed out from the day before.
Right.
So we're saying 1/4 of an inch
1/4
either
of an
side
inch.
of the line.
Yep.
Okay.
And then we're going to cut down the line.
So actually on the line.
So yeah. Oh. And we're going to need the eye in as well.
All right. Yep. No, I can do that. Oh no! What's happened to this?
Oh dear.
Oh, someone spilt their cup of tea on it. By the looks of it. Let me just, good job I can just, you know, dry that off. Or have we got a leak in the studio? What's going on there?
So you're going to do exactly the same. So we've done a set, we've got a pair with fabric 1 and fabric 2. And then we're just going to do the same with fabric 2 and a background square. So
would you like me to press
you
something
can press
somewhere?
those, so press towards the dark side.
Towards the dark side. Now, I learned a trick about this the other day. That whatever side you want to turn to, you have on top.
Yes. Yes.
I'd never made that connection. I don't know how many times I've pressed things over the 3 years we've been on air, one way or the other, and only just made that connection. You know, sometimes things are so obvious, they just need...
When you're doing lots all at the same time, I kind of put them all out onto the ironing board, press the seams to set, and then flip them over.
I think, it's just because
It's probably
they're
'cause you're
always
only
given
doing
to me
Yeah.
to do. And then at home, I've got them all stacked up so that I do them in an order. So I'd never really thought about having to work it out individually, I think. But yeah. Now, if you would like the ruler, the details are just on the screen, fleetingly.
Do the same with those.
Lovely. Oh, I know, Chris, you're going to have to slow down. He's gone
Is he
full on
speeding
black
now?
country on me. And,
Oh, it's not just me that can't understand
Oh,
him.
no. Honestly, if he's tired, he needs subtitles. I really can't understand a word he says. I say, what? And I've lived up here for years and years and years, and still, when he gets on, it's like a whole new language. I love to listen to it, but no idea. If I just look a bit blank. Graphic. Oh no, he's got on his like his telephone voice. Graphics for the rotary counter are to the right, and graphics for the creative grids are down the bottom for $11.99.
That's much better.
It's Chris's Mrs. Bouquet voice.
Or
Love
Bucket
that
in
shit.
his case.
Bucket, Mrs. Bucket. Oh dear. There we go.
Right. So now you're going to put these into pairs, and then the one that's got the background square on it, I'm going to draw a diagonal across there.
So working with biases here, be a little bit careful. Is that
be a bit
always
careful.
A bit of a warning.
And then you're going to place them together just to make sure that those two fabrics are not facing each other. So basically diagonal
So
on
opposite,
diagonal,
right,
so opposite
okay.
each other. So I tend to put a pin just through the centre, just to match up the seams. And then if you turn them, open them up, then you can just match up that seam. So it's...
This is quite vital, isn't it? Because,
Yes.
like you say, there are a
That's
lot
the
of
important
seam.
bit, yeah. So just matching them up, so they're kind of, because they're obviously going in the opposite direction,
Yeah.
so they should nestle into each other.
Now, Louisa, last week's quilt that I made, that I've been making at home.
Is this the one with your son?
No, this was another one.
All right.
Yes, that didn't have lots of points, but I used lots of best press spray. Suddenly is my
Oh
friend.
yes. Oh,
So
I love
was
best
just
friend.
thinking, because we've got the bias on here,
Yeah.
something like that
Yes,
is going to be helpful, isn't
definitely.
it, to stop that?
Definitely.
And I hadn't realised. It was only once I used it, I was like, why have I not been
I use it a
using
lot
this
for
all the
English
time?
paper piecing before
Yeah,
I
me
take
too.
the papers out.
Yes. It really helps to fix it in place, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely. So we've done the same again, 1/4 of an inch either side of this
Okay.
middle line, and then you're going to cut them open. And then you're going to have a 1/4 square triangle.
Oh, well, look at
that.
that. And that is how you get perfect point.
So then I
Oh,
press
you've
the
got to
seams
open it
open.
open, aren't you?
Yeah, sorry.
Do you know my other new favourite found thing? Are the wool pressing mats.
Oh yes,
For
I've heard
things-
about
for
these. I
things
haven't
like this.
used one yet.
Now, don't get
Because
me
it
wrong.
presses from the bottom and the top, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's incredible. So
I
for
need to
stuff
get
like
one.
this,
Yeah.
just perfect. Because that would absolutely.
So then you would do the same with the other pair that you've made. So you would end up with 4 1/4 square triangles.
Is there much fabric left over with this? Or do you tend to use
How much
it
you
all
get?
up?
Half a metre in
Half
each.
a metre of each of those.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there is.
Just in case, you know, I sew the wrong bit to the wrong bit.
Oh yeah. Oh no, there's plenty
I want
to.
a bit
yeah.
of a safety net.
I thought you meant for a second project, but yeah.
Oh,
no,
is there?
Oh, yeah. Well, a smaller one probably.
Maybe a
because there is a
cushion.
lot of white in there, so yeah.
Matching
Oh yeah,
cushion.
you can get definitely.
I do like the idea of a matching cushion or a bag to put it in if you're gifting.
Now the only thing with these is obviously then now you need to trim them down to 2.5 inch square. Oh, lovely.
I'm going to give you this because I don't think you asked for it, but I think
No.
that you might need it.
Thank you. Okay, so this is where this is invaluable. The smaller the template, the better, really. I've just got a 6.5 at home because I just use it for everything. And that diagonal line across the middle, you need to line up with your diagonal seam. So half of 2.5 is obviously 1 1/4. So I've put the 1 1/4 point where the cross meets in the centre. I've lined up the diagonal line against that seam line, and then you can see the 2.5 inch points at either the other corners, which I'm going to make sure that are on the seam lines, and then you're going to trim. So just trim that way and that way. If you're not confident of going that way, then just turn the mat and reposition it. It's just that I've done a lot of these, so I can do 2 at once.
Okay, okay.
Okay, and then you can turn your mat or move it. It was pointless me doing that. Okay, so then this time when you come back the other way, you can line up your 2.5 inch line on the left side and across the bottom, and then match up your diagonals as you did before.
It is amazing, isn't it, how just because of that bias they are ever so slightly wibbly wobbly.
Yeah, but they'll be good once you've sewn them to each
perfect.
other. So there you go, there you've got a 2.5 inch quarter square triangle
And repeat that how many times?
in the hi-ho block.
We'll get the words out.
I didn't make this easy for myself,
No, you did
I?
not.
No.
Yeah, that's a point. This
This
is your
is all
quilt.
mine and I can't say it.
Oh, hi, oh.
Fortunately, I can spell it.
Oh, well,
just
that's
can't
all
say
right
it.
then. That's all right.
So yeah,
Hey, well, we've got nice pen on our early bed today, so you could just write that out for us.
exactly.
Yeah. It'd be like doing lines at school. Write it out 15 times.
Okay, so I was then going to show you, have we got enough time? A quick way of piecing the blocks together.
Nice. Okay.
Okay,
Do you want this out of the way?
Yeah.
You're done with that.
Oh, well, the quarter square, and then actually, what I will show you, how are we doing with time? Oh, okay, so what I will show you is, so that's the centre quarter square triangle that goes there.
Nice.
And then obviously you've got these ones that are made up of 2 fabrics.
Uh-huh.
So there's that one there and that one there. So I'll quickly show you how to do those because they're not quite the same. So you've got the main fabric, which I think is fabric 1, 2, 3, and then a background square. So
Okay.
again, you're going to do your quarter inch seam allowance either side. As you did before. And then I'll cut that in half.
Do you get into a bit of a rhythm with this?
You do. I put a good audible book on, do all the trimming in one go, do all the... Oh, actually, no, I didn't. I did each block as I went with this one, just so I didn't get confused with the fabric.
Right.
So I put... What did I do?
So-
No, I cut... Yeah, so... no. It was so long ago,
You
this
did
one,
make
I can't
this,
remember,
didn't you?
yes.
This was your
What
quilt.
I
Yeah.
did all the half square triangles.
Uh-huh.
I made up all those, and then I put them in piles of fabric 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 to go on my key.
Okay.
And then when you get to the instructions for each block,
Yeah.
I worked out which fabrics go into each block and put those in piles. So
Right.
I pulled 3.5 inch squares from that section,
Wow.
half square triangles from that section, and yeah. So then
So
I
all
kind
the
of,
half
and then
square
I built them
triangles
block by
first.
block.
Okay.
Yeah.
And actually, you know, maybe you do a block a night.
Well,
something
exactly,
like
yeah.
that. It-
Once
you
you've
know.
got all the elements built and cut. So this one, this time you've got a 3 inch square of that fabric.
Yes.
And again, as before, you're going to just put a line, the other way, no, that way. You're going to draw a line, place it on top so that the diagonal line is going in the opposite direction to the seam.
And
underneath.
actually, this one's easier than doing half
Yeah.
square triangles,
Yeah.
isn't it? Because you're
So
not
this
having
is
to line
just-
up anything,
no.
really.
So this is just 1/4 and 1/2, I suppose.
So this will do 2.
Yeah.
Awesome. So
Yeah.
actually,
It comes together quite.
yeah.
Once you've built all the elements up.
But it's so beautiful. Just every layer going out brings interest to the eye.
Yeah. And I probably could have quilted it in a lot more interesting way. I can't remember how I quilted that.
I don't think you need to. It's gorgeous. We've just got under 10 minutes on demo.
Okay.
And then we're going to show you all these different fabrics. Slightly different format today because we've got some brand new fabrics today.
So much. So there you go. So now you've got half square, triangle, I suppose, and 2/4.
That's very clever.
So that's your other way of doing them. So
And
again,
do
you would trim
do you
that.
press open?
Press open, just
Okay.
because, just to save bulk,
Okay.
to reduce the bulk really. And then I would then trim that again down to 2.5 inch square. So to build the block, it's made up of 7 mini blocks by 7. So it's made up of 49 elements.
Wow.
Okay.
Each block?
Each block. And then you've got the sashings in between. So as I said, in the
This is not a
instructions,
weekend quilt, is it?
No. In the instructions, there is a colour guide of which bits go with which.
Okay.
So, for instance, that first Ohio block, I've coloured purple. So that means that purple there on that block belongs to this
That block there.
Okay, so these all belong to the blocks.
That's very
You can
clever.
see that.
Very clever.
There's a slight error in that those corner blocks should have been coloured the same as that purple block as well, the half Ohio.
Half Ohio.
Ohio!
It's off to where we go.
So yeah, so just follow, I mean, you've got the picture on the front anyway to go by, so you'll be able to, but as I said, you'll have all your half Ohio blocks made up, so you'll just pull them.
What's that?
Thank you.
Getting better at this.
So, what we didn't do was the centre square is actually an economy block. So again, we've done these before. So you've got your
economy block. What's an economy block?
Oh, we've not done these before. So
I know snowballs
yeah,
and things like that.
so it's a snowball.
It's the same as a snowball?
Yeah, full snowball. But yeah, for some reason I've called it an economy block.
Oh,
But
no.
yeah.
No?
So you draw a diagonal across across the small square, sew along there, cut off the excess.
You have to
and
cut
flip
and
it
flip
open.
before you
Yeah.
put the next one on, don't
Yeah.
you? Because otherwise you
I
put it in
do
the wrong place.
opposite corners.
But
And then, yeah, so that's that way.
would you chain piece all of this?
Yeah, probably, actually, the centre squares.
Awesome.
Because again, then you'll have your economy blocks to choose from when you're pulling for each rosette. Okay, so I was going to quickly, if we've got time,
Yeah.
I don't know if we've got all the blocks. So
7 minutes.
okay. We'll pretend that that's the economy block that I've made up, which I haven't. And then you've got your economy, your quarter square. So basically, you're going to lie them. Oh, I didn't make the other ones, did I? You're going to lay them all out. So you've got 7 rows by 7 rows.
49.
Yes,
Yeah.
49.
See, this is it. People
This
often
might
say
be
they're not
easier
good at
if I
maths,
do
but
this.
actually I think you have to be good at maths to do quilting, and people just don't realise.
Oh, you have to be very good at maths. My
Yeah.
calculator is my best friend.
Oh.
So this is one of the other rosettes. right?
Okay.
So this is one that's actually been made up. So what I've done, lay them all out as you would.
Yes.
Okay, as you would, and then pile them up into piles, piece them up into piles. So on top of each other. So I'd place that on top of that, that on top of that, that on top of that. And then I would use scraps of paper to number each pile. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
So good at maths and organised. Oh my goodness.
But this is where it gets, so you're going to have, so for instance, if that was row 1, I'm just putting these out.
that would be round there.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
that's row 1. You're going to
Yeah.
put them on top of each other.
Right.
Okay. Label that as pile 1.
Okay.
Take that to the machine.
Okay.
Okay. Now for the first 2 you're going to sew together. This is the important bit. You need to put those, so 1, that's
It's on the bottom.
first, and that's on the top.
2.
And you put those right sides together, and you're going to sew down that same.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what you're going to do is, you're going to do that to every pile without cutting thread.
Right.
So that's how you've ended up with all these connected to each other.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Without me
So whilst you're doing the row, you're actually doing these columns are going to stay together.
Yeah.
I get myself in a bit of a muddle.
Yeah,
with
you have to concentrate. This is where I put the audio book off.
Okay.
That's
Okay.
it, concentrate. But even just having pieces of paper with the numbers on, even if they're just next to the piles, I can kind of remember where I've been and where I've coming from.
Hey, look, I treated myself to a new rainbow post-it notepad. So
I saw that.
I'm good to go. I'm good
There you
to
go. Sorted.
Has it got what? Has it got Zippy on it? No, it hasn't. No. Our rainbow day was yesterday with Debbie Shaw.
Ah.
She was Zippy's love interest. She was.
Was she?
Oh, no, honestly.
Debbie Shaw's not that old, is she?
Well, she was obviously, young.
Obviously, yes,
Very
a
young.
child. Yes.
Yeah. It got taken off air. But no, she was Zippy's love interest in one of the episodes.
Oh.
I like to remind her of it regularly because I really enjoyed rainbows, Charles.
Yes, I do. So then what you would do, once you've connected all your rows together, and obviously they're all connected, I've pressed the seams in the top row in one direction and then the next in the other direction. So the seams are all in opposite directions.
Yes.
And then because they're all connected, you can just put them right sides together. You can pin them if you want. I'm a pinny girl, so I would pin.
Are you? You're a
I'm
pinner.
a pinny girl, yeah. But I do it diagonally, so the seams should nest into each other and then go diagonally down. So you're catching that
Right.
and that.
And you actually, interestingly, you do it this way so that when you take it to the machine, you get a bit of extra leeway. So you've really thought about how you pin.
Yeah, I hadn't thought of that, but yeah.
Unwittingly brilliant.
And then because you've got your exact 2.5-inch squares and your diagonals are sitting where they should, just make sure that those two seams are facing in the same direction, different directions, and you should catch all your points
Nice.
when you come to them.
Perfect.
So 1/4 inch. So do you, and then the sashings. So you're going to have 9 rosettes that are made up like that,
Right.
and then you're going to do your sashing strips. You're going to put a 1/4 inch quarter square triangle on the end of each one, and then you're going to have your sashings. So there'll be the sashings that go across the blocks,
Yeah.
and then the other sashings will
Go
go
that way.
and then you'll have blocks there.
So clever.
Yeah, I see.
It's so clever. Hey, we've still got 2.5 minutes. What else
Yeah,
would you like
so-
to show us?
So this border then
Yeah.
is cut from the
that just sashed?
border fabric. Yeah, it's just sashed. What I've tried to do is where you have to join them, because it's not quite long enough, fussy cut it so it doesn't look like it's joined.
Yes.
So
yes,
just
yes.
you've got plenty of fabric to do that.
But then how do you do... Oh,
So
these are
then
just...
these are all
Quarter
quarter
square.
inch square triangles,
Oh, lovely.
square blocks. So what I've done is I've alternated, they do look very similar, but I've alternated the fabrics, so that's one fabric, that's another. But they're all the same. And then you just got white border and lovely binding.
And then your corner blocks are
So they're half square
squares.
triangles, yeah, just to carry on.
Together, a treat, doesn't it?
Yeah.
What was your favourite bit of it? Which bit do you like doing the most?
I like this border, actually. It was fiddly. I mean, it gets a bit, well, not monotonous, but it's like it's the same block.
Yes.
So once you get into
I
a
think
rhythm.
Great learning.
Yes, exactly. You'll be very good at quarter square
You
triangles
will.
by the end of it.
You'll be cracking at it. Now, so pop them in the and then you sew these all together, press them. Which way are you pressing your seams once it's...
I press these open.
So these
Again,
ones are
just
open.
I mean, if I was going to quilt this properly, I would probably do an all-over quilt design.
Right.
So really, the less bulk you've got in your seams, the better, so your machine doesn't jump over bulky bits. But yeah, so that one you can see, so that's your block. That's that side sashing, so you've got a quarter square triangle either end. But then
Yes.
your middle sashings,
it's
you've got 1/4 inch, one of them. And then you've got a quarter square triangle, and then you've got an economy block,
Yes.
or whatever you want to call
Yes.
it. So that's your middle piece of sashing.
so clever.
And then when they all come together, that creates that.
How do you go about coming up with these ideas? Do you sketch it all out first and then
Well,
think, right,
to be honest,
how do I
Wendy
put it
started me
together?
off. Wendy had her plan,
Oh,
she
Wendy in the
does,
office. It's
yes.
always Wendy's fault.
She has. She gave me the fabric. She said, I kind of like the Rosette idea. So
Okay.
I kind of just played around, to be honest, on the computer with half square triangles and quarter square triangles and just created. So I wanted that kind of fabric to make its own star and then this to make its own star.
Beautiful.
So yeah, so it all came
And it's
together.
on point as well.
No, no.
A little bit, it gives the illusion of it.
It does actually, yeah. Oh, and then yeah, I forgot about the deliberate mistake.
Isn't it? What do you mean?
Can you not see?
No.
It's right in the top corner, like in the first rosette you see. See, that's just proves it's handmade.
Oh, gosh, no, I hadn't noticed.
I'd forgotten
at
about that.
all.
So yeah, just check that you put your half square, your triangles in the right place.
Perfect.
That gives it a quirk. You're allowed
I
a
would
quirk.
never have noticed. I would never have noticed at all. Maybe you could put your signature in the
Yeah,
and
exactly.
then it's a design feature.
It's supposed to be.
Design feature. She's got initials on it. Thank you. Come back
I
in.
will do. A couple of hours. 11?
Yeah. Then. Yes. I'm glad you're on it today. I have no idea what's going on. Right, let's have a look. Okay. In your kit, and this has been incredibly popular, we have taken money off already. Just in line with 20% off everything. I mean, I don't think it's 20, we haven't taken 20% off, have we? No. So there are some exclusions on the 20% off, but this, okay, so anything that has a was in the description has had a discount, take it off. And later on, we've got some that have got extra discounts as well. Oof. Oof. It's like we're limbering up for Black Friday and all of that. Right, we have got 3.5 meters of white. We have got 1.5 meters of linear in indigo. It's one of my favourite fabrics, that one. And then 0.5 meters of all of these Michael Millers. So we're going to whiz through these because we will give you the chance to buy these by the 0.5 meter in just one moment. So a slightly different format today because we thought, well, we're kind of launching a quilt and fabric bundle at the same time. So we've got some really busy shows today. So, you know, sit by and relax. You get full instructions and watch the demo and you get your thread. It's all in there for £115.99. Was £144.99. I don't know why the thread's not on the picture. Maybe it slid off. Let's face it, anytime I have a thread on the show, it generally falls off the desk. Half the stock is gone, so congratulations, and a lot more in baskets. So please check out. You know the warning, as soon as there are lots in baskets and we're already halfway through, then please do check out. It's not yours until you've checked out. Just keeping it in your basket does not guarantee it. Let's introduce these beautiful fabrics. Sorry, very little sleep last night. The children were up and down all over the place. Right, brand new fabrics today from Michael Miller. Let's have a look at the stripes. So these are all quilting weight, 100% cotton, 44 inches selvage to selvage. It's a great one, isn't it? And this is the one that Louisa was saying she used for her binding and really loved. So that's hang on. We're launching this and put a discount on at the same time. It's lucked out today, haven't you? Limbo. This is your Jacobean. This is the one that's the sashing in that gorgeous quilt that makes it look like you've done something really fancy. There it is. So was £7.99 down to £6.39 per 1/2 metre. This is pretty unheard of for us to launch something with a discount straight off. Make the most of it, I say. Now I really like this one. I'd like a tie. Well, I don't wear ties, but if I wore it, I'd like Stephen to have a tie out of this. That's where I'm coming with it. Oh, Chris would have a waistcoat. There we go. And that's £6.39 per 1/2 metre. What's what fabric we do? Oh, the paisley fabric. No, yeah, that would work. Oh yeah, nice. And this one here. Let's check got it all the right way. There we go. But you see, again, you can have it that way, or you can have it that way, whichever way you like. And again, on a discount, £6.39. Navy foulard fabric from Beginnings range. Oh, that's why it's called a new beginnings quilt. I've been misreading it as a beginner's quilt all morning. Look at all. Oh, adventurous beginner. Here we go. Now this is rather lovely too. Look at this. All dots. Dotty about this one. Oh, Chris would like this as a cushion. I think fussy cut is all over the place. And also, Michael Miller, do you remember when we had those fabrics from Michael Miller that you could colour in? There feels like an element of that. You could highlight little bits with your fabric colours. That'd be really lovely. This is incredibly pretty too. Look at this. Again, all of these are 100% cotton. Quilting weight 44 inches, selvage to selvage. And there it is. It is elegant. I think these are timeless, and all these blues together giving such a lovely effect. Blue quilts though, absolutely gorgeous. What was I watching last night? Alias Grace on Netflix, and there's a whole thing in the very first episode about quilts and about the history of quilts. And you just get to see all of these gorgeous, gorgeous quilts, and about how women should have 3 different quilts before they get married. So, oh wow, this is amazing. And it made me think of us here. I like this one too. Think of that. And actually, there's a whole bit where she goes into the history of the log cabin, and that the heart in the centre, and yeah, really beautiful. Because of course all these things have history, don't they? So £7.99, not today, £6.39. Discounted Premier fabrics. Chris, I'm not going to repeat that. But he thinks someone's been drinking. But you've just had a weekend away, Chris. Did you have a nice weekend away? Was there ice hockey based fun and games? There was. Did your team win? Oh, you won. Thank goodness for that. That would have... I can see you in the photos that they published of the game. Oh, fabulous fame at last. £6.39 on a discount. I like the dots. They remind me of little caterpillars. Oh, this is Chris's favourite one. You see, this is... Chris, you always have such different tastes to me in terms of what your favourite ones are. Because my favourite one is possibly the next one. And I think that it's good to have a different take from, you know. Because my husband would probably be with you. He'd probably be like, yeah, dots. But this is beautiful. You'd like it as a skirt. Okay. Is that for one of these ice hockey tours? And you can really fussy cut these as well. Could you imagine your hexies with just one of those flowers? And that's £6.39 per half a metre. Already on a discount. This is just craziness. All right. Now this is the white version. We've already had this once, but there we go. I think these would look lovely as covered buttons in your excuse me, EPP as well. So was £7.99 or £6.39. I would EPP with this. I would cover buttons with this. I would do bindings, sashings, all that sort of thing with it. I just think it's lovely. All of these fabrics. I mean, to be able to make that stunning quilt. Oh, you've got a discount on the quilt as well. I mean, come on. There it is. Loads of you going for the quilt this morning. It is very popular, but what's not to love? It's just beautiful. Now this is your indigo Jacobean. You've got to appreciate this in full, haven't you? How beautiful is that? Timeless. I mean, just the name itself gives it away, doesn't it? You know, that Jacobean influence. Well, it would only continue to influence all these hundreds of years later if it was a winner. And it's a winner. So £6.39 per half a metre. Brand new fabric today from Michael Miller on a discount. Are you making the most of the 20% off? You don't have to use a code or anything, by the way. Lots of people checking out. Well done, you. We don't do this very often, so make the most of it when we do. You don't know how long that sort of thing's going to be about for. So 20% off today. £6.39 per half a metre. And of course, if you are buying meterage, then you, if you wanted it by the metre, then say you wanted a metre, you would just put in 2 units and it will be cut in one continuous length. That works for all of these. Okay, now, because we've got 20% off, we've got extra Michael Miller stuff. It's like the Michael Miller hour, not those. We've got a fruity bundle, fruity. Look at these, fresh and fruity. And now the fabrics. We're not just talking about Chris. Look at these. So half a metre of each of these. Now these are only available as a bundle. Look at that, £24.79 for Michael Miller Fruity Fabrics. I like this. Do you know what? You could use that though on your toy making for dinosaurs and things like that. That would be a great fabric for that. And these as well. I know they're fruity. Pina colada, yeah, it's meant to be sort of pineapple-y based, but if you are someone that's into your toy making and you've got some of the Joe Carter dinosaur or dragon makes, how amazing would they look made out of those? That'd be great. Now then, what's going on with this one here? Oh, hang on a minute. Whoa, 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 whoa. I'm glad I opened this one out. Check this out. You can chop that up however you wish. You could use that as your centerpiece. I would be making a table runner out of this. That would be my center panel of my table runner, and then I would be sashing with all my other gorgeous fabrics. Right, so you've got a discount, was $30.99, and we've discounted it because crazy kids here at Sewing Quarter. And then I've got Michael Miller Magical Fabrics by the half metre, making the most of these discounts. Whoa, look at this. Perfect for Christmas. Look at, I got my glitter on. Yeah, yeah. Look at that. I'm just trying to see if it's in any particular order. No, it's just glittered. Look at that. So this is your Hollyberry fabric from Fairy Frost range. Was $7.99 down to $6.39 per half a metre. Pop it in your basket, check it out. Lovely. Whoop. There are, yeah. I'm just trying to see if there's got like a pattern that's repeated in there, but it's there's sort of, yeah, there sort of is if you look really close. No, if you don't look too closely, I don't know. Like that. Yeah, there's sort of a leafy pattern in there somewhere. Lovely. Right, now for some completely different. Oh my goodness, we're going all over the shop with these, aren't we? Here we go. Right, by the half metre on a discount. Go, 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 go. Now, these are what flowers in the grass? Sky flowers in the grass. Now, this would make lovely sashing too, wouldn't it? And again, look at that discount, £6.39 per half a metre. Amazing. Amazing. Oh, this is lovely too. Is this all from the same range? Oh, my stars. From the Forest Friends range. Well, this is lovely. You could make this Christmassy, couldn't you, if you wanted? That wouldn't look out of place with a few sequiny bits on. Stars, snowflakes, however you want to use it. Or you could just use it as a geometric repeat pattern. I would be sewing little sequins into the middle there and making some sort of Christmassy based decorations is what I would be doing. Now, look at this. Something a bit different here. Now this is your blue chevron. Hang on a minute, down to 447. This is from the Beachcomber range. Was 559. Was that already on a discount and now it's been doubly discounted? That's bizarre. Well, whatever which way, you're getting a great deal there. Here we go now. Let's have a look at this. Woohoo! Well, this is lovely too. There's almost like a tie-dye feel to it. And again, just 447 per half a metre. Sort of a geometric tie-dye based feel going on. Was $7.99? Yeah, no, I thought this has been doubly discounted. So was $7.99, down to $5.59, now down to $4.47. You can always tell when you've got slightly oddly rounded up numbers. Ooh, look at this. So this is, if you're not going for your traditional red fabric for Christmas, maybe going kind of aqua and frosty, this is your Whirlpool fabric from the Fairy Frost range. And that's, there you go. That's very limited, so please pop it in your basket. We're a little bit all over the place with the collections here. Oh, look at this with all your shells. Oh, Freddie's really into shells at the moment. That's lovely. That would look great in a bathroom blind or something, wouldn't it? Or makeup bags or things like that. And that's $6.39. So that was $7.99. That's just been discounted the once down to £6.39. I've got more seaside-based fabrics. You see, which were always in fashion. I think, you know, a nice white bathroom, and then you can pick out colour using this with all your shells. Very nice. And sort of seaweed background. Bubbly seaweed background. It's a very crowded sea, isn't it, this one? This is your blue coral hiding fabric. Is it hiding? I don't know if it's like hiding in plain sight. Down to £6.39. I hope you're making the most of all these savings this morning. Great, great value. And then here, again, all of these, I would do a run of storage baskets for your bathroom. You know the two-tone ones where you fold over the top and then you can stick all your makeup brushes or your cotton buds or whatever else you have in your bathroom in there. £6.39. Now you can always eau de coat them, can't you, if you want to have that sort of waterproof finish so that they last in your bathroom. And then this is my favourite one. Does anybody watch Sing? The movie? Come on, Mike, you've got kids. You must have watched Sing. You know where they have all the jellyfish? That's what that reminds me of. I love this one. Down to £6.39. Hey Chris, you know your favourite spotty fabric from the ones that we've launched this morning? That would go really nicely with this. Fit in really nicely. I really like this fabric. Big fan of this. This is your jellyfish dance. Just £6.39. Let's just recap very quickly the quilt, which has been absolutely flying out. Oh, we've had a message. Pauline says, beautiful quilt. Have I missed the size of the quilt? Sorry. No, you have not. I didn't give it to you because that was very remiss of me. Okay, let's investigate the size. It's normally right in the front. Bear with me, Pauline, bear with. 70 inches squared. Good size, isn't it? Really handy size. Ba, 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 ba. Beautiful, just beautiful. Brand new today, brand new fabrics today, on a discount today. Craziness all over the place. Susan Briscoe's coming in, she's mouthing at me. Very nice. Discount or quilt or both? Both. We're going with both. Susan Briscoe is up next, of course. We're all about the Sashiko after the break. Imagine Sashiko on a 20% off. Yeah. Oh, Laura's shimmying to that. Have you just watched a lot of Strictly over the weekend? Yeah, okay, that's fine. And Justine says, morning, Natasha and Louisa, love this new quilt. Is there any fabric left over to make anything for the baking? Oh, for the backing. Oh, not the baking, for the backing. We will ask. And we will tell you, not this show or the next show, the show after when we have Louisa back. We'll tell you then. But next hour, we're going to make this. Ta-da! Check out the fish in there. Quite a nautical theme this morning. Nautical, but nice. Yeah. I will see you after this quick break. Don't go anywhere now. See you in a minute.
To ease you into the huge discounts in our Black Tag event, we're giving you 20% off everything. That is absolutely everything on both our website and products shown on TV. To shop, head to www.sewingquarter.com or call our UK call centre on 0800 112 4433.
Follow us on Instagram. Search for our Sewing Quarter page and follow us to get our latest posts.
Selected by Sewing Quarter's own team of experts, box 5 of our Aurifil thread collection is Summer Sky, containing brilliant hues of yellow and gold combined with contrasting shades of blues and teals. This brand new collection will add a fresh vibrancy to your projects. Ian Munro, head of buying at Sewing Quarter, says, I am thrilled to bring you our Summer Sky collection. Continuing our collaboration with Aurifil, this new box set has been designed to bring you a bright, fresh and exciting colour palette which will make your quilting project stand out from the crowd. Box 5 of our Aurifil thread collection is available now.
Have you heard about the Sewing Quarter fans Facebook group? It is a great place to chat to fellow SQ viewers, presenters and guest designers. Share sewing and quilting tips and see what other fans have made. You will even receive exclusive offers and find out about new products and projects before anyone else. Simply search for Sewing Quarter fans on Facebook to join the group and be part of the SQ community.
Don't forget, shopping with us is easy and simple. You can just contact us at 0800 112 4433 and speak to our UK-based call centre to place an order. Or shop online with us at www.sewingquarter.com.
Did you know Sewing Quarter have our very own app? Available to download on all iOS and Android devices. Simply go to the App Store or Google Play and search Sewing Quarter. Once you've downloaded the app, you'll be able to watch Sewing Quarter 24 hours a day and purchase all of the products featured on today's show. So download the app today and keep watching Sewing Quarter on the move.
We're making this hour. How lovely. So if you've ever wondered about, well, you know, I love a bit of Sashiko, but what am I going to do with it? You do this sort of thing with it. And you make yourself a lovely little bag. On gorgeous, authentic Japanese fabric. Win-win, right? And 20% off. Craziness, and we love it. So this is the blue version here, and Susan's going to show us how to do this. She said this was sea bream. Yes. A spot of sea bream for you this morning. Lovely. And you will get in your kit 1/2 metre of each of these fabrics. So you'll get 1/2 metre of your navy, and then you'll get 1/2 metre of these lovely, lovely woven fabrics. They're just beautiful. And you get your thread and your instructions for $15.99. Now, if you're careful about how you do your cutting, and if you don't mind having the stripes the other way on the handle, you can get 2 bags out of this kit. We'll let Susan explain it, but I'm just giving you a heads up. Now, if you'd like it in this, and we're going to demo in this today. Woohoo! Of this. Then you get 1/2 metre of your grey, 1/2 metre then of your mustard and your thread. Then that is $15.99. Again, you can get 2 bags out of it. We're thinking Christmas, aren't we, Susan? Yep, she's nodding. Now, let's have a look at the thread, because you're going to need some threads in your life. So, let's have a look at this bundle here. You are getting in here 2, 4, 6. 2, 4, 6, 8. No, just 6. And in here, that will be, was it 120? 120 metres in there? Yes, yes, yes. I do believe. Was $8.99. What? Hey, whoa, 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 whoa. That's more than 20%. Whoa, that's half price. For proper Japanese Sashiko thread. Come on. That's just ridiculous. If you have ever wanted to Sashiko, and if you've ever just hesitated and gone, oh, $8.99 for thread, nah. Forget that thought. Kick that one out the window. Because look at this, $4.49. Loads have gone into baskets. Loads have gone into baskets. Well done, well done. Now, if you want to go for your cream option, then we have this for you today. Here's your cream. You can be the cat that got the cream. Oh yeah, for $4.49. 50% off again. If ever there was a time, it's now. I've got a set of 3 drifting around. So, I mean, this is like real starter. If you just want 60 metres of your Sashiko thread, still a lot of stitching, isn't it? 60 metres. Then that is £3.59. Was $4.49. Not such a big discount on these ones. Your better value actually is to go for the 6-pack, not the 3-pack really. But hey, better than nothing. We do like a discount anyway. Right, should we see how to use these then? Let's do that. Susan, hello.
Hello.
Welcome back. Thank you for coming all the way down from, I'm going to say sunny Scotland. I don't know if it actually was.
It wasn't so sunny yesterday, but it has been.
Let's pretend.
Yeah.
Let's pretend there's nice weather. Now this bag,
Yes.
what is the, what's the theory behind the sea bream?
Well, in Japan, the name for sea bream is tai,
Right.
which sounds the same as the Japanese word for great. So that's why you see it in all kinds of celebration things. But I just think it's a really, really lovely design. And I took the motif, that's a little, I've got a little piece there that's like a sort of work in progress one. I took the design off an antique piece of Kuramaker Suri, which is double ikat fabric that I've got in my collection. And I just thought it was a stunning motif. And a little bit of the background of that, although it was woven, had a stripe, which gave me the idea of stitching on stripe. Also, sometimes you do see old pieces of Sashiko on stripe. And my original version of it, which is the one that's on the photograph of the pattern, that was done on a blue narrow width stripe, which is actually a kimono cotton fabric.
Oh, wow.
But the fabric that we've got today is the same type, and it's woven to the standard, I think it's about 110 centimetre width.
Yeah, 44 inches.
Yeah, 44 inches,
yeah.
your normal fabric width. And that's why you can get two, if you're really, really clever, you can get two actually out of one piece. I'll just explain a little bit about that. The bag that's hanging up, you'll see that the stripes on the handle are following the line of the handle. Yeah,
But that means taking more fabric.
well, it does.
Or-
It
yeah.
does, yeah. Because if you were going to cut that from your piece of fabric here, I've got some bits of the yellow. You see, you'd be cutting it like that going across the piece.
Yes.
Well, that is about half the width
Right.
to there. But
So
if
you've still got some depth there.
yeah, you've still got a bit here. So if you don't mind, imagine that these are the stripes going the other way around. If you don't mind cutting them that way round,
Then you're good to go.
you will get two
Perfect.
off the one.
And still a little bit left over.
And a little tiny bit left over there, a little square bit. You're absolutely
Wow.
right there. So on this version, I did my handles the other way around.
Perfect. I actually really like it the other way around.
Would you?
Yeah, no, I do. I really like it the
I think
other
it
way
looks really cute. So you've got
Yeah.
that option anyway.
around. £8 a bag is what it's working out at.
It's working out pretty cheap, yes.
That's incredible value.
Yeah, as a
And
Christmas present. And I think, do we have
exactly
these?
that.
Do we have these on the this fabric on the website as well?
Buy
separately?
the
I
half
think we
metre
probably
with
do.
20% off.
Well, there you go. You know, Christmas
So-
gifts sorted. It
it
makes
is,
a really
isn't
nice
it?
small bag. Yeah.
Yes. Okay, how do we start then?
Well, first of all, you've got to transfer the pattern. Now,
Okay.
this is the bit really where this is probably not a beginner's pattern, I would say.
Right.
It's more for somebody who's done a little bit. Maybe he's tried my other pre-printed panels or something like that first.
The panels, we've got those coming up later.
We have got them coming up later.
So if you're
So if in any doubt, you can always do that.
stashing your Sashiko.
Actually, I'll use this bit.
Okay.
Yep, it's okay. Whoops. Yeah, we have got those coming up. Will people actually see those already on the website?
They will
Or
go
do they
through when Chris
magically
puts them
appear?
through,
Oh, right, okay. So it won't
on
be very
what we
long,
call
will
our
it?
graphics, the stuff that comes up on the screen.
I'll just borrow a couple of pins off this pin cushion.
You are very welcome to borrow those.
Thank you. Because I couldn't bring a load of pins with me yesterday, or any scissors, because I flew
Oh, you
down.
flew.
Yeah, so I only have my hand
No,
luggage.
see, I wasn't sure if you could take pins. I thought that you could take pins and needles.
You probably could, but I didn't want to risk losing it.
Oh, yeah, no. it's not.
I brought one Sashiko needle, which I think is parked. Oh, it's over there at the moment.
Okay, got it.
Yeah,
Good.
just in case I had to lose it. And
Okay.
no, I didn't. I've still got that. So that was very good. So I've got my pattern. Now you'll
Yes.
get this in the kit.
In the kit, absolutely, yes.
If you're going to make it lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of times before you actually use it, it's a very good idea to run a photocopy of it.
And are you happy for them to do that? Because
I
it
don't mind
is
people doing it.
copywritten.
I
mean,
know,
there's a
I
big
know,
old C there.
I know. For your
and
own
your
use,
name.
that's okay. I mean, I'd
Okay.
rather you didn't kind of do it for your group, but for your own use, I don't mind.
Okay.
Because what happens when we're going to use Chaco paper, you see, to do the transfer, and I'm going to go over all those lines on my fish with the Chaco paper underneath.
Is
and
that how you say it? I've always called it copy.
Well, it's Chacopi.
I'm going with your. I'm going with your. No,
the
I'm,
actual
every day's
name
a
of it.
learning day.
It's originally was made by a company called Chacopel in Japan, and they
Ah.
call it Chaco paper, but on the Olympus brand stuff, it says Chacopi. So it doesn't really matter. But anyway, Chaco paper is technically what it is. They're not the only people who do it in Japan, you see.
Okay.
But it's probably the best one to get.
Chakapi.
Yeah, because you see, all these different colours in it. You get 5 different
Five
colours.
different colours. Yes. Don't throw the white one away, thinking that it's just
Oh God, no!
a
No,
malingering.
it's not.
A bit. It's a proper one.
There's a pretty vivid yellow. which
Like
is
that.
rather in your face. I'm keeping these these have all been used before, by the way.
Says
You can
the
keep
woman
using.
with bright blue hair.
Yeah, I
that
know. Well,
matches
this is
the
the
next
hair.
one.
This is hair matching one. Yeah. The thing with these is it's like a chalk on it. It's not quite the same thing as dressmaker's carbon, because dressmaker's carbon you have to burn it off afterwards. This is chalk and it'll rub off.
Right.
Okay, so you don't want to handle it too much, because I always think if you get a lot of oil from your hands, from your fingertips on it, then it'll stop the transfer working quite as well. But you can see these have all been used before, but I can use them again. And then we have a green one, which is pretty vibrant too. A pink one.
Have you ever had your hair that colour?
No. Actually, no, I did once when I was a student.
Okay.
It's a long time ago.
And there's your blue.
Oh, that's blue again.
Oh,
hang on, that's strange. It's
We've
come out of another
lost
set.
the white one.
We have lost the white one.
We've somehow swapped it for 2 blue. You
Right.
get instead of the 2 blue, you get 1 white, 1 blue.
Yes, you do.
That's how it works
You
out.
do.
So 5 sheets.
Yeah.
And then you pick the colour that contrasts
Yeah.
best with your fabric.
You do. Now, obviously, if you're working on a stripe, you do really have to think about what is going to show up best.
Yes.
Because, you know, you might find, well, in the case of this one, I looked at the yellow and for a minute I thought, yellow. And I thought, no, because I've got yellow. There's a lot of it in the weave there.
Yes, yes, yes.
So this vivid blue doesn't appear on anything in the weave.
Apart from your hair.
Apart from my hair, which isn't actually on the fabric, so we're
Yet.
all right, really. And by the way, if my fingers are looking a little bit blue, apologies. The
I
hair...
thought that was done on purpose. I
No.
thought she's found a nail polish to match her
No,
hair.
I haven't. It was only done a couple of weeks ago, and every time I wash my hair, my fingers are going blue. So I didn't wash my hair this morning in the hopes that some of it had washed off my fingers, but it hasn't. It'll stop eventually.
Oh, do you know what? Yeah, my hands are so dry at the moment. Everything.
Oh, I know. It's handling fabric is the worst
Yeah.
thing, you know. So you can probably see I've already drawn all over this template once already.
You've loved this template, haven't you, a few times?
I have. I've used it twice so far, and to be honest, at the moment, this is probably its last time. I'm going over all the lines. I've made sure I've got my chalk paper,
Yeah.
my Chaco paper, face down, and then I'm going over all the lines, and you really do have to scribble. And I'm using a perfectly ordinary ballpoint pen. I think I got this one from the Land Rover Discovery Owners Club.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh.
class.
It's nothing special.
And unless you like Land Rover Discoveries.
Well,
in
yeah,
which case,
unless you're a big
know,
Land Rover freak.
yeah.
Yeah, that might
in
be
which
the thing.
case they would resent that. Oh, now this is the original one that inspired you, Susan. Look at this.
Oh, great. We haven't managed to get it on screen. Oh, fantastic. Yeah, it's such a lovely piece of fabric. And you can see there, it's actually got that stripe in the weave, which is what set me off thinking,
Beautiful.
stripe. We've got to have some stripes on this.
Do it.
It'll just make it a little bit more interesting. I mean, you know, you could use the same design on plain Sashiko fabric if you wanted to.
When did you discover that Sashiko was your thing?
Probably when I went back to Japan for the Millennium New Year.
Right.
That's when I really saw the, it's kind of Sashiko called Hitomezashi, which is one-stitch Sashiko.
Right.
And that's the stuff that looks like blackwork. And we're going to do a little bit of that actually in the next session as well.
Okay.
Because one of the panels that we're selling has got a tiny bit of it on. And I'm just going to peel that back. Let's have a little look, see how the transfers go. Now I can see that. I don't know whether the camera can. Can the camera see it?
I'm going to say not really.
No.
If I point out, I don't know how close they can come in. I mean, at home, it only needs to be you that you can see a little bit sort of.
Believe
through
me,
there.
I can see that well enough to stitch. It's always a difficult thing actually doing things that really show well to the camera compared to what we can see. Now you can probably just about see it. But believe me, if you use your Chaco paper at home, you will see that okay.
If you struggle, could you then go over it with
Yeah, one of these.
with other pens?
Yeah. This is something I always do. When I've marked something with Chaco paper, I'm not going to mark the whole thing, by the way, because I want to talk you through how the bag's actually constructed and everything.
Okay.
There's quite a bit to that. If you find that the lines are starting to sort of come off a little bit, you can always go over them with another marker.
Now,
this
is
one's
your early
green,
bird
by
this
the way.
morning. Works,
It was
doesn't
the early bird, and I said I'm going to nab that for my show. There we go. And it just colours it in a little bit more. I think probably now, yeah, you can. I'm just looking at the monitor.
Yeah, you
you
really see
can
it.
really see that now. So it can be a good idea just to touch it over a little bit because, as I said before, it's chalk. It'll rub off as you stitch.
If you have a light box.
Yeah, you can use your light box.
Yeah.
That's the other one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, obviously the free light box in the sky.
It's
not so great this time of year,
the best
is it?
time of year
No,
for
no,
it.
no.
And since I went to live in Scotland, I bought myself a great big I think it's A2 like box of one of those
Fabulous.
huge
Treat
big
yourself,
things.
yes.
Yeah.
Are you far enough up to see the Northern Lights ever?
Oh no, my husband it's the one thing he really wants to see from our house, and there's a thing called Aurora. I think it's called Aurora Watch.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can get an app that tells you when you're likely to see it.
So you might.
We might. Wow. What usually happens is on a night when it says it's possible, it's really cloudy and we never get to see anything. So far we haven't seen it. And the number of times we drive back to Scotland late at night in the dark, I think we should have been rewarded by now.
Yeah, come on.
And we haven't been.
Where are you?
It's really, really unfair. So anyway, that's how you're going to mark your pattern on, first of all. So you'll get that marked onto here. And then what I really wanted to show you was all the steps of making up the bag. It's a very, very simple bag, really. It's just 2 pieces of fabric for the 2 sides of the bag. So if you want to make it bigger, you can.
Just do it bigger.
You simply make it whatever size you want. As long as the back and the front are the same size
and the lining.
and your 2 lining pieces are the same size, you are going to be okay.
Susan, can you talk me through this fabric, this woven fabric? Because this is Japanese fabric, isn't it?
It's called samugi.
But you can sort of see the slub in it.
That's why it's called samugi, yeah. The samugi has little tiny slubs in it. You can get silk samugi, you can get cotton samugi, you can get wool samugi. Originally it was used as a kimono fabric, and the silk version, it used to be made, well, in a lot of parts of Japan.
That's what I want it to be, is silk, because of how it is.
I know,
but it's not, it's cotton.
It's not, it's cotton, so you can wash it. If it was a silk one, you wouldn't be able to wash it, would you?
No, and I certainly wouldn't be making a bag that I would take to market with
me. But it's the production of samugi in some parts of the country, it was something that was done by some of the samurai families in the 18th century, Yonezawa in Yamagata Prefecture, which is where I used to, well, I didn't live in Yonezawa, but it's in the same county as where I used to live.
Yeah.
It was a big production there. But this type of samugi, now I don't know for certain where Olympus get this done, but I suspect it's either woven very close to Hamamatsu or in Hamamatsu, because this type is very typical of fabric that's produced in Hamamatsu, which is not very far actually from where Olympus have their office in Nagoya.
You are such a wealth of information. It's brilliant, because I've been wondering about this for a while, because we made another bag out of it the other day.
Stunning fabric.
It's lovely. It's really lovely.
It's very strong fabric too.
Right.
But it's also a fabric that it's finely woven enough that if you want to patchwork with it, you can.
Yes.
But it will fray a bit more, which is, again, a reason why you'll notice all the pieces that I've got here, I've gone round the edge on the machine.
You've faux locked.
Yeah, it's not really real overlocking. It's what my machine does. It does 2 stitches to one to the front, 2 to the side, back again. Or you could just zigzag it. Yeah. It just means it doesn't fray away.
If you have an overlock, but otherwise over edge, get your over edge foot out, over edge around there, done.
Yeah, and it's what I do nearly all my bits of Sashiko actually.
Okay.
Also because a lot of my pieces of Sashiko get handled a lot by students and friends and at shows before they ever get made into anything.
Handed round.
Yeah, passed around everybody, which is why I like to make things sure things stay.
Can I have a look at the back of this, please?
You certainly can.
Because this is the other thing of Sashiko.
Oh yeah.
Is that the back, it can be looked at, can't it? And
you're not going to see it when the bag's finished.
I know, but if you've done it traditionally, then your back will look a certain way.
No, well, not really. It's not really a reversible thing.
No, I don't mean sort of reversible, but if you want to see if someone has done it in the traditional Sashiko method, then you'll see the big knot where you've started.
There's also another technique of starting and finishing without a knot, but I don't do that very often, because on something like this I really don't want it to come undone. So I've just started each of these stitching lines a little knot. I'm going to be doing a bit more about Sashiko stitching when I'm on at 12, by the way, because we'll have a little bit more time then, because the construction of the bag and the coasters, there's not quite as much to it as there is to this. Sorry, bag, cushion and coasters, I should have said. Right. But you can see on the back, basically what I've done, well, it gives you instructions actually. I'll just talk you through it. All the instructions are there with the bag pattern. But it's basically telling you to do all your main outlines first.
Okay.
And then fill in the details.
Okay.
And things like these little leaves, you see, you can start stitching there, go up the leaf, down there, over to there, round the next leaf, and then loop around that one. So a lot of the time, it's almost like the same kind of logic you would use if you're doing machine quilting. You're looking at how can you trace your way around the pattern
without having to start and stop again. Right.
There are lots of places where we'll have to start and stop, but something like here, you see the little detail on his tail. There, you see, you can start, you can go up and down, and you can just jump from one little bit to the next.
So you've got little jump stitches.
These little loops on the back. But it doesn't matter because it'll be lined.
And with Sashiko, they shouldn't be tight, should
You don't
they?
want them too tight because if they're tight, it will pull your work. So there's always
Yeah.
just that little bit of looseness to them.
And is that traditionally about the stitching because obviously it was a mending stitch, so there would
Yeah.
need to be that bit of give for movement?
Yeah, well, there does need to be because if you don't have that little bit of ease, and also where you've got a sharp change of direction, like here on the front of his fin, put in a little tiny loop if you can. Just what's a little loop? I mean, honestly, about a French knot's worth, almost nothing. But it's just so it doesn't pull in all the time.
Okay.
It's a little bit like the same logic you use if you were doing Italian trapunto, where you've got the 2 lines of stitching and you're running the wool in from the back.
Yes.
If you've ever seen that done. Because with that, every time you change direction, you have to leave like a little bump of wool.
Oh,
Otherwise,
okay.
it all pulls in.
Pulls
so it's
in,
the
right.
same kind of thing with that.
So when
Anyhow,
you've done your stitching on the front,
Yes.
do you hoop when you stitch?
no,
or do
no,
you just leave it?
just hold it in your hand.
Okay, perfect.
You'll see that at 12, because I
Right.
promise I will do a little tiny bit of stitching at 12. Also, what I wanted to show you, this version of the bag has got a seam at the bottom. That was so we could fit it out of a 1/2 metre. But if you wanted to, and you had a bigger piece of fabric, you could, cut it as a continuous piece.
Right.
Also, if you fancied, you could have the stripes going the other way, So you can play about with it a bit.
So it doesn't matter. So you could cut it out of your 1/2 metre. You could just
You could cut it that way,
and then
yes,
just fold it in
yes.
half.
Yeah, you'd have a slightly shorter bag, but you could make a slightly wider bag. You see, you can keep playing around. As long as your lining and the outside of the bag's the same size,
It doesn't
you're
matter.
absolutely fine.
Doesn't
yeah.
matter.
Also on mine, I quite deliberately did not match the stripes across the bottom, and that was simply so the camera would see that there is a seam there.
Right.
And
okay.
that's also the reason why people who are very eagle-eyed might have noticed that the bag that's hanging up there have stitched it all with white thread, including the top stitching. Yeah, if you get it down.
It's done for you, dear viewer.
It is. It's so you can see where all the stitching lines are.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah. Otherwise, if we'd stitched it with the actual thread that you're getting in the kit, you wouldn't see them.
No, because that will just...
It would just completely disappear. You see, the samugi is woven with the coloured stripes. That's the warp. And the weft thread is black.
Right.
So if you're using a dark thread each time to stitch it, it just kind of disappears completely and you won't see it. But I used an off-white, so you could see everything.
Right.
That's the reason for doing that.
Okay.
So I want to show you how we do the handles.
Okay.
And basically, that's the strip that you've got for your handles. Again, the size is actually in the pattern. It's actually 12.5 inches by 3 3/4. Again, why? Well, it's because the original bag was done from the narrow Japanese fabric, you see. And if you put those 2 pieces together, that is the full width of your traditional Japanese fabric bolt.
Really? It's that much
Really
narrower?
narrow. Yeah, it is.
Why?
It's about 14.5 to 15 inches.
Right.
It's because it's made for kimono. When you make kimono, you have a centre back seam. So that is like half of the back of the kimono. It's the full length of the sleeve from here to here. Obviously, you've got turnings. Mm-hmm. But that's why it's that size.
Oh, gosh, you didn't have to cut it down.
Yeah, so that is the reason for the size on the pattern,
You
you
are
see.
encyclopedic with your knowledge. It's fabulous.
Not really. Anyway, so to make a little handle, and I just love doing this.
Is there a
it's
right
so
or
simple.
wrong way?
There isn't a right or wrong side to this
'Cause it's
fabric. It's
woven.
amazing. Yeah, and both sides are finished just as nicely. It seems to make no difference at all.
Do you like the iron?
I'm all right just doing it with my fingers. I mean, at home you could do it with the iron.
I give you the option.
Now, I have to confess, this has not been pressed with an iron at all. Actually, it's got a little crease in it there from being in the bag. But in my workroom at the moment, I've got that much stuff on the ironing board. I thought, I'll just finger press everything. And believe it or not, with this fabric, it
works.
Yeah, it works. It works. And then you see, you press the 2 sides to the middle.
So like you're making a binding, effectively.
Almost like that, yeah. Yeah, I hadn't really thought of it that way, but it is. It almost does look like a binding.
Yeah.
And just give it a little press to the middle there, and then do the same thing here. Oops, I'll flip it round actually. Just turn it over like that, and give it a little finger press. Gosh, I tell you what, it must be very dry in this studio, because it doesn't really want to hold the crease too well. But then you get the 2 pieces like that, fold them over, like so. Pop in a few pins, going across this way.
Yeah, yeah.
And then just pop it on the machine and stitch. And you would see actually from the little bit there on the bag panel, can I just point out? Oh, there you go. You can sort of model it for me. I've stitched very, very close to the edge. It's
A
probably
top stitch.
Yeah, it's a top stitch basically. Yeah.
Do you lengthen your stitch or just any old stitch?
I just used the stitch setting that the machine
was.
started at, actually. It seemed to be absolutely fine for this.
What if you wanted to Sashiko stitch it instead?
Yeah, I
It's a
was going to mention that.
possibility.
Yes, if you want to Sashiko style stitch it, yes, do.
Okay.
You'll
Because
find
it's just
it,
a running stitch, isn't it?
it
So
is
works
a running stitch,
beautifully.
and that is how I do the handles on my borrow bags. You know, my Japanese rag patchwork bags. Yeah, you could just stitch. And if you're going to do that, I would go pretty close to the edge.
Okay.
This isn't really a Sashiko stitching demo that I'm about to do for you. I'm going to stick a couple of pins in it, again from the borrowed pin cushion.
So it then gives you effectively a decorative stitch instead.
It does. It
Nice.
does, yeah. When I do that for my borrow bags, actually, as well as going up and down the edge, whoops, just imagine now that's what it's going to have to do, a few stitches. As well as going up and down on the edge, I usually put a few lines of stitching, and I would have started with a knot, by the way, if I wasn't going to just pull it out. I usually do a few lines of stitching going up and down the middle as well. And that seems to make a surprisingly hard-wearing bag handle.
Okay.
The other thing I do for this, which again is different to how you would normally stitch your Sashiko, you'll notice on the bag the gaps are a lot smaller than the stitches. They're about half the length of the stitch. Now when you get the printed panels, the length of the stitch is actually printed for you,
Nice.
so you don't have to worry about it. But if you're doing it and you've just marked lines like we have on here, then you do have to think about it a little bit, and you want to make your stitches about 3mm or 1/8 of an inch long.
Okay.
And your
This
gap's
is
about
why
half that.
You use a long needle, isn't it? So you can load up your
Yeah,
stitches
you
and
can
see
load up
that
a lot of
they're
stitches.
nice and equal in length.
Yeah, and I've also stitched this with the thread doubled.
Okay, because this isn't a stranded thread necessarily,
not.
is it? It's
It's
not
not-
like your
it's
embroidery
not-
thread that's
it's not
six-stranded.
splittable, no.
So if the only way then is either just normal, single, or
I'm
double.
going to be saying a lot more about that at 12 o'clock as well, because I've got
Oh,
some things there.
you're teasing
I know,
us,
I'm sorry,
Susan.
but you're going to have
No,
to
it's
you're going to have to
okay.
watch that show as well. And if you're busy at 12 o'clock, you can always
have
come.
to.
You can always come back and watch it on YouTube.
You can.
You know,
You're
so
very
that's pretty
right.
good. But where I'm doing this now on the bag strap, on
Yeah.
the little handle now.
Yeah.
What I've done there, because that's going to be sort of seen from both sides as well, I've just used a single thread, and I'm keeping the gaps and the stitches about the same. I just
Okay.
think it looks nicer.
So you could always use your quilter's tape to hold that in place while you stitch if you didn't want to stick pins in
You
everywhere.
could do. Or you've got those little clippy things, you know,
Yeah.
what they're called, binding clips.
Wonder clips.
Wonder clips, there you
Yeah.
go. I couldn't remember what the word was.
All of
But,
those things work
yeah,
really well.
anything like that, just to hold it while
Yeah.
you do your stitching. Anyway, once you have made your two straps,
Yes.
you pop them onto your bag. Actually, I've sewn across the bottom there as well.
Okay.
It's 1/4 inch seams all the way through with this one. But I found the middle, and then I came out, I think the gap there is between the two is 3.5 inches
Right.
altogether. So that's 1 3/4 from the centre line, just about
Okay.
faintly see the crease there. And I've popped the handle on. I've tacked it in place so it can't shift about too much, because when we put the lining in, that is going to sandwich the handle between the top of the bag and
Right.
the lining, which
Okay.
is holding it in place. And it's sticking up about 1/4 of an inch at the top. I just don't like the idea of it only hanging on by a teeny wee bit, you know.
Are you a bag overfiller like me?
I am a bit, yeah.
Okay. No,
What-
that's fine.
what a
You
surprise.
can tell those people that do, because
Yeah,
they
you
really
can,
make sure
you
that their
can.
handles are securely
I
in
know,
place.
I
They're
know.
not coming out
The
under
thought
any
of pulling them off
circumstances.
would absolutely horrify me. And now I'm going to leap over to what's going on with the bag liner, because this is basically made exactly the same way,
Okay.
except when we sewed down the sides. Sorry, at this stage, yeah, pretend now I've sewn the sides together.
Okay, I'm
I did say I
pretending.
didn't want a machine for this.
No,
I
no,
thought,
no.
You know, it's for something like this, it's kind of boring watching somebody just going, oh, I'm just machining, I'm machining. Anyway, so you're going to sew down the same sides of the bag panels. You're going to leave a nice big gap. That's so you can
That's
turn the
your
lining
turning.
out, yeah, right side out and everything.
I like that you've left that in the side. Normally people leave it in the bottom, but I
think it's-
like that it's in the side.
I
'cause
always
it's
leave
gonna
it in the
be
side, yeah.
Less obvious actually,
I
because you
think-
open and see the base of the bag, but you
Yeah.
don't open and look to the side of the bag.
It's also
Rarely.
far less likely to come undone, because when you're putting things in the bag all the time, you know, you've always got things which are in contact with the bottom of the bag.
Yes.
And are rubbing away on it because of the weight's on there,
Yes.
but not so much on the sides. And it also means I can sort of do a little cheat and not bother to sew up the side seams on all my workshop samples. So nearly all my bags, I can turn them
they've got a
inside
gap.
out again, which is what I'm going to do with that in a moment.
I like to think you've done that for a purpose, so you can show the makings of it.
Yeah, well,
I'm
that's it. You
sticking
know,
up
when you're
for you here,
wanting
Susan.
people to see how it's actually put together. Yeah. But you're right, it's a much better spot to put it in than at the very, very bottom. And then you see, I've also bagged out, sorry, I've given it little square corners. So I'll turn it around like that. See if the camera can see it yet. Oh, yeah, there we go. I was quite lucky. I got these 2 pins through aircraft security yesterday. They didn't say, oh, what are those 2 pins doing in your bag? But I've just folded it. So you see, that's the seam across the bottom. And that is the seam down the side. And they're sitting kind of one on top of each other at the moment. And I've put my 2 pins in, and I'm going to sew across 1 inch from that bottom point, just square, right angles to that seam.
And boxing off your bottom.
Yes.
Just
that sounds hysterical, doesn't it?
So to speak. Yes. It just somehow creates more space, doesn't it?
It does.
And allows it to stand up a little bit better.
Yeah, it lets the bag just stand up a little bit. If you wanted it to be a very flat bag, say you're looking at this and thinking, well, I've got...
you're just going to pop a magazine and a pen in or something.
I've got some... I'm just trying to think now. I was looking at the latest tablets, computers and things at the airport yesterday and thinking, I bet one of those would actually fit this rather well. Say you were making it for that. You probably wouldn't want to box the base out because you want the bag to be very flat and very thin. So you could just skip this step. But if you're making it to actually use as a little lunch bag or whatever, which is the kind of thing I use mine for, then yes, do this little boxing out thing. And I've done it, you see, over on the other side. That bit there, that's finished. What will happen with your seam allowances, unless you want that one at the bottom to end up twisted, you'll have to remember to make it lie the same way.
Okay.
So you'll end up on one side, your seam allowance will flip one way, and on the other it will flip the same way. Yeah, you do. I bought a big pair of scissors and I was going to just lop that up, but actually I could just leave it. But chop it off. You don't want that bit of bulk really inside of the bag.
Okay.
So
because you're going to have that on the outer fabric as well. So
you're going to do the same thing with this.
Flapping about.
Basically, everything you do with the outside of the bag or with the lining, you do the other way around as well. Yeah.
And you don't want a flappy box bottom.
I can tell you do a lot of bag making on this show.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'll take that little bit out of the way. And can I have the original one back?
Of course you can.
Whee! Here it comes. Thank you. Oh. And we have actually pressed this one.
I bet you see special treatment.
Oh, have we? No, we didn't. No. I pressed the cushion, I think.
We might have.
You might have done. I don't know.
You haven't. We might have.
They came out looking incredibly nice and flat and tidy, actually. Right, I'm just going to do that little bit of magic trick now. And this is like rabbit out of the hat time, isn't it?
Yes.
Really. Because you're going to see pretty much what it looks like when you sew the 2 bits together. I tend to have a habit of saying in my instructions to put the bag outer inside of the lining, but actually it doesn't really matter which way around you do it. You could do, whoops. Right, if we had done it that way round. But you could sew with the stripy fabric on the outside. And in fact, if you decide to cut it so that the stripes are horizontal, then I would sew it the other way around. I would sew this with my bag outer fabric on the outside.
Would you
so
then
I could follow the stripe, follow the line of the stripe.
With you, okay.
Yes. But that is basically what it looks like. Obviously I've top stitched this as well, so it's looking a little bit different here. But you're going to stitch all the way around the top, and it's at this point that your handles will get sandwiched in.
Right.
And you can just about see it there. You see that little sort of scribbly bit?
This scribbly bit here? Yeah.
Because when I get to the point where the handle is, I put the machine into reverse and I kind of go back a little bit, then come forward, then go back again. It's like sort of doing a big X. And then go forward again and get back on the line. It just means there's a little bit of stitching inside to hold that bag handle very firmly in place. Like you say, I overfill bags.
Me too.
I'm forever carrying loads of books around in bags, and if I didn't sew the handles on really, really well,
this is a perfect little book bag.
Yes, it is. It's absolutely ideal. Big enough for a nice hardback. Actually, that'd be a thing. You could get somebody a really nice hardback by their favourite author for Christmas and bag it in one of these rather than wrapping it.
Perfect.
And then just put a bit of ribbon to hold the handles closed.
We're saving the planet at the same time.
You would be, yeah. That'd be rather good. Anyway, so we've sewn around the top. obviously, if you've got a machine that's got a free arm on it, you know, you take the machine bed off. Oh, and you're going to find this hysterical. I managed to jam my extension table on the machine.
Oh no!
As I was yesterday, around about lunchtime.
Just when you're panicking, trying to get all the samples finished.
Yeah,
you
and
know,
I was just finishing all the bits. And I bent down to pick something off the sewing room floor, and as I got back up again, I dropped some thread or something. I put my hand on what I thought was the table, and it wasn't. It was the extension table of the sewing machine. And I pushed slightly, and I sort of popped it down. I've got a Bernina, so the bobbin goes in from the front. So I looked at it and thought, oh God, I can't change the bobbin now. What am I going to do when I run out of thread?
Well, you're just playing bobbin chicken then with every...
Well, I
took project. See if it runs out during that one.
No, I managed to get it off. What I had to do in the end was I had to unplug the machine, obviously, just before I started. I took the needle out. I took the foot off. It actually had the walking foot on at that point as well.
Oh, that's not a quick job,
And then
is it?
I stood the machine up on its end and gently prized it off. But it was so jammed. I'm not kidding. I could have picked the machine up by the table, and the entire machine would have just stayed on.
That's a proper jam.
I know. I managed to get it off without breaking it, but, you know, don't do what I did. I've never, ever managed to do that. I think it's because I broke one of the little lugs off it a while back. Anyway, so now you've got your bag turned the right way out, and then all you're going to do is just top stitch around the top.
Perfect.
Oh, and then be very, very good. Go back, find the little place inside where it is.
Oh, you're turning through bit.
Yeah, you're turning through bit, and you're just going to slip stitch that by hand to close it all up.
Perfect.
So
Perfect.
that is basically how the bag is made.
Okay.
So now that I've shown you that,
I'm going to go and recap fabrics, and then...
could I show you another little bag that I made the same way?
Go on then.
Oh, yeah.
on then.
Okay, we have just a moment I can show you this. You see, this bag is basically made in exactly the same way, same construction, except that for this side, I've pieced a panel into it. And I noticed on your trolley earlier you had some Sashiko stencils, including the hemp leaf design. I don't know if you're going to show those next, are you?
Well, I'm going to... Yes.
Or could you? Because, you see, you can always do a different design on it. It doesn't
Yes,
have
of
to be the
course you
fish.
Of course you can. It's up to you, isn't it?
And on this version of
This
the bag,
has been a
you
well-loved
see,
bag, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has actually. I made it for one of my books quite a number of years ago, and it's really been around the place. You can see here, I did the little sort of boxing off bit at the bottom differently.
Yes, you did.
I sewed it on the outside, and then I did like a Sashiko effect top stitch. That isn't actually the thing that's holding it in place though, because I also sort of slip stitched it to the side of the bag. And that just gives it a nice little detail on there.
Lovely.
Yeah, so
Lovely.
you could actually use one of my panels for that, you could use a stencil, whatever. So you can do lots of different things with the basic idea.
We have got your panels coming up at 12.
You have. I will
one
be back.
now. You will be back.
I will be
She'll
back.
be back. Like the Sashiko exterminator. She will be back. Here we go. If you would like to make this charming, charming bag. And actually normally, you know, you think of sort of koi carp and things like this. Nice to have sea bream. Here it is. The mustard one that we're demonstrating in. Once everybody checks out, we're down to single figures. Well done you. And well done on getting this on a discount today as well. Was $19.99 down to $15.99. This can make 2 bags, which is great. £8 a bag. Half a metre of your stripe. Half a metre of your grey. Your instructions, which have the template, and of course also your thread in there. Now, the one that we have the sample in here is this lovely blue, and you're getting your navy half metre, your blue half metre of this beautiful woven fabric, Japanese woven fabric, and there's your thread and your instructions, again $15.99. But once everybody checks out, we've only got 4 of those left, so please do check out rather rapidly on that one. My goodness. Now, we did mention an extra special. Obviously, we've got 20% off everything all day, so do go and have a rummage around the web shop, website, web shop, whatever you want to call it. And we have for you, we mentioned earlier, these, which is 120 meters of Sashiko thread in the white and the cream. Both of them have got an incredible discount on, half price. $4.49 as opposed to $8.99. Half of the stock of this is gone. So if you want traditional, authentic Japanese Sashiko thread. This is the way you get hold of it today. $4.49, 50% off. I mean, this is just crazy prices. There was a bit of a gasp from Susan when the price came on first time around. She's just hiding under the desk at the minute. Just ignoring that. And then if you'd like it in the cream. And again, this is 120 meters. It's a 6-pack of 20 meter skeins in cream. Was $8.99 down to just $4.49. Crazy, crazy, crazy prices. But if you don't have any in your stash, and it's then for you to discover and to decide whether you want to do white or cream with these. Now, let's have a look at the green variegated threads here. Now, these are very, very limited. Again, 6 packets of 20 meter threads, so 120 meters of variegated green and blue thread in there for $4.49. Just incredible value on this. Well, loads have gone straight into the basket, but I need to tell you that you do need to check out on that now if you want that, because otherwise it will go, and if you just leave it languishing in your basket, I can't guarantee it. Now, to get an idea of how incredible this offer has been today, the 3, so half the amount, again, it's on a discount, but nothing like the 50% off. Because for half of those numbers of threads, just 3, so 60 meters, was $4.49 down to $3.59. So really showing the incredible value of getting the other one. So for just 90 pence more today, you'd get double the amount of thread. Whoa, whoa. Now then, Susan.
Yeah.
My goodness. We've had a little restock over here. Should we have a look at the red?
Yeah.
I do love the red, and these are larger skeins, so you're getting 100 meters now on here. When would I use red?
Well, actually, I'm going to go away and play with it next.
Oh, are you?
Yeah, before the next show,
out.
because I've got one of the cushion panels that I just put the border on, and I thought I'm going to do a bit of stitching with the red because I've got 2 hours before I'm back on.
Okay.
So
Going to work you hard.
Well, I'm going to show a little different thing you can do with this pattern, other than
Okay.
just stitching the whole thing. It's hemp leaf, Asanoha, and I thought it would look great with the red. So that's my plan to keep me occupied and out of mischief for the next 2 hours.
Yeah, so if you'd like all 3 of those, they were $15.99 down to $12.79. Now let's talk about the panel, because we've got the panel.
We
Just by
have.
you.
We have.
These, what I love about these is that if you're starting out Sashiko, the thing that probably you might struggle with is keeping your stitch length even.
Yeah.
But with these panels, the stitch length is already denoted for you.
It is.
But when you wash it for the first time, they wash away. So nobody's ever going to know that you were stitching by stencil, basically.
No, they won't. And we've designed them as well, so you can cut the squares out and make different things out of them, which is what we're going to come back to, you know, the next time I'm on. Or if you want to, you can do the whole thing as a complete panel. Now, I must say, actually, that a few people seem to think that the bit beyond here, that little tiny sliver there,
Yes.
that is actually like your seam allowance. It isn't really. The seam allowance is built into the actual squares.
Right.
So, you know, any little bit you get...
So don't stitch this bit unless you want to do it as the whole panel.
Yeah, but...
That's actually a cutting line rather than a...
It is. It is. And if you wanted to put a border on this and do the thing as one big piece, you don't want to give it the chop, then what you can do is just straighten up this edge a little bit, sew your border on, and before you stitch this line here, down the edge, do that afterwards.
Right.
So you're almost stitching that kind of like in the ditch, I
Yes.
suppose, would be
Yes.
a way of describing it, and then you will get that line. But really, that little bit of extra fabric there, that's just so that shops and people like you and people like me can actually cut the panels apart, because these are actually hand screen printed, you know.
What now? How?
You didn't know that till today, did
well,
you?
I'm just going to point out as well that there's £5 off this today.
Makes it very good.
Normal price is $24.99, which for something that is hand finished in
it
terms
is,
of the
it is.
printing, and also beautifully woven. Again, it's got that slab, it's got that lovely texture to it.
This is also the samugi, but this is the plain version of it. Whereas you see the bag is the stripy
Smoky.
one.
I like them both.
I do. It's
Really
beautiful
like
fabric for doing sashiko on.
Yes. So this is hand finished. Tell me how.
Well, it's hand screen printed.
Right.
And Keiko at Olympus sent me a photo showing them doing it, and she said, well, you can't really show this to other people, but she said, I've had a go at doing it myself, and she said it is quite difficult to do the print because it is literally printed by hand.
That's
if you've seen
amazing.
people screen printing, where they have, you know, the squeegee on the screen printing frame, basically, I can describe what's in the photo, I suppose. What you see in the picture is this screen printing frame, and it's on an angle.
Right.
You'd see this at any place that does screen printing, okay? And it's just sort of stretching away into the distance. There's just miles and miles and miles of this fabric, and there's somebody standing there, and they're doing this. They're pushing the ink down the screen, and then they push it up to the top, they move it along, they do the next bit. But it's got to be printed very, very evenly, is the thing. If you've got a bit more pressure on one side than another, you'll get more ink coming through. And of course, the ink washes out, but for the person who's screen printing, if you don't work really quickly, the screen will eventually clog up with the ink.
Oh,
so
wow.
there is a real skill to screen printing like that.
Because there's sort of a texture to it. It's like a chalky paint texture
Yeah,
to it, isn't it?
it does come off. I haven't actually tried washing them out of mine just yet, but apparently it comes up pretty easily. And I asked Keiko recently, what happens if you accidentally catch it with the iron, you know, when you're putting something together?
Yes.
And she said, well, actually, she had ironed quite a few things, but she said not a very, very high temperature, but it's a medium temperature. I've pressed things with it a few times, and it still comes out, but it might take an extra wash or two to do it.
Right,
But
okay.
it does actually remove itself.
Now, for me, when I look at this, I see place settings, mats.
I think they would make lovely
coasters.
placemats, really lovely.
Or I see, half the stock of this is all gone, lovely. Or I see a lovely table
You
runner.
could make it as a table
You
run.
could buy two and have an extra length.
You could, or if you wanted to make a narrow table runner, you could take this section from here, this section from there. You know, cut your seam allowance, cut them with the seam allowance, a little extra on the end, because there's tons here.
Do you know what I would do?
And then join them.
I would join them and then I would sash them in the stripe,
Yeah,
the navy and red stripe.
yeah,
And I think that would look gorgeous.
yeah. It's funny you should say that, actually, because I've, well, you're sort of a sister company with Today's Quilter, aren't you?
Yes.
Yeah. I have done a table runner for Today's Quilter that's coming out. I think it might be the December issue. It's coming out very, very soon. It's not done with these, by the way. It comes with the set of stencils with Today's Quilter. You don't mind me plugging them, do you?
No.
But that is pretty much what we've done there. It's stripe, and it's fabric that you've marked using
So you
stencils.
can get ahead.
Yeah. Speaking of stencils, you've got a whole pile down
Well,
there.
let's talk about these stencils, shall we?
Yeah.
I've had a play with these before, and because we did them as a bundle. Are we doing them as a bundle today, Christopher? Are we doing them as a bundle today? Oh, no, individually.
That's good.
They work beautifully together. So you've got your 4 inch,
Yes.
4 inch, 4 inch, 4 inch. So, of course, they will, they will tessellate beautifully if you want to sort of do that and then have another one going around. This one is your 6 inch one. This is beautiful.
That is the one that's very, very similar to
The bag
where's
that you
put
had.
it? Yeah, the bag that I
Yes.
showed you. Oh, there we go. That's actually a slightly stretched version of the same pattern.
But that sort
But
of
that's
size.
it. Yes. So if you
Yeah.
fancied the idea of doing that as a bag, it would work beautifully.
And you can repeat these. They're all
Yeah, you
gridded,
can.
so you draw your grid
can.
out on your fabric and then you can repeat these. What I did on a show once was actually take elements, because these are done in 2 inch grids.
Yes.
You can fit them, you
Yeah,
can
you
slot
could work
them
them
in
together.
and you can work up a great big pattern. It's lovely once you get going with it. So let's give you the details for each of these. So the hemp leaf design, which is this
Yep, it's that one there. Yep.
Yes. Was £7.49 down to £5.99.
That's good.
It is good. And on the back it gives you the directions as to which order to do your stitches.
That's also very useful, particularly with that pattern, actually.
And actually that's lovely, I think, if you do that in your different coloured, because then you can
Yeah.
see the order that you did your
yes.
stitching. Now I love this one. This is your cherry blossom one.
That would look nice, actually, on the back of the fish bag as an extra
Wouldn't it?
design.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or on a pocket
Oh,
on the
yeah.
inside.
You could do that.
And I think just as a standalone motif, really, really pretty. In the centre of a quilt, I could see
Yeah.
that. Lovely. Or
Have you got a
actually,
cushion?
cushions or more coasters.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Now, this is your 7 treasures.
Shippo.
Shippo.
It's very easy to stitch that one. Most people look at it and they think, oh, you've got to stitch whole circles, but you do it with wavy interlocking lines.
So would you start there and go...
Yes, exactly. Exactly what you're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
See, I pay attention. I pay attention.
You're a very good student, aren't you?
Oh, yeah.
You have to come on one of my Sashiko courses. You'd love it.
I would love to. I would love to. Yeah, no, I was a nerd at school. I'm full-on nerd.
I was bottom of the sewing class, though.
What?
Yeah. Yeah, seriously.
No,
No, I
look
was.
at you
I
now.
was. I know.
Do you ever wish that your sewing teacher knew?
Yeah, it would be fun, actually.
I love that.
Now, this pattern here, Fundo, funnily enough, is half the lines that are on the Shippo design.
So you could just go through and take aspects.
Yes, you can.
If you wish.
Yeah.
Okay.
Basically, those two designs actually kind of work together.
Oh, nice.
I'll be saying a bit more of that in the next time I'm on.
And then this one. Now, my thought with this was, I don't know if you ever saw our Panda Pop quilt.
No, I don't think I did.
Which is gorgeous, but it's basically a lot of these clamshell shapes, and then the odd one is a panda's head. We've got ears on.
Oh, yes, I think I have
Joe
seen
Carter's
it.
Panda Pop.
Yes. Now you say.
Lots of people obviously bought this a couple of weeks
That would look
ago.
incredibly cute.
But I'm thinking if you wanted to hand quilt it, you could mark it out with this, and you could Sashiko stitch and have that repetition in the background in your quilting.
Yeah, that would look
'Cause
insanely cute.
It would be insanely cute. I'm glad you're with me on that.
Yeah. It's actually ocean waves, Sagaiha, that pattern.
Okay.
So again, it would be kind of appropriate on the back of the fish bag.
It would.
Yeah.
And no pandas would be harmed in the making of it. Now, I always think, do you ever do tree gifts at Christmas?
Yes, I know what you're going to say next. Yes.
Would you not? I mean, how happy would you be if that was just hanging from the tree?
Very, actually.
I mean, my cat would be really happy because he'd be popping those off all over the place. But I love these because they remind me of test
Tulip
tubes as
needles,
well.
they're absolutely gorgeous. Yeah, do open them from the bottom, and that way you get to keep the pretty bit of string on the top.
The one that I've got, Chris, is ending 09.
And what's this one?
Oh, there we go, it's already on.
Oh,
so
this one is
these are your
08.
assorted. These are your long ones. Now, if I hold that there, why is it important to have that gold-tipped top?
Just tells you which end of the needle it is as to its thread. I don't think there's any other reason for it, actually.
It doesn't help with glide or anything.
I don't think so. The thing that does help these needles go through, these are by a company called Tulip. They're polished in a very special way, and they do go through the fabric like a knife going through butter.
So it's the polish of them that is helping these, because these
I think
are traditional Japanese made in the Hiroshima region.
Yes, they are. They're made about 50 kilometres away from Hiroshima.
Yeah.
There's a little leaflet inside, actually, which tells you about them in English. So, if you yank that out, it'll tell you. And I think it has a little diagram showing what they would look like under a microscope.
Oh, there.
There you go.
Okay, so we polish the needle lengthways in streaks to minimise the contact surface with the cloth.
Yeah.
Like that.
So they do go through the fabric beautifully. They're very, very good. Tulip, actually, the company that makes them, they're specialists for making needles, pins, and apparently very, very specialised little bits of metallic things for industry. Yeah. They don't make anything else.
No, they're really specialised.
Yeah.
And this is your other one that you can grab. And again, 6 needles in there. These are the shorter ones.
Yeah. When you
when would I use short?
When you open those, you'll notice there's a tiny, unless somebody else has played about them first, there's a very tiny little bit of paper inside that test tube. Keep it in and store your needles back in the tube because it stops them corroding. Or rusting. And of course, in Japan, the climate's very humid.
Right.
So you need little tricks like that, really.
Perfect.
But it'll stop your needles going rusty if you keep that teeny weeny bit of paper. I think a lot of people don't realise what it's for because it's wedged in the side of the cork. But,
okay.
You do keep it.
There.
You see it? Yeah. just push it down the tube, and then you've always got it in there, and it'll keep your needles lovely and shiny.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Top tip. You know everything. Now, Hera markers. I'm a big fan of a Hera marker.
Yeah, the Hera's very good. I find it very good for doing straight lines, particularly. And the first place I came across it was when I was learning how to sew kimono, because we used it to mark the seams.
Right. Okay. So again, you can use it to mark your seams. You can use it to mark your grid.
Yeah.
Can't you, for your Sashiko? You can also use it for marking off your grids for quilting as well.
It's the kind of marker that you buy it once, and unless you lose it, it lasts you forever because it never actually wears out.
It's a one-off, isn't it? It's
Yeah.
not a consumable.
This one is a plastic one as well, so if you're vegan or veggie, that's okay because the traditional ones are made out of bone.
Yeah.
But it works exactly the same way. It basically polishes the line on the cloth.
Yes.
So that the line is there until you wash it, and then it will disappear.
Susan, your book.
We've still got a few of these.
We've
Wow.
got a few of these. Japanese Tote quilt blocks.
Mm-hmm.
What's the concept behind this?
Well, it was actually the follow-up
got 2
to
minutes.
another block book that I did. Yes, we wanted to do some lovely blocks that would mix and match with the blocks from the previous book, but they're all 9.5-inch blocks. You can do sampler quilts and things with them. The designs are mostly taken from Japanese family crests, believe it or not, even the geometric ones.
Oh, lovely.
So about half the book is patchwork, about half of it is applique with little bits of embroidery. But you know that taupe is a huge phenomenon in Japanese quilts. Very, very popular colour combinations. These lovely sort of quiet colours that have got a little touch of grey. Oh, that's all the technique section you're still going through. Oh, and you get a directory, so you can pick the blocks that you want. The
It's
blocks
like a
start with
mega
easy.
workshop, isn't it?
It is.
in
It
one?
is. It gives you all the techniques at the beginning. It gives you ideas for doing the quilts as well. You get pictures of the blocks, so like an exploded diagram, so you know exactly what you're making. You get all the cutting lists. They're all graded as well with pins. So 1 pin is easy, 2 pins is intermediate, 3 pins is a bit more difficult. I wouldn't say any of them are impossibly difficult. As long as you're sewing with a very accurate 1/4-inch seam allowance, you could put any of these together. And all the techniques you need are actually at the front. I really fell in love with doing sampler quilts by doing this book and the one that came before it. And oh yeah, there's a few projects in there as well, like that table runner, there's a wall hanging, there's a cushion, a bag, funnily enough. Yeah, there's quite a lot in there to keep you busy. And I eventually put that together as a sampler quilt.
How
The one that's in the
absolutely
photo there.
gorgeous.
There's the wall hanging.
Lovely. Just
So-
beautiful.
Loads and loads to have fun with.
And £5.50, £5.40 off today.
That's very good.
It was of incredible
Yeah.
value.
And they're
Incredible.
signed, I believe.
Indeed they are by you,
Yeah.
which helps.
I remember the epic box signing for these.
Yeah. There you go. It helps that it's signed
Yep.
by you, not by me or anything like that. So that's perfect. Wow, what a show. My goodness. If Sashiko is something that you've been thinking about, dabbling about, then today is your day to make the most of getting all of these wonderful kits ready to go. You're going to be back at midday, aren't you?
I am, yes.
And we're going to be doing some serious stitching.
We are.
Yes.
Yeah.
No smiles.
It'll
serious
be fun.
stitching. Serious stitching. So make sure that you check out everything that you've wanted on this morning's show. Next up, designer fabrics. And another extra special saving. So don't go anywhere. You'd be crazy to miss it. And I'll see you in just a couple of minutes.
Follow us on Twitter for more inspiration, top tips, news, and share your own creations with us.
Follow us on Facebook to see some of our favourite makes that we have coming up, which fabulous guests will be joining us, and some of our fantastic offers and discounts. We also hold one-off Facebook Lives with special guests and demonstrations exclusive to Facebook. Just search for Sewing Quarter on Facebook to find us.
To ease you into the huge discounts in our Black Tag event, we're giving you 20% off everything. That is absolutely everything on both our website and products shown on TV. To shop, head to www.sewingquarter.com or call our UK call centre on 0800 112 4433. Follow us on Twitter for more inspiration, top tips, news, and share your own creations with us.
Have you bought your Cricut Maker smart cutting machine yet? This fabulous machine is the next level in cutting, with endless possibilities to enhance all your makes. You can watch our demo with Cricut expert Mike Aspinall by heading to our YouTube channel. Mike shows us all about the machine, as well as some examples of what you can make with it. Watch the demonstration on Sewing Quarter YouTube channel and head to www.sewingquarter.com to buy your very own Cricut machine.
There are many ways you can watch Sewing Quarter. We are live every day on Freeview Channel 73 and Sky Channel 687 and online at sewingquarter.com. But if you've missed a show, don't worry. There are 2 easy ways to catch up. The first is through our website, www.sewingquarter.com, where we repeat that morning's shows throughout the day. On the homepage, you'll see our video stream. Click on the video to hear sound and see a list of the products that we have shown in that day's shows. The second way to catch up is on our YouTube channel. All our shows are kept on YouTube, so if you buy a product and want to see the demonstration again, you can. Go to www.youtube.com/Sewing Quarter, where you'll find all our shows listed by date. Select your preferred date, then you can pause, rewind, play and skip your way to the bits that you want to watch again. Check out the schedule on our website and watch on Freeview Channel 73, Sky Channel 687 or online at www.sewingquarter.com.
Have you heard about the Sewing Quarter fans Facebook group? It is a great place to chat to fellow SQ viewers, presenters and guest designers. Share sewing and quilting tips and see what other fans have made. You will even receive exclusive offers and find out about new products and projects before anyone else. Simply search for Sewing Quarter fans on Facebook to join the group and be part of the SQ community.
Learn dressmaking, quilting, bag making, toy making, English paper piecing and much more with our expert guest designers. We have demonstrations daily from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. from top industry experts such as quilting expert Kay Fassett, expert sewist Debbie Shaw, Great British Sewing Bee winner Charlotte Newland, expert toy maker Cara Ackerman, as well as our resident experts Jane Alcock, Amanda Little and Rebecca Reed. All have a wealth of knowledge and love to share their handy tips and techniques. You can watch on Freeview Channel 73, Sky Channel 687 or online at www.sewingquarter.com. Catch up on our YouTube channel too.
Hello, welcome back. Now, I promised you amazing discounts, incredible bargains. This is the dream. Surely this is the dream. We've got today for you, in terms of amazing discounts, throughout the web and everywhere, 20% off. We did it the other day. It was so successful. We brought it back for you again today. It's like we're in training, ready for Black Friday. So 20% off everything across the website. But in some cases, there's even more, like we had on the Sashiko hour, where we had 50% off the threads. Now, this is like the thread dream. So this is your poly sheen thread. So this is 100% polyester thread, but the sheen on here, the way that the actual thread itself is woven, it's sort of triangular, so it catches the light incredibly, and that's just down to the shape of the thread. And you are saving £50. Now, if you're someone like me that loves all the colours, this is it. And it comes in a handy carry case that I'm just making sure I know how to open. Awkward. Now, so hang on, you're getting all of these here, right? What you also get is this sort of grid here. So they've all got their number. So when you've used it, and you need to replace it because you can't get gaps, right? I don't think that's allowed. No. I would not cope with that at all. Then you can replace because you know exactly which ones. And this, when you open it up, are all your threads. And I tell you, it's the dream. We don't have loads of these, so you're getting 96 spools for £114.99. And the carry case, which is just incredible. Just incredible. So it's a smidge over £1 a spool with that saving on. You're also getting the shade card as well, which is actual thread. It's not sort of a likeness, the closest they could get with their printer or what have you. Wow. You have got all the threads there and you can just see the shine. So if there's a thread in here, look at that, that you're missing, that you go, actually, no, I need a shade that's just, I need 331. 3331, and you know, you can get it. It gives you all your washing instructions, your care instructions. Just incredible. Have a look on the internet. No one's near us on price on this. £114.99. Just incredible, incredible value. If you have got an embroidery machine, you need this in your life. You've got all of those gorgeous colours, and especially if you're embroidering, if you like to embroider any kind of animal or anything like that, because look at all of these shades, all of these neutral shades that you've got through here. It's just incredible. There is a small queue on the phone line, so please bear with us. And lots in baskets as well, so please check out. We don't have loads and loads, but you're saving £50 today, which is incredible. It's a lovely thing to have, super visual, a lovely way to store all of your threads, and you're getting 96 spools, and then you've got the foam inside so that nothing gets damaged, and you can pick it up and take it with you. It's not going to get dusty, it's going to be able to go to workshops with you, and you've got all of the threads there. Now the poly sheen, of course, has that amazing sheen on it, and it's got that incredible luster, so it's absolutely perfect if you're doing your embroidery. It's going to give that beautiful finish, that absolutely stunning finish. So if you fancy treating yourself, you know, happy unbirthday to you. It might actually be your birthday, in which case happy birthday. But everyone deserves a midweek treat, right? Yeah, yeah you do. Yeah you do. And our treat to you is taking £50 off this, so you can get 96 spools. Look at all of those colours. It's a full-on rainbow for £114.99. Incredible. We'll come back if there are any left, but for now, oh, hang on, someone's logged me out. Uh-oh. There we go, back. Right. Let's see. %20 off fabrics. So let's have a look at the bundle. So these are the Klimt inspired fabrics. We have had these on the show and absolutely love them. Absolutely love them. Was £23.49 down to just £18.79, half a metre of each of these. I've got for you a purple bundle, a blue bundle, and then the green bundle as well. But if they all intermingle beautifully, imagine just that for some Christmas decorations. So you can have them just Christmassy, or you can work them through, and then suddenly it's quite spring-like with that one. Very dramatic, and again with that gold highlight coming through. Absolutely beautiful. And that is £18.79, 20% off. Make the most of that. And it's off everything, remember. Look on the website as well. Don't forget to have a good look through there as well. This one, let's have a little look. These could be Christmas trees. There's no reason why you can't make these Christmassy. Now they're actually little elements highlighted from Klimt's designs, from his artwork, and they've been taken into these. But they were £5.99 at £4.79 per half a metre. Just incredible. Pop it in your basket. Now, the next one, so it might be that you've got an idea of a quilt that you want to do. And you need maybe, you know, mainly half metres. But there's an extra one. You want it for a bit of extra binding. So you need that extra meterage. And this is being sold now by the half metre on a 20% discount. Now you see, I think this would look lovely on a lot of boys' quilts and things like that. Kind of geometric. Chris wants a shirt out of it, but it's got that kind of geometric feel to it, hasn't it? And it's not florally or anything like that. When I was doing Freddie's Dinosaurs the other day, I suddenly realised just how many florals and how I was missing a lot of this sort of fabric in my stash. Just great, love it. Now, these are your reeds, dotty reeds with your metallic. Imagine that down some sashing, or binding, just lovely. And again, that's £4.79 per half a metre. Maybe you want to back a quilt in it. It'd be very special, wouldn't it? And then this always makes me giggle because this was basically my notepad at school, just had loads of wiggly doodles like this. Now, I'm not saying that Klimt was a doodler, but he kind of was. Maybe he did do the bubble writing. Maybe he had a heart rather than a dot for the eye. I would love to know that. Oh man. You just think that you were the bee's knees if you could do bubble writing. Right, what colour should we go for next? Should we go blues? Yeah, because this is one of my favourites. Look at this. Incredibly dramatic. Oh, the whole bundle. Yeah, sorry. I'm just getting carried away because it's so pretty. Right. Stunning stuff. Oh, you get the two. Okay, so in this bundle here, you've got your trees. This is your tree of life. And then if we get, I don't know how close we can get in, but you'll see that this is where the squiggly wiggly bits and these fabrics, where that has been lifted and embellished from and enhanced from. Yeah. And you can really see that design now. You've got a lovely textured background there. Oh gosh, extreme close up. Never do one of those on my face ever. Ever. I'll be very upset. $13.99 was $17.49. Maybe you've already had some of this from us and you know the quality of it and you know that you love it and you know that you just need some more of it. I would understand that. I would completely understand that. Then treat yourself. These are all 44 inches selvage to selvage. They are 100% cotton. What's not to love? Right, can we do these by themselves now? Aye, yes. Have we got all of the Rhapsody range by itself? Yeah. £4.79. So, beautiful decorative background there. £4.79. This is your metallic fabric by Macawa from Rhapsody. Was $5.99. Make that £1.20 saving per half a metre. That saving soon adds up. Yes, it does. I've got two different shades of blue here. It's rather lovely. Let's go darker one first. Yes, yes, yes. I love this bundle. Dee, 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 dee. Do you know what I could see this being used for? You know, when the kids have got their nativity plays for the kings. Yeah, little bits of that, a cape, be amazing. You'd be the best wise man out there. £4.79. It's like wise man on a budget. Be amazing. And then if you'd like to have a look, so if you want extras, so if you do want to make a wise man cape, either for yourself or, you know, we're not going to judge. If you just want to fly around in a cape, that's it. Oh, that's entirely up to you. But how rich and luscious is this? Christmas waistcoats. Yeah. So even your background in here is textured as well, just like it was with the trees. And that's £4.79 per half a metre. 20% off. This is just craziness. But it's there. We can't deny it. You need to make the most of it. There we go. Okay. So that's that bundle. Do you want to have a look at the orangey one? The scrolls galore. If you are loving the scrolls, then this is the next bundle to get for you, because in here you've got gold, orange and white scrolls with some beautiful metallic leaves. So this is a continuation of your scroll based fabric. Yeah, how gorgeous is that? So if you want all 4 of these in half meters, 44 inches selvage to selvage, that's $18.79 as opposed to $23.49 for 2 meters of designer fabric. If you are multi-buying on these, they are pre-cut. So if you want length of it, then that's why we're selling it by the half meter in just a moment. The gold scroll at the bottom, not available by itself. All of our stock of this is now in this bundle. So if you're desperately after this one here, and look how beautiful that is. I'm thinking Christmas decorations. Or actually, I mean, if you took all the other colours away and you could mix it through with all sorts of pinks and things, just to, you know, centres of flowers, things like that if you're fussy cutting. Or if you are doing hexes, you know, when you put the hexes together and it looks like a flower, you could have that in the middle. Sorry? Yeah, Janet, I was just looking at your message. Can you tell me what is included with the Cricut advertised at $379.999999? And does the 20% discount apply to this product? Thank you. Sorry? Anything that is discounted will have was on the description, Janet. So if you have a look at the description, if it says was, then you know that it's already been discounted. So the money's already been taken off. It's not going to happen at the checkout. So not quite everything on the website. There are a few things, but do take a look, because the majority across the board have been. So do take a look at that. And when you click on the Cricut, click on that, and it will show you the bundle. I believe you get like the tweezers and the roller with it, I think. If it's the one that I'm thinking of. Or is that just the one by itself? Janet, because you haven't given me an item code, we've got it in different bundles. Go to the website, click on the actual one, and it will tell you exactly what it's coming with. And if that is the price that is advertised, that's the price that it is. If it says was, then it's discounted. Okay, Chris doesn't think that one is discounted, but take a look. Take a look. Now, fabric by the half meter, we digress. But if you've got any questions like that, you know, we will happily answer them for you. That's what we're here for. So this is your metallic reeds. Again, in those lovely rich autumnal tones. £4.79 was $5.99. Lovely. Lovely, lovely. Okay. Next up. is your cream. Now this might be slightly harder to see. Now, was it Yvonne we had on the other day, Chris, that was making Christmas decorations? If you got any of her kits and you've learnt how to make Christmas decorations, then you could use her templates, get some of this fabric and make some beautiful Christmas decorations using her techniques. Now, yeah, how exquisite is that? Very, very limited. If you want this one, please check out your basket. We've got 20% off this today, and it is absolutely stunning, and that's $4.79. So again, check out those baskets. Check them out. Now, we don't have the gold, do we, by themselves? So that's just available in the bundle. So let's do that. We've done, okay, so we've done those three now. Are these all individual? Okay, so this isn't one great big bundle. This is what we now have individually. So if this might be the moment where you go, oh, Clint, yeah, now I know who you mean now. When you see this, imagine two little heads poking out at the top, having a kiss, and that's Clint basically. So this is your blue decorative wavy striped metallic fabric. Gosh, that's a mouthful. By the ½ meter, and you'll see elements of all of these beautiful design fabrics. You'll see elements in this one. This is the one that pulls everything together, gives you all those gorgeous colours. Chris says it's like the Gorilla Glue of fabric, holding it all together. Well, it is. There are kind of two different colourways. You've got your purples and your blues, and then you've got your oranges and your golds. So this is sort of one side of that, holding all of those purples and blues and greens together. Now, oh, this one's again, this is lovely. So maybe you've been gathering all of the scroll fabrics, then here's another one to add in. How gorgeous. It's that detail. It's the texture of the blue in there. And then all of that metallic on there. Just exquisite. And that's $4.79 per ½ meter. Again, 20% off. If you've just tuned in this morning, hello, we've got 20% off. Off. Pretty much everything. There are a few exceptions, but really not many. And some things are more than 20% off, like we had the Metler threads earlier. When we get to the end of this range, we'll go and check in with the Metler threads and see how many we've got left there. So $4.79 here. Very dramatic in the black, isn't it? Yeah. But it just works. Just works. Which you might want to blend through with your reeds. And again, all of these 44 inches, these are quilting weight cottons, 44 inches selvage to selvage. And again, 20% off, $4.79 per ½ meter. It really looks different in the black. It's very dramatic in the black. I really like it in the black, actually. And then the greens. I would like to bind books in this one. I think they'd look lovely. Or maybe table runners in this. $4.79 per ½ meter. And again, you've got that textured background going on in there. Making it all rather fabulous. Now, I've got 2 more swirls to show you. They really did like a swirl, didn't they? I mean, we've got them in all the colours. All the colours. Rich and luscious. So this is it in red. So just when I think I've seen the richest out of all of them, and then they go and throw this one in. Christmas? It could be Christmas, but if you're mixing it through with obviously the other fabrics from this range, then it just all merges. But you see this again, when you see it in conjunction with the Gorilla Glue fabric, the one that's holding it all together, like that, then you see that it's actually just a pattern that's been taken and highlighted from here and emphasized here. But if you just see it by itself, out of context, then it could be designer Christmas trees with that gold metallic. So use it however you want. It's your fabric. Well, it will be when you buy it. It's not yours until you buy it, obviously. $4.79. There we go. Okay. Let's take a little look. Now this is your green. Have we not had this in a bundle anywhere else? First time. No, we didn't. We didn't put it in any of the other bundles. But I just think this is beautiful. We've had 3 different shades of blue. We've had red, orange, yellow, white with the gold, purples, and now we've got this lovely, lovely turquoise. And then this is your last one. Chris, do you like this in this colourway or in your purples, blues and... Oh, you like both? You just love this fabric. That's fair enough. You're allowed to just love this fabric. So $4.79. That whole range, 20% off. 20% off. Just crazy, crazy, craziness. There we go. Pop it in your basket, check it out. Make sure that you've got the fabric that you want in the amounts that you want. Remember that it's by half-metre increments when you're buying by the half-metre. If you are buying a bundle, then it will have already been pre-cut for you. Let's go and recap over here. Very, very popular. Keep losing you, Chris. So this is one of our extra special savings today. We've got a few each hour, just to tempt you with. Is a £50 saving enough to tempt you this morning? Over half the stock of morning have gone this morning, and lots in baskets. So I would say a big yes, a resounding yes on this. You don't just get those, you also get those. Plus you also get the case to keep it in. I think this will probably sell out before the end of the day. Possibly the end of the show. Now remember, you also get this that goes over the top of it so that you've got all of the numbers when you need to reorder thread. You also get your full polysheen range. Actual thread colour chart. So no approximation with limitations with your paint or your printing. This is actual colour because it's the actual thread wound round. That's amazing. That must be so time consuming to do. And again, with all of the list of their colours, the names and everything in there, so that if you see one that you absolutely need to have, then you know. Going to look so professional, aren't you, with this? And just bring this out. And again, that gives you care instructions for your threads as well. You've also got, look, you see that's all nicely bolted there, so everything is taken care of. Okay, we've looked. We have not managed to find this cheaper anywhere else on the web. Cheapest place we've found? It's £40 more expensive than we've got for you here. So please check out your baskets if you don't want to miss out on this today, because it is a bit crazy on price. So this is your poly sheen thread case, perfect for your machine embroidery. When it's gone, it's gone. We will not be getting this back. So if you've been thinking about this for a while, or if you're someone who's suddenly got a machine that you want to do more machine embroidery with, now this thread is a multi-purpose thread. You can use it for quilting, you can use it wherever you wish, but I think because it's got that beautiful shine, if you are doing decorative stitches, if you are doing embroidery, it's doubly beautiful for you because of that lovely sheen. And that sheen is down to the triangular shape of the thread. So it's a very special shaped thread, and that triangular shape means that there's always light bouncing off a side of it, which is why it gets that gorgeous sheen on it. Now you're saving £50 here. It's £114.99 as opposed to £164.99. So as I've said to you, there's got 20% off almost everything. Some things have more. So this is your extra special saving today. What a massive saving it is. Whoop. 96 spools. So coming in then at just over £1 a thread, you get the case. Oh my goodness, is the guide is normally £25, just with the threads, because each one has got those threads on it, wound round. Very, very time consuming to create, I would imagine. So £114.99. That's your poly sheen thread case. All right, now let's tidy. And let's have a look here. Can we start here? Yeah. How would you like to do this, Chris? For the whole bundle? Love this. This is basically my life in fabric. With those wellies. Animals hidden in the little dots. Dogs galore. All of these, and this is the Riley Blake Fox Farm range. This is your mega bundle. 4.5 meters was, look at this, my word, was 73.49 down to 58.79. Whoa! Incredible. Obviously the welly boots are my favourites. Obviously. Very much like a photo I posted on Instagram the other day of our life in wellies. Because now Emily is starting to walk and she's got her favourite. She won't put socks on at all. Really difficult taking her anywhere in this weather because she won't put socks on. There's full-on baby rage if there are socks. So I had to get her fleece-lined boots instead. And that's what she's got. And they are her stompy stompers. And the minute she has her stompy stompers on, she just wants to walk. Now, not all of these are available by the half metre. I believe the 3 down the bottom are not. That and that, I don't think they are available by the half meter. Is that right? Yeah. So just be aware of that. And we are limited on numbers of the bundle. So if you love this range, check out your baskets now. With your 20% off, you've got so much fun in here. You've got gold spots with foxes in. You've got all sorts of hounds in here. Yeah, let's start. Should we start with, where do you want to start? Navy boots? Navy boots, navy boots. I could imagine this in utility rooms up and down the country. Yeah, this is basically my world. So that's £7.99 down to £6.39 per half a metre. Oh, yeah, no, it would be really lovely if those stools that you have in the hallway and you have the cushions on them, underneath where you hang your coats, you could make your cushion out of that. It'd be amazing. Do you want to see it in your minty colour? Actually, I think this would be great in your kitchen as well. Anything like good fun fabric. They are a little hunter-esque, aren't they? Yeah. Posh wellies. I remember when we were first pregnant with Freddie, and my mum's friend Jane, she sent us a little size of size 4 red hunter wellies, just like that. Tiddly tiny ones, the smallest size they do. And she wrote it with a little card, and don't forget, if you're having one of those, these, you'll need some of those. I was like, yeah, about the strength of it. Now, here we have the Fox Farm with your hounds. Gold highlighted hounds in here. You've got gun dogs. Does anybody other than the Queen have corgis? You've got, there was a dash hound in there somewhere. You've got a spaniel. You've got pointers. So you've got a mixture of hounds and gun dogs in there. Will you wish me luck? I'm taking my otter hound to ring craft class tonight. It's gonna be root for me. Yeah. I'm not sure if this is a genius idea to keep her brain exercised or just, I don't know if we're just gonna get thrown out in disgrace. I don't know. But it's one of those things, if you have a rare breed, you're kind of obligated almost to sort of do a bit with them. She'll love it. I mean, she'll have a blast. Look at the little snoozy foxes. Lovely. I'd love to make Emily a dress out of this. It'd be super cute. So available by the half metre, was £8.49 down to £6.79 per half a metre. But look at all of that metallic on there. Whee! With that lovely light pink background. Looking gorgeous. Now, you see, if I've made something for Emily, then I would have to make something for Freddie, right? Because when you've got kids, you've got to do what's fair is fair. So here's your navy. Yeah, do you know, Chris is just saying so pink for Freddie then. But actually it was in Victorian age, pink was for the boys. £6.39. It's amazing how customs change, isn't it? I think every child at some point has pink as a favourite colour. Whoops. But that's a super smart bag, isn't it? You can make bags out of that. What about welly boot bags, things like that? This is rather lovely. So then we go to your florals, and I could imagine your kitchen cushions out of this. Maybe edged in your navy wellies. Loving that blue and that red together. On one of our monitors in the studio, this is pretty much the true colour, and in the other one it's looking a bit orangey. It is a really warm red. No, it's not an orange red. It's a warm red. It's not an orangey red. Warm red, yeah. Very limited on it though, so please do check out if you've got that in your basket. Oh, that's everything that's available individually. Oh my goodness, wow, okay. Let's move that across then. Oh, this one here, a similar one-ish. Well, who's designed this then? Oh, so, and it's still the Fox Farm. Oh, it's just not in the bundle. Well, that threw me. I was like, but that looks exactly the same. There you go. So this has got your navy background. It is limited in stock, so we couldn't put it in the bundle. It's only available by itself. It's £6.39 per half a metre, but what a lovely striking design. £6.39 per half a metre. This is your navy main floral fabric. Gorgeous, isn't it? Yeah. All of these quilting weight, 44 inches, selvage to selvage. Now, how's about some roses? These are individual as well. Individual, yeah. Now, we are Riley Blake here. My Mind's Eye. Oh, she loves a bit of pink and metallic, doesn't she? But this time, rose gold. Ooh, yes. You get a lot of sort of gold and silver metallics, but you don't often get rose gold metallics, do you? How beautiful that is. Super duper stylish. Now this was £8.49 down to £6.79. Whoa! Beautiful. Beautiful. And that could, you know, that could be so sophisticated, so beautiful. Chris, have we got rose gold pleather anywhere? Because that would look amazing with either rose gold pleather or the black metallic pleather in a bag. Oh, Janet in Cumbria. Hi, Tasha. Could you please repeat what you said about the programme on Netflix? Hubby was trying to tell me something at the same time. Oh, Janet. What's he doing trying to talk to you while sewing quarters on? You'd think after 3 years he'd know better, wouldn't you, eh? Yeah, so there is a show called Alias Grace on Netflix. Obviously, you can't watch that yet because, you know, we don't go off air till 1. Then we'll let you go on to Netflix. And in the first show, there's this whole scene about quilts. She's talking to a doctor and she's talking about quilts and the history of the quilt and that every woman should have 3 quilts and the difference in the patterns and why you should have the different patterns. It was just lovely, that was all. I just thought I'd mention it, didn't know if anybody else had seen it, but the quilts that they showed were really beautiful. And it's a drama series about a murderess. Dun, dun, dun. I think it's rated 15, Janet, so you've got to be 15 to watch it. £6.79. Now, here we have just not an ordinary spot. but a very, oh, there you go. Can you see that slight metallic edging on that polka dot? Lovely, hey? For $6.79. So that's your Riley Blake Rose Gold Sparkle Black dots. Are you making the most of this 20% off today? Oh, look at this. Oh, this is rather special. Ba, 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 ba. How gorgeous. So we've got the roses, we've got the spots, and we've got the stripes in this beautiful rose gold finish. Beautiful, really striking. What about one of those clutch bags in this? Only 2 meters left. Pop it in your basket. It is stunning. Oh, so what my thought would be, if you're going for this for bag making, then do have a look on the website, because we used to have rose gold fittings. I don't know if you've still got them on there. But do have a look on the web, because now will be the day to get them when there's 20% off. These ones. Yes. Yes, yes. Now, you really like these ones, don't you, Chris? This is one of Chris's favourites. So this is Riley Blake, and these are your pastel fabrics from the Rhapsody range. Pink is not available by itself, so the only way to get that one is to buy all of these. Was $23.49. These are metre lengths. Way, so something a little bit different here. We're now on to metre lengths. We have upped the ante. Oh no, sorry. Yeah, 1.5 metre. Whoops. Yes, 1.5 metres for $18.79. Yes, so it's down to 6 something a half metre. Sorry. I'm going crazy. Oops. Just confused everyone, haven't I? Sorry about that. 1.5 meters. I don't know where I got that from. Clearly just making it up. This is $6.39 per half a metre. And this is available individually by the half metre. The pink is not. So actually there is a very, very slight saving in buying all 3 half meters together, isn't there? On top of the 20% saving. Savings all round. And then the other one that's available by the half meter is this one. I love the teal. And then it's got that beautiful soft pink brick in there as well. I think of it as brickwork or parquet floor. Block paving just doesn't sound the same, Chris. Parquet floor. For $7.99, no. $6.39 today. Great value for money there. There we go. Now then. I've got 1 fat quarter, haven't I? This one. Have I got just 1 fat quarter? Now this is Shannon Newland, and my whole show has been half meters, as much as I've tried to make it meters. I don't know why on its own it was £7.72. It's really weird pricing, but now it's $6.17. Oh no, yeah, that's quite expensive, isn't it? Let's not look at that. No. You've got better value things on the show today. I'm looking out for you, you see. Forget about that. Unless you really love it, in which case that's fine. But I think I've got Shannon Newland fabric at better. Can I swap it over? What's it? Hang on. Kate on a discount. Are you kidding me? Right. Let's have a look at this then. Do you know, out of all of my cave shows, I've never had this one on one of them. I've got some of this fabric at home. And actually he uses it to back some of his quilts. And you, so was $7.49 down to $5.99. Could you imagine fussy cutting one of those great big things? And when you look at his quilts in the Cotswolds book, you can really see, you know, those big planters in Hidcote Gardens, really giving inspiration for these big planters here. So that's your Yellowstone flower fabric. This one in the cream colours was his fastest selling fabric in Australia. Just as a bit of a... Okay. Look at this. Okay. 20 seconds per fabric to get through them all. We are running out of time. This is your grey geodes, down to $5.99 per half a metre. Very, very stunning. And absolutely lovely to have that available by the half metre. So you can decide how much of that you want. We often see cave in fat quarter form. Lovely to have it by the half metre, however much of it you wish. I have this in green, ready to back a quilt. Now this is 44 inches selvage to selvage. Look how gorgeous that is. These big, bright, vibrant prints. This is your Turkish Delight fabric, absolutely stunning. $5.99 per half a metre. This is amazing as a quilt backing, just beautiful. Or dressmaking, could you imagine a maxi dress in that? Be, oh, awesome. And then I've got it with a red background, or sort of an orangey colour actually. Come on, fabric, open, open, open. $5.99 per half a metre. Beautiful. How gorgeous is that? There we go. Now, that's, I can't believe that some cave snuck in there this hour. And remember, have a look on the website because these are available by the half metre. Then there are other fabrics on the website, all available with 20% off today. Now, Shannon Newland. Here we go. And we were saying the other day when we had this on that it looks, what do you see in it? Traffic cones. It's the traffic cone fabric. And once you see it, it's like, yeah, no, it's traffic cones. Or you can see beacons, like lighthouse beacons and candles. Got to get a wriggle on, so we're going to miss out. So 20% off all of these. Make sure you check out the website as well. Loving this big bold print. Yeah. Again, this is Shannon Newland again. Very talented artist in her own right. And loving all of her fabric designs. Big, bold, bright, $5.99 per half a metre. Fabulous. Yeah. Ah, now this one. This is one of my faves. Love this one. I have no idea where that's going, but I almost feel like I need to do a roller blind or a Roman blind or something in it. On a really plain, boring wall, and then it's like, aha, whoosh, woo! So that's going. And then I've got a lovely red rose. And again, 20% off these. So the reds and the purples giving it such warmth. $5.99 was $7.49 down to $5.99. Your Shannon Newland red rose fabric. Stunning. blue flowers. Very unusual to get blue flowers naturally in the wild, isn't it? Like roses and stuff like that. I don't think you really get many blue roses, do you? It would be amazing. $5.99 again. That big, bold, fabulous print. And then the last, oh, is this last? Yes, last one by the half metre is your traffic cones again, but in those lovely red warm colours. And here, but then if you just look to the right or the left of the traffic cones, and you get those gorgeous sort of knots of colour going through in the green and the orange and the pink. Love it. Now, let's have a quick recap on the metal of threads. How are we doing, Chris? Just about to find out. Saving £50. We like that. 96 spools. You've got all the colours in here. In a handy carry case. With your chart so that you know exactly what number you need to rebuy when you've run out because you've used it so much. And please use this, especially for those of you. I know that some of the, oh hello, where am I going? Some embroidery machines where they have built-in designs will give you a number for the colour that they recommend for the design. In which case, you've got most of the numbers here. And then if there are other extras that you want to order, and this alone is something fabulous because each of these are the actual threads woven, just wrapped round so that you get a true colour match. Look at that. And this is your polysheen threads. 3 left. If everybody checks out, I've got 3 left of these. £50 off. We have had a look. We have not found this cheaper on the web anywhere else. And we have had a good old rummage around. If you've found it cheaper anywhere else, do let us know. But at the moment, we cannot find this cheaper anywhere else. We've taken £50 off. Just to give you an idea, the next best, I think, was about £40 more. And that was just in a quick search, so it wasn't extensive, but that's the sort of thing that we're looking at savings-wise. These do not come around very often with that kind of saving on. So when you see it, you've got to grab it. Remember, it's not about what you're spending, it's about what you are saving. And today you are saving £50. Yep, which makes Laura jiggle. Every time we have a saving, Laura jiggles. Worth it just for that. I'll see you in just a few minutes.
Have you bought your Cricut Maker Smart Cutting Machine yet? This fabulous machine is the next level in cutting, with endless possibilities to enhance all your makes. You can watch our demo with Cricut expert Mike Aspinall by heading to our YouTube channel. Mike shows us all about the machine as well as some examples of what you can make with it. Watch the demonstration on Sewing Quarter YouTube channel and head to www.sewingquarter.com to buy your very own Cricut machine.
To ease you into the huge discounts in our Black Tag event, we're giving you 20% off everything. That is absolutely everything on both our website and products shown on TV. To shop, head to www.sewingquarter.com or call our UK call centre on 0800 112 44 33. Learn dressmaking, quilting, bag making, toy making, English paper piecing and much more with our expert guest designers. We have demonstrations daily from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. from top industry experts such as quilting expert Kay Fassett, expert sewist Debbie Shaw, 2019 Search for Star winner Jenny McCreary, expert toy maker Cara Ackman, as well as our resident experts Amanda Little and Rebecca Reed. All have a wealth of knowledge and love to share their handy tips and techniques. You can watch on Freeview Channel 73, Sky Channel 687 or online at www.sewingquarter.com. Catch up on our YouTube channel too.
Have you heard about the Sewing Quarter Fans Facebook group? It is a great place to chat to fellow SQ viewers, presenters and guest designers. Share sewing and quilting tips and see what other fans have made. You will even receive exclusive offers and find out about new products and projects before anyone else. Simply search for Sewing Quarter Fans on Facebook to join the group and be part of the SQ community. Have you heard about the Sewing Quarter Fans Facebook group? It is a great place to chat to fellow SQ viewers, presenters and guest designers. Share sewing and quilting tips and see what other fans have made. You will even receive exclusive offers and find out about new products and projects before anyone else. Simply search for Sewing Quarter Fans on Facebook to join the group and be part of the SQ community.
Look what we've done. I say we, I had absolutely nothing to do with it. But I'm going to take some credit now. No, I'm absolutely not. This is fabulous. This is the new bookshelf quilt that we've got for you. This is the brainchild of Louisa Goult and Wendy and Bex Reed. Yep. And Amy as well, our designer. So, 3 fabulous heads together, and look what they've come up with. 4. Well, who was I not counting? 4 fabulous heads together. Math's not a strong point today. I'm so tired. Sorry. And this is the result. So a little bit of everything. Bit of quilting, bit of applique, bit of foundation paper piecing. Ooh. And the result, oof, stunning, absolutely stunning. I have got 2 colourways for you. That is, we're calling it the crafter. So we've called it the crafter. So you get your panel and then you get 2 meters of fabric there. So 2 meters of your grey, a meter of that rather, and half a meter of everything else. There's your thread. But let me show you the panel. I've lost words today. Because you can name your books. I love this. So you get the books. And then you get the handmaid tale rather than the handmaid's tale. Lady Fat Quarterly's lover. Nice. The dressmaker, brave cruel, as in cruel work, world, Midsummer Night's seam, love it, A Stitch in Time, Quilter's Guide, So you've got all of these different elements. Oh yeah, your bookends as well, your A to Z. Oh, it's just lovely. You've got your plant here as well. So a really fun project for you. Maybe like some of the hotels we've stayed at, you know, rather than having just a window that opens up onto you know, onto a brick wall, they should hang these up instead. Be lovely. It is a lovely effect, really lovely. The artwork is gorgeous in it. You've got spools, you've got all sorts. Baskets of goodies. Oh my goodness, nearly a quarter of that has gone already. I'm stood here with it, holding it up, and you're looking at a screen of it. Well, who's the fool? I will not have any bingo wings from holding this up. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. I'm just throwing the thread on the floor. Director Joe says in his defence he wasn't looking at what I was doing. Well, no, it's not really a defence when you're ever watching what we're doing, because that is your job. It is kind of to look at what we're doing, you know, and then call what camera you'd like it from. But, you know, that's okay in your defence. Your defence. I don't think there is a defence, my lad. Now, if you want something a bit more oldie-worldy, for the gentleman in your life, or the traveller, this is your traveller bookshelf. So we had the Crafty one, and now we've got the traveller one. I love the globe on it. There's a globe, got a globe down there. You've got an encyclopedia. We've got loads of maps in our house. You're also going to get a metre of chocolate, not like fabric, not, oh, that'd be amazing. You do sometimes see them though, don't you? Like chocolate by the yard, ready for Christmas. Not that. A metre of chocolate, sorry to disappoint. Half a metre of brunette. And half a metre of white for £31.99. And your thread. I haven't thrown that one on the floor. Yeah. And then if you want to wad it, we've found you some wadding to wad it with. And this is your So Simple pre-cut cotton wadding. This is 100% cotton. Lots of varieties, lots of different sizes. But this is your cot size, which is 45 by 60 inches. 20% off. Hello.
Hello again.
I didn't know if Chris was saying to bring some. Do I need to bring anything with me? Bring the grey quilt. Right. The finished one. Which is your favourite, Louisa?
The Crafters one, I think.
Oh, is it?
Only because I think it was Rebecca Reid that had fun with the book names. So I just love it.
It feels like her kind of humour.
Yeah. And I like the pink and the grey. And
it's beautiful, isn't it?
Isn't it?
I'm going to drape it over there. I did have a message from Karen who was trying to be good and ended up buying a whole heap of Wellington fabric. This would work too.
It's great,
Beautiful.
isn't it? I love it. And it was such a team, as you said, it was such a team effort. And I think, I enjoy working with something called a team. And we're all like amazing.
It's a good collaboration.
It's a good collaboration, exactly. Collab.
Yeah.
You like collabs.
Even if I miss people off.
Well, exactly. I don't know who you weren't counting.
I don't know. I don't know.
We won't mention that.
No.
But no, they're great.
How complex is this to make?
Right, it's not complex at all.
Really?
Not at all.
Is it going to keep my interest because it's got lots of different techniques?
Yes, definitely.
Excellent.
Okay, so it is built into rows, from rows, okay?
Right.
And then the rows are in units. So the instructions, which you've got in the instruction books, I've drawn out each shelf as they're laid out, and I've given you cut-in dimensions in each block.
Oh, nice. And actually, each of the books are labelled
Each
on
of the books
panel
are
as well.
labelled, yeah. So what I
is really a
did to
stitching
start
by
with,
numbers.
it really is. So what I did was one evening I sat in front of the telly and just cut out all the books out of the panel.
But leaving that top bit where
I've
it's
left the number on the top. So then that meant that when I went to the sewing table, because we've given you some extra seam allowance, but they're not exact, So you've got a little bit on the tops than more on the top than you have on the
So
sides.
you just, it's like it's bleed, isn't it?
Yeah.
And so then you cut it back to whatever
Exactly.
seam allowance you want to work with.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. So on the cutting instructions, so the dimensions on this page are your cut measurements, not your finished measurements. It does say up there in big red writing that cut
Well, yeah,
measurements.
but whoever actually, read the instructions for things.
Exactly. So you would go along each book. So again, each section's into units. So that's one unit. And then you've got the middle unit, a big grey unit where the plant goes. So the actual bits, the plant and the basket and the A to Z, they're all bonder webbed on.
Okay, so we've got some applique.
You've got some applique.
And then we've got some quilting. But then, hang on. What happens over here when I've got a book on a slant?
The lean-in books are foundation pieced.
Nice. That's not a daunting amount of foundation paper piecing either,
So
is
you've
it?
got 3 sections of lean-in books. So you've got one there, and a big one there. And yeah, I mean, they're really simple. So you piece your units together and then bonder web on your pieces, and then I've stitched around raw edge applique around the edge. I would love to have done some Helen Newton free motion embroidery.
Oh gosh, she's amazing.
But yeah,
I tried that the other day.
Skill, yeah.
No, I tried that the other day with the dinosaur and it was not as effective.
I think I
need
need
to practice
time,
it.
yeah. You need
Don't
time,
do
but
it when
her
you're
work is
tired
amazing.
or on a fleecy fabric. That was my mistake.
Oh, right. No.
No.
Okay, so the instructions also have a list of all your grey pieces that you need to cut out, all your background pieces. So you can go through the whole list in the instructions and cut out all the pieces and then put them into piles for each unit.
Right.
Or you could do what I did. I just cut a 2.5-inch strip across the width of the fabric. I think there was 2.5-inch strips, and then I just cut down my pieces as I went along.
Oh, okay.
So there's a bit of wastage because obviously all the pieces aren't 2.5.
Slightly different, yeah.
But it's just if you've laid them all out and you're cutting and trimming as you go, then you can do them by unit.
Okay.
And it keeps everything nice. Keeps everything nice. So I would start off with book 1. So it says book 1, 1.5 by 5 inches. So when trimming, again, this 6.5-inch ruler is invaluable. So I would lay my, 5 inches on top of the book. Just make sure I've got enough seam allowance either end.
So you're effectively fussy cutting.
Yeah, you are. I mean, that one's a bit different actually because there wasn't a lot on there, but book 2, you can probably see it a lot easier as well. So if I put that on top of there, there's your 6 inches. So you've got a quarter of an inch there and a quarter of an inch there at the top of the end of the book. So you just trim them down. The widths are fine. It's just the top and bottom that you just need to trim down to size.
Fab. And you're not having to wield round an unwieldy ruler.
No. Exactly.
So the details for that with 20% off, $11.99 down the bottom.
Okay, so you would do all of those. So that's 6.5. So I kind of did them in units so that I just kept everything together and didn't get confused. And then it depends on which way you want to put around the books. I mean, some have got. Where are we?
So we've got the handmade tale, the iron, the stitch, and the wardrobe.
Yes. So yeah, so those labels again are bonder webbed on. So I haven't got a big ruler, have I? So that one's supposed to be 8 inches. That's just. Have we got a bigger ruler? Oh, that one will do. The long one. Perfect.
There you go.
Thank you.
That's right, it's always handy to have a few, isn't it?
Yeah, so they're bonder webbed on and then raw edge applique. So you can choose what you want to put where, really.
Right. Or, you might have a favourite place to put things.
Okay, then book 5. So book 5 and 6 are the same. That's 6.
They're pretty, aren't they? Really pretty. Lovely colourways.
And I like the colourway of the other one as well, actually. It's a bit more, and it's more
The other one
interesting
is
than
more,
a naked wall, as you said, as a bare wall.
Men's club.
Yeah.
Gentlemen's club.
Smoking, yeah.
Yes.
The smoking club, as was.
Chris would like to whip out his smoking jacket to
Would
sit
he
by
now?
that one.
Yes.
Yeah. And one of those, what are they called? Bubble pipes things. You know, the one with the...
Oh, the proper...
Yeah.
Yeah. So then I would go along the background blocks and then cut those out of just my strip. So yeah, I mean there is a bit of wastage here, but you have plenty of fabric.
And how organised do you clip these together, keep them
Well,
together?
as I'm doing one unit at a time, I just put them together like that.
Oh, okay.
And then you can take them to the machine.
So whatever
like
way you
that.
find, just be methodical.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. 1.5.
And if in doubt, they're all going to add up to the same.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, if when you lay them out, they should all, as long as they've got a seam in them, they should all line up evenly.
So it's easy to see if you've missed.
Yeah.
Calculated anything.
Which I did do.
Well, you know. I think when you're just reading.
Well, it helped
quite a lot.
making two.
Right.
Because then I could.
Second time around was much easier.
Exactly. I could check my own instructions, which is always a good thing.
Now, this has got money off as well today because it's 20% off. Which is craziness on a brand new product.
That is craziness.
Crazy.
So then
make the most of it.
Got your unit lined up there, so I would then just take the first two. So you're going to just attach each of the strips onto their books.
1/4 inch seam or
1/4 inch seam.
does it matter, or just
It
find
does,
one and
yeah.
be consistent?
Well, yeah. No, you want to be a 1/4 inch.
1/4 inch, right. And chain piecing?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, you know what we had?
Oh, yeah, that's why I needed that.
The chain piecing
Sorry,
thing.
Chris, you were right.
I don't know if that's going to come back or not. We didn't use it, did we, last hour? But
No.
we need it now. It's on its way.
So these two go together first, and then you put the
do
grey bit
they?
on the end. Yeah.
Okay. And if we lost, and that one goes the
And
whole
that's the
height.
full height.
And then presumably, you could put them in whatever order you wished.
You can do, yeah. As long as the unit, thank you. As long as the unit measures the same when you finished, yeah, you can put them in any order you want.
So there's scope for individuality on here.
Definitely.
I like that.
Definitely. This is what you meant, wasn't it?
Yeah. I lose scissors all over the place.
These are great. They're
My children take scissors. It's a nightmare. But this has, well, it's £8.79 because you've got 20%.
iron.
You'd like the iron, wouldn't you? Now then, I'm going to move that and pop that over there to make room. Make room.
So then these I've pressed towards the books just to make them stand out a bit more proud, if you like.
Press towards the book, so
Towards the
not to the
books.
dark side.
No. I mean, it's all quite dark, but I thought because obviously when you press the seam one way, one side disappears into the background, I suppose, and one side's a bit prouder.
There are so many things to think about when just pressing a seam. You wouldn't necessarily think, would you?
No.
But actually, it's quite an art form in itself.
It is indeed. And these ones I'm going to press open.
Just
to
to
confuse
do
you.
everything. No, that's fine. I'm comfortable with that.
Okay, so I have 1, 2, 3, and then that one. So this one then has that on top of it.
Okay.
So as long as you just follow the diagram, and even if you've lost the order of the books, you can, like, if they step up like those do, then you can know that they're in the right order.
Yes. Yeah, but, yes, because when you've trimmed them back, you've trimmed back what book number was.
Yeah,
which.
exactly.
Okay, I'm with you.
So you can press that one towards the books.
Towards
And then these are just sewn along the length. And you can pin these if you like. I didn't, because they're quite short edges. Try and just check that your seams align in the right place, right direction as you go.
So as long as they are all sewn
Ooh, that's
together.
short. I don't know. I think I cut the book down too short, that one. So we'll just ignore that.
Okay.
Oh.
It's all going on now, isn't it? It's all going on. Why does that keep falling out? Oh, do you want it to come down again?
It's the table.
I don't know if it's been moved. Come on. Let's get
Ooh.
going. There you go.
Thank you. I was going to say, Susan's not that high either. You just like playing, don't you?
Up and down.
See, the elves are playing when we had a break.
Sorry?
The elves have been playing.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Now, a message from Susanna. She says, how big is the finished quilt size? Question. That big. But you want more technical than that, don't you?
It's 30.
It is 30 by 42 inches. So that is cot size. That sort of size. Cot size quilt.
Yeah. Well, for a wall hanging, it's perfect, really.
It's lovely. And so unusual as well.
Yeah, I
There you
think,
go, Suzanne. So a lovely size.
I think Wendy had the idea, and then Rebecca took it on, and then I designed the layout and wrote the instructions, and Amy designed all the books. So, yeah, proper team effort.
We like that. We like that a lot. Right, Louisa, if this happens to you at home, and maybe you end up with one or two slightly shorter,
Yeah.
would you just do the whole length and then just chop the whole thing?
You can
trim it
do.
all
I mean,
back?
I've cut it down, I think a quarter of an inch too short, so I've got 1/8 of an inch seam allowance, which, to be honest, at the end of the day, is not going to
Okay.
hurt you.
Okay.
See, I'm just
Just
an
a little
1/8.
squidgy bit out.
Yeah, so you're still going to have a seam allowance there. But yeah, if it does come to that, just trim it down all the same.
Okay.
Or just concentrate like I didn't.
Well, do you know what? Generally, I get the blame for it, so it's fine. Just to give you a stock warning here, if everybody checks out 3/4 of the Crafty bookshelf, that's this one that we're demoing in here in these lovely tones, has gone. Congratulations.
Wow.
And there's a queue on the phone, so we can't see what's happening there. So please do be careful. Because we've only got what we've got of this, and I don't think that we're reordering any more for now. So if you love it, what a great Christmas present.
So while you're doing that, I will do the first lean-in book foundation piece in.
I'm doing them open.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's perfect.
It takes a bit longer, doesn't it, to
So
press
I've
seams open.
built the rest of the shelf already, so that bit goes
Oh,
on
look
the
at
end.
you, DIY.
Yeah, I wouldn't go that far. So the leaning book block goes in this middle piece here. So you've got your 100% templates, so you don't have to enlarge or decrease anything
Nice.
in the instructions. And it's just, I mean, to be honest, it's the same as any normal. It's just, this is the first foundation piece I think that I've actually designed. So it was like,
Oh, really?
the lines have got to be true, and they've got to be, so that was a bit of a lesson. But I've done it 3 times now, so it's fine, it works. So
you've tried and tested your own quilt.
I have.
This is good, this
yes.
is good.
Right, so your first piece, all the cutting instructions are obviously in there, in the cutting instructions. So I've cut out roughly 1/4 of an inch around the outside. This channel here is your seam allowance. So the first piece, lay it on top of your grey piece of fabric, pin in place. And then this is the way I do it. There are different ways of people doing it. So many different ways of doing it.
So many different people.
So different people. So I would normally use a piece of card, but I forgot my piece of card.
Oh, you've got the edge
I
on
know,
that,
well, I
haven't you?
tried that, but it was a bit bulky. Actually, that's better, yeah. So fold your line.
Because one edge gives you
On
the
there.
1/4 inch on that, and one
Yeah.
edge is chamfered down so that you can use it to do that,
There you go.
but only on the Adder Plus.
Right.
Adder
Oh,
40
is that what?
plus.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so
Oh,
if you
the
just
one
got a
I've got.
normal one,
Ah.
then it doesn't have that
That's probably why I don't do that then.
that edge.
So so you fold it over the line, butt up the lip edge of the ruler against there, and trim off your excess. So then now that's going to be your stitching line. So now, because we've obviously got to try and place this as accurate in that gap as
Yes.
possible. So I have learnt if you cut off 1/4 inch off the top
Yeah.
piece and then 1/4 inch off the right side, so that's your sewing side, so
Yeah.
the edge that you're going to attach next, but leave the rest.
So does that give you a guideline to match it
Yeah.
exactly to something? Oh, I see.
Yeah. So now you're going to use that 1/4 edge, cut edge, and so you probably can't see that, but I've lined, so there's the drawn line on the back of the paper, and I've put that centered onto the book and put that line up there. So then you flip that.
It's the flipping.
The flipping.
It's the flipping that worries, I think, that people worry about.
So I'm going to put it back to a normal stitch, but I'm going to take it down, not that way, down to about 1.8.
Okay.
Just so you've got a smaller stitch which will perforate the paper.
And then it makes taking the paper out much more easy, isn't it? Because it's like you've got like you say, like a perforated edge.
So just sew along the line, go a couple of stitches into each of the ends of the seam allowance. So then when you fold that back.
Do you want to press that now? Or finger
Well,
press it?
Yeah, finger press it. Oh, I forgot the wheelie thing. But if you've got a wheelie thing.
Oh yeah, no, we had a wheelie thing on the
seam,
show at the
yes.
weekend.
So if you've got one of them, just finger press
Seam
it.
presser, seam wheeler, roller. That's it. We'll get there in the end. I like wheelie thing works for me.
So if you've gone slightly over
Yeah,
into the
that's
seam,
okay to just pull off.
just pull that.
Okay.
And then, oh, I like this chamfer. I'm going to have to get one of these with it.
Yeah, yes, it makes all the difference, doesn't it?
So then you've trimmed the next line, 3. So you're just going to take your little piece, get it centred as much as possible along the space, and then flip and sew.
And sewing on the line.
Yeah. And open that. So then we do the
I can press at any point for you. I'm standing by with that iron ready.
5. So then the line between 2 and 4 is your next one. So again, put it centred so you've got at least 1/4 inch on the edge,
Yeah.
going over the edge of the line.
I
which you
have
can
to
see through.
keep flipping
Yeah,
it to
I
make
mean, you
sure.
can do that. So you can just flip it over and make sure you've covered that whole space on the template. Which if you hold it up to the light, you can see you've covered it.
Only because I don't trust myself. Or I end up with
Well,
like
no, I
massive
mean,
pieces
yeah.
of fabric to make sure that everything is
One
covered
end is-
everywhere.
Yeah.
Just for like a tiny, tiny little slither. But I'm hoping as I do more and more of it,
Yeah.
I will get more confident
I
with
think
it.
it depends on the position, especially when they're not straight lines and they're obviously triangles or they're angled one end and not the other. You do obviously miss off, and I mean that's only just going on to the seam allowance. But hey, it's fine. So then the last bit. Ooh. Yeah.
So this neatens up these seams, doesn't it? Very much, having that 1/4 inch edge
Yeah.
there.
Definitely. So then, yeah, so where I left the 1/4 inch, the seam bigger, obviously I couldn't have got that accurate, so
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
why
yeah.
the bleed's there, so you don't really notice. And
Well,
then you put in the
besides, you
last
could always
bit.
put a name on it.
Well, exactly, yeah. So these bits, so this is a good example. So that bit's smaller than that bit. So if you put it on like that, well, you wouldn't be able to put it on like that, but if you put it on like that, you wouldn't be covering that bit there.
Okay.
So then these are the ones that you do need to probably just turn it over and make sure you've covered the whole.
Okay.
All right, so this one's a bit further onto the edge, like that.
Okay. So that's where you
Flipping
keep
it.
checking back
Yeah,
in.
definitely.
Well, that doesn't take very long, does it at all?
No, these blocks, you've only got 3 of them. The second one's exactly the same as this one.
But a great introduction to.
There you go. Press.
I'm itching to. I don't know why. Just like yeah.
Yeah, a great introduction. So I'll just sew those 2 together.
single figures of the crafting bundle. I tried to make that many sentences and it didn't work. Single figures of the crafting bundle.
In Ohio.
Ohio. Would you like me to cut this back?
Yes, please.
So, do I cut back? Here's the question, because it would be really awkward if I got this wrong on air. Do I cut to that line, or am I cutting to this line?
So you're cutting 1/4 inch away from that line.
From that
so
solid
I just
line.
cut on that dotted line. So yeah, so you want the dotted line. Although
1/4 inch.
1/4 inch from that
Okay.
inner
All right,
line.
boss.
Yeah, perfect.
I'm there.
Yeah.
Okay. We got this. You sure? Sure you trust me? 5 minutes left to get this made. Wow, we're whizzing through. Nice, you had lots spare there, didn't you?
Yeah. Better to be
That's
safe.
what I would have.
Exactly.
So it heartens me when I see that. I'm like, yep.
Lovely. So then I would leave the papers in.
Oh, would
So
you?
there's your book.
Well, not forever and ever.
Not forever and ever, but just
Okay.
to sew these together because you have got a nice, easy 1/4 inch line there to follow. So I would just pin those together or hold them together. And then just sew on that drawn line.
Okay.
And it's just easier really.
Now, Jane in North Yorkshire says, morning ladies, great shows this morning and discounts. Double thumbs. Double thumbs this morning. Is Louisa going to Harrogate at the end of the month?
I am! My first time at knitting and stitching.
Which one are you on the bus?
Hey?
Have you not seen the advert?
Oh, that, I don't
Which
know.
one are you on the bus?
I don't know. I've only seen them walking. I don't think I've seen the bus bit.
Oh, you are? Good. Jane in North Yorkshire will be happy about that. Well, I'm assuming.
She might
She
not
might,
go
she
now.
might be like, which day is it? No.
I am
no.
going there with Sew Motion. Yes, I'm going to have my stand
Oh, fabulous.
in Hall B, I think.
Right.
So yeah,
Go say hello.
come and say hello.
Pop on your sewing quarter badge and pop along
Yes,
and say hello.
definitely. I have some really lovely comments at shows. Apparently
Good.
they like my giggle, which I then giggle. So yeah, no, it's lovely, and it's lovely seeing people in the flesh.
Yeah, but putting a face
Well,
to the
exactly,
name.
yeah.
That's the thing, because we get
Yeah.
messages, and we love having your messages because it means that it's not just you, me, and Mike. As lovely as that would
Yeah.
be, obviously, but it's nice to know there are others. And of course, the voices in my head from upstairs.
Yes, and generally.
Well, yeah, I'm used to them. Keep me company. Right.
So then to take the book out, we're just the paper out rather. We're just going to gently rip along the sewn edges, and as you can see, that's
Jane
perforated.
would like to just confirm, yes, very happy.
Very happy.
Yes. Very happy. Very happy. That's one of my favourite adverts that we've ever done.
Yeah, I saw it for. Is it the same one they did for festival, or there was another knitting and stitching somewhere else?
It's like
The alley.
Sewing Quarter meets Tim Burton.
Yes.
Yeah. That's the only way. That's the best way I can describe
In
it.
an unscary way.
That's what I mean. You know, Sewing Quarter. But, you know, in a yeah.
In a non-corpse bride way.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, so you take all the paper out there, and then that's your top shelf.
Done.
Okay. So then you build up the shelves as you go. So this is the second shelf.
So the plant that sits there is all appliqued on.
Yes.
Oh,
so
you're gonna
I
need
was
some
going
Bondaweb,
to
aren't you?
just yes. Oh yes.
Should mention that. Bondaweb, Bondaweb, Bondaweb. This is how I buy it now.
Yes.
As
good
soon as I
idea.
discovered that you could get Bondaweb by the roll, it's one of those things though, I must never ever leave it in the kitchen, else my husband thinks it's like kitchen roll.
What?
Well, he'll just be like,
You shouldn't leave it anywhere warm anyway, because it does go off.
oh, hang on, this is 1832. This has got 20% off as well.
Wow.
Oh, no, now's the day to
Now's the
top
day,
up, isn't it?
Definitely. So that's a bit long. I've probably cut the strip too shy. So you're going to sew on, oh no, that's right. What have I missed out of there then?
We missed a book.
Ooh.
We missed a book.
It was probably my grey blocks aren't big enough. See, I wasn't concentrating. You need to
Probably my
concentrate.
fault again.
No.
No.
This is what I did at home.
Oh, okay.
So, I think it just, yeah. So obviously,
Give it a tug.
Obviously yours will be the right size.
Will be perfect.
So the lighter grey fabrics are the actual shelf unit.
Right.
So they go and make it. And I think that's what makes it look 3D. Because
Yeah.
you've got the dark grey in the background.
Yes.
In the shade. And then you've got the light grey at the front.
Optical illusion.
It is. It's great.
We love
so
it.
you'll sew your shelves together and then you're going to bonder-web all the elements. So bonder-web. So
your basket of bits.
basket of bits. The Teflon sheet is perfect for this because you cut out all the elements roughly
Right.
and then you put them on your bonder-web and then press that down. So obviously if any of the bonder-web comes into contact with your iron, you don't want that. So I would put the Teflon sheet between that and your iron and then you'll be good to go.
Okay,
Because it
we
just peels off.
did have it somewhere. And the Teflon of sheet, you see, today's the day to get things like your
Definitely.
Teflon
Oh,
sheet
that's on thing as
and
well.
stuff like that. So I'd imagine that's probably got 20% off as well. Oh, I love Bonderweb. Just love Bonderweb. Is that everything? That's all the time we've got.
Oh, so you can peel that off and stick that on there if you
Can
want.
I? Yeah.
I know you want to. So the leaves are really great. Amy's designed a few more extra leaves. So you can layer them or you can put them over the top or have them dripping down on the shelf. So that's quite fun. Try not to stick it to the board.
I'm trying really hard not to stick to the board, but this is where if you've got a fuser mat, grab that as well. Love
at
my
that.
fuser mat. Perfect.
And then the leaves hang over the edge of the shelf.
Yay! Lovely.
So it was really fun. And then obviously the labels, the book labels and the book names you can stick
You
wherever
can
you
applique
want.
those on as well.
Yeah.
And then just sew around either free motion or
Yeah.
however you see fit, or you could quilt them, couldn't you?
You could
wait
quilt
until
them,
it's
yeah,
all
you
put
could do,
together.
yeah, you could do that. So and then the quilting, I used my big square ruler to mark 45-degree line across the middle. I used masking tape just to put that down, and then just use that as a guide to quilt. Perfect.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Good to see you. Enjoy Harrogate.
Oh, I will. I'll look out for Jane.
Yes, Jane, go and say hello to her. Jane, wear your badge so you can see.
Yes,
And then that's nice, isn't it, about the badges? Then you know the sewing
I know
club
why
fans.
people are going, I know you from somewhere.
Yeah, you never quite want to say. John Scott came unstuck with that once. He said it might have been off the telly, and they're like, oh no, it's from the corner shop. From the
Excellent.
It happens. Thank you so much. It was lovely to see you. Right. The grey one that we demonstrated, 7 people are going to miss out at the moment. Okay, so if you have this code in your basket, 7 of you are going to miss out. Please check out quickly. More in baskets than we have available. We are not doing a preliminary run of this. We will not be getting these back in once it's gone. This is a one-off for us, this one. So once it's gone, it's gone. Please check out your basket. Now, if you want the traveller's version with your encyclopedias, and this is, you see, if you struggle for a gift for your other half, maybe he's got an office at home. Look fabulous on the wall in an office, wouldn't it? And there it is. That's what it will look like, finished. 1 metre of chocolate fabric, 1/2 metre of brunette, 1/2 metre of the white, and of course your panel and your thread. And 2/3 of that stock has gone. Gone. Is that sold out as well? My word, everything's gone. What? Hang on, what am I doing for the next 20 minutes? Oh, right, here we go. Bonderweb, 20% off. If you're doing this bookshelf, this is the most cost-effective way we have of bringing you Bonderweb. This is 5 metres by 30 centimetres. In the packets, the little packets, It's 1.5 by 17.5 centimetres, so just over halfway. So this is by far your most cost-effective way of doing it. If you're only going to do one project, then go with the little rolls. But if you do a lot, then this is the way. Very much the way forward. Right, coming across to here. It's all disappeared. Right. Discounts. Right, let's have a look at some extra special savings, shall we? I promised you more. So, obviously we've got 20% on today, or rather off today. But this one, 40% off. Was £13.99, now £8.39. 40% off. It's craziness. 40% off. You really like this one, don't you, Chris? I could imagine cushions around your kitchen table, on the chairs around your kitchen table would be lovely. So I'd cut that a little bit wider and then sash it and then have your different houses. Really nice. So that's your blue, and that's got 40% off. Now, it's like having children. If you've got more than one of something like that, you've got to be fair. You've got to take a discount off both, right? So here's the other one. Now, you see, suddenly, maybe you might want both panels because you got 40% off this one as well. So that's £8.39 for your multi-schoolhouse fabric panel. There it is. Hurrah! Make the most of these discounts. 40% off. Fabulous. And of course that will mix beautifully through with the blue. Now, next panel. It's panel-tastic this morning, isn't it? Let's have a little look. Ah, this is huge. I'm just trying to work out which way around it goes. There we go. Now then, this is your craft case in green. It's like, yeah, it's like two panels, but you've got your bias binding on, you've got your top lining, base lining. It's everything there done for you. Now, we've had this on the show, I think, a couple of times now. Very shabby chic. A bit calf. Yeah, a little bit. You've even down to like your little zipper tabs. Even down to your little zipper tabs. I like that you get little extras in there. So where there's been just a bit of space, you'll end up with a floral motif or something, which you can applique and pop on something else. So maybe you might want to make a matching scissor case or something like that. There we go. Oh no, you do that. You get the scissor case with this, don't you? It's the craft case, and it's got the scissor case outer as well. You've got the scissor case as well as the craft case. It's a big, big, big panel. All right. Oh, look at these. I love this. Check these chaps out in their swanky jackets and scarves. Oh, yeah. Christmas dogs. You like the black lab? Oh, oh, and the Dalmatians, my friend's got 2 Dalmatians, Dexter and Daisy, and they've now got a Harlequin, so one of the black and white spotty Great Danes, who's called Doug. Doug the Dane, Daisy and Dexter. I don't know how they remember to call the right name. I get confused with Margot and Maud. They're like interchangeable dogs. They just both come now to either name. Fab. And again, this is available by Well, this is the panel. So if you're buying multiples, it's already cut, isn't it? So you just get another panel like that. Right. Oh, these are the cool cats. I mean, gosh, we've gone from Christmas dogs to cool cats. This is cool. Sorry, I'm just laughing, wondering if that is like the cat equivalent of a mankini. Didn't Jeff Capes used to wear something similar? Do you remember Jeff Capes? Is this all before your time? I'm working with babies in the studio. Too young to remember who Jeff Capes. He was the strong man. No. Anyone? Anyone out there? No, just tumbleweed across the studio. Lovely. Silence, silence. They're your cool cats. In a bucket by the beach. It's a bucket. And they've got a ball and sunglasses. They are ready. Oh, I love this next one. 30 seconds a panel. Is that all I've got left for now? You're joking, but I really love this one. Can we have slightly less on some of the other ones and more on this one? This is the same artist that illustrated Guess How Much I Love You. So you might recognise that kind of artwork. So this is your garden party. Just fab. $7.99. Was $9.99. 20% off. $7.99. Beautiful, beautiful panel. $33 seconds. I've got to go 30 seconds on each one now. Okay, boom. Hang on, what's this one? What's this one? What's this one? Oh, Sunbonnet Sue. Now, this was a quilt. This was Sunbonnet Sue, and it came out one of the books. But actually, it first on the 7th of October. Makes most sense if you've got the book. This is the Sunbonnet Sue panel, but otherwise just use it for the huge number of different prints and different amounts, so that if you are someone that loves to do applique and things like that, you've got loads of different fabrics to work with here. Oh, Elizabeth's up. Morning. I remember Jeff Capes and Daley Thompson. Quah! Yes! He was a runner. Yeah, he didn't leave much to the imagination. Yes, I'd forgotten about that. Wow. Thanks, Elizabeth, for reminding us of that. Yeah. Now, this is my family tree. Well, it's not my family tree. It's going to be your family tree, but it says down there, my family tree. Elizabeth, you're a naughty woman. So you've got all of your different names up here. Carolyn, Jeff Capes, oh yes, he breeds budgies. I remember him. Now he's an after-dinner speaker. Apparently budgies is his thing. Yeah, that could go so wrong. That could go so wrong. I'm not going there. Right. Elizabeth probably already has. Right, this is your alternative colourway for your family tree. So again, lots of applique options here. Yeah, all good. You've even got your dog and your cat. And you've got some spare down here. Thank goodness, because I've got a lot of dogs and cats to add on. Ah, dear me. Isn't it funny? Jeff Capes and budgies. Wow. I did not know that. So you learn something new every day here. Cherry blossom. Bet budgies love a bit of cherry blossom. Here we go. Well, that's beautiful, isn't it? Beautiful. So $7.99. was $9.99. Take your 20% off. It's proper spring, isn't it, when you get your cherry blossom? And if that's like your favourite time of year or something like that, then it's nice to have it. It's not your favourite time of the year. It's not the most what? Wonderful time of the year. Oh. Yeah. I didn't hear it properly. My talkback's doing funny things. I've just wrecked his joke. They're getting all sad now. Right, let's have a... Oh, this is nice. Union Jack panel. There you go. Is that just like a very big panel for a bag or for a cushion, or... Do you know what actually I could do with it? I'd buy 2 of those and do a bean bag. That's what I would do. Now, what have I got here? Well, what's this one? This crazy little panel. This is your British pincushion one. Oh, fab. Was it Bex Reed helped design this one, I think? There you go. So you sew all those together, pop that round, and there you have it. Done. $3.99. What a nice little stocking filler, actually, that one. Very nice. Next up, sunflowers. Sunflowers, sunflowers. Like a lot of sunflowers. Very, very limited. And again, we will not be getting, this is miss out really, because we're not getting any of these back again. So when they're gone, they're gone. So if you want all of those happy sunflower faces in your life, for $7.99 they can be yours. When they are gone, they are gone. We are not getting these back in. We had these all done exclusively for us, and when I've got time. The pressure I'm under. Next one. Next one. Poppies. Why didn't we have this on the weekend? There you go. There's your poppies. $9.99 down to $7.99, and a nice piece of thread right in the middle of it. There you go. Bum, ba-dum, ba. Pop that in your basket and check it out. Gosh, we've done lots of these, haven't we? Attic windowy based things. You can have one for all seasons, couldn't you? This is your autumnal woodland attic window. $7.99. 20% off. Yeah. Next one. Oh, Chris, this is one for you. What? Wow. Look at that. Look at this. Oh, is that the wrong way? Gravity defying dragons. Look at that. Was $13.99 down to $11.99. I thought we'd sold out of these. So if you had a bit of sort of Dungeons and Dragons-esque, isn't it? Bit of Games of Thrones-ish type things. So we'll go from fire-breathing dragons to dogs in bikinis. Yeah, we're going there. These are your beach day, every day. Nice. Nothing says summer like a French bulldog sitting on a chair in a swimsuit. Brilliant. Oh, hang on. More. Next. Right, let's have a look at this one, if I can. Whoop. Oh, nativity one. Very appropriate. You've still got time to make it. Bring it out every year. Happy, happy, happy holidays. There we go. There they all are, your nativity panel. That would be really nice to have sort of in schools and stuff, wouldn't it, if you're talking about Christmas with them. Right, next one. Oh, Fruity Friends. Fruity. It's panel-tastic, isn't it, this hour? How much? $3.99? No. Oh, they've taken 20% off the early bird price. They forgot to put the price up, and have then taken another 20% off that price. Hey, look, at $3.99. I've only got 10 though, so do be quick if you want that. My word, my word. Right, what's this one? Ooh, it's Christmassy. It's Christmassy. It's Christmassy. What is it? What is it? What is it? Oh, it's the table runner and placemats. Christmas place settings done. $11.19 rather, was $13.99. Wait, now you can get a couple, can't you? Yep. Yep. Perfect. Gosh, I have a feeling rushed. Oh, look at this one. This is weirdly brilliant. I've never seen this. It's like Day of the Dead Cats. That's weird and kind of wonderful at the same time. Look at that. I've never seen that before either. Just a bit straight. What was that? Was it Funny Bones? Do you remember the program Funny Bones? That's like his cat. If his cat had eaten a lot of flora and fauna going on. Wow, that's amazing. Next up we've got... Let's have a look. Oh, well, look at these little chaps. Just a big Nordic-based cushion. Yeah, why not? Lovely. Next. Oh, Happy Santa. Oh my goodness, I didn't realise we had so many to get through. Happy Santas, happy Santas. And what are they doing? Oh, big stocking. Oh, lovely. And tags and everything. Tags and baubles, the Christmas decorations, big stocking. I'm glad to say it's the size you can actually fit something in. Christmas dogs. And this goes with one of the other panels that we had earlier. Christmas dogs in cars and other vehicles. Pop that in your basket. Yay! Love that. Perfect. $7.99. Oh, you reckon we can get one more in? Right, well, if we've done the dogs, let's do the cats. Only they've got butterflies rather than, vehicles. Oh, under pressure's run the wrong way. Running out of time. There we go. There we go. $6.39. I'm going to see you in just a couple of minutes. I've had a workout. My word.
To ease you into the huge discounts in our Black Tag event, we're giving you 20% off everything. That is absolutely everything on both our website and products shown on TV. To shop, head to www.sewingquarter.com or call our UK call centre on 0800 112 44 33.
Obsessed with designer fabric at Sewing Quarter. From the quirky prints of Tula Pink and Kay Facet to the more traditional William Morrison Liberty. With our great discounts and capped delivery of just £2.95, who could resist topping up the stash? Check out all the gorgeous fabric we have on offer on our website www.sewingquarter.com and see our top 10 picks on our Pinterest page.
Have you bought your Cricut Maker smart cutting machine yet? This fabulous machine is the next level in cutting, with endless possibilities to enhance all your makes. You can watch our demo with Cricut expert Mike Aspinall by heading to our YouTube channel. Mike shows us all about the machine as well as some examples of what you can make with it. Watch the demonstration on Sewing Quarter YouTube channel and head to www.sewingquarter.com to buy your very own Cricut machine.
Give your quilts a warm hug with Sewing Quarter's Autumn Glow thread collection. Box number 6 in our continued collaboration with the experts at Aurifil. This exclusive collection has been hand selected, the golds and greens working perfectly with the rich, luxurious tones of purple and brown. Ian Munro, head of buying, says once again Aurifil have given us a superb collection exclusive to Sewing Quarter. The depth of colour in these threads really highlights the level of quality and consistency Aurifil go to in their production process, with each and every spool they produce finished to perfection. Look out for the Autumn Glow Aurifil collection. Don't forget, shopping with us is easy and simple. You can just contact us at 0800 112 4433 and speak to our UK-based call centre to place an order. Or shop online with us at www.sewingquarter.com.
Did you know Sewing Quarter have our very own app? Available to download on all iOS and Android devices. Simply go to the App Store or Google Play and search Sewing Quarter. Once you've downloaded the app, you'll be able to watch Sewing Quarter 24 hours a day and purchase all of the products featured on today's show. So download the app today and keep watching Sewing Quarter on the move. Follow us on Twitter for more inspiration, top tips, news, and share your own creations with us. Did you know that you can stay up to date with all of Sewing Quarter's demonstrations with our email newsletter? Our newsletter brings you regular updates on what is coming up on the show, as well as exclusive offers, discounts, and events we will be at. Be the first to know what's coming up by signing up for our newsletter. You can do all this by heading to our website and clicking on the newsletter button. All we need is your email.
Well, hello, welcome back. This is our final hour of the day. And Susan Briscoe is back. Woo! I'm clapping you. There, way, she's back. Now everyone's applauding. And we're going to do some Sashiko stitching. We are going to show you some panels. We're going to show you some panel kits so that you... We haven't got the exact kit for the cushion that is in my hand, but I'll show you. This is just a serving suggestion, if you will. With your stripy fabric. We've got that fabric.
I can see what I've done now. Mixed up
You've mixed, yeah, the two kits have been mixed up. But it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. It all looks fab. So let's have a look, first of all, with the navy. So what you will get is one of these amazing panels. Remember, there's 20% off today. So, yeah, what? So you are going to get your panel and thread and you are also getting 1/2 meter of this fabulous striped fabric. Yes. And not just any old navy fabric, but look at the detail in there. This is that Japanese woven fabric that Smugi fabric. Basically, it's got the slub in there, which looks fab. So you get the panel and 1 meter of Japanese fabric, which is also all properly authentic Japanese fabric and thread, which isn't Japanese, all coming to you with instructions as to how to make cushions and a coaster. Well, more than. But it's up to you how you want to do it. You might want to have it as a big wall hanging or something like that. It's entirely up to you. But the kit will make you cushion and coasters. That is one colourway option. Then we've got the red one. So thread again, your panel again, but this time in that lovely, rich, luscious red. Ooh, there it is. And again, with the wash-outable patterns on there, so don't pre-wash this fabric. Well, you can if you just decide you don't want to do any stitching, but I would recommend stitching first. Then you get a 1/2 metre of your striped woven. Lovely. And then you get basically this fabric if you wash it. So that fabric there without any pattern on it. So that is how your kit's coming together with 20% off. So this is coming in at $39.99. Instructions, thread. This is, of course, Japanese, authentic Japanese fabric, sourced for us with help from Susan to get it here for you, so that it's the real McCoy, which is just lovely. And then, of course, with the panels, you cut them out however you wish. You can have lots of cushions. That would be lovely, wouldn't it, on quite a plain sofa, just having a run of Sashiko cushions on it. Oof, lovely. You're going to need some thread, right? You're going to need some thread. Susan, did you buy some of these in the break? You were tempted, weren't you, to stock up? I saw. Where are my brakes? Brakes on. There we go. Right. Let's go this one. Let's go this one. This is ending in 51. So what you are getting here is, I want to say 300 meters. Would I be correct? Yeah, it's 100 meters of your variegated thread. Was more than this, $15.99. Ran out of letters there. Down to $11.99. Great saving. $11.99 for 300 meters of variegated thread. That's just crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Let's go brown variegated. And again, big savings on these. Whoop. They're rustly, aren't they? $11.99. Again, was $14.99. Down to $11.99, and that's your variegated in browns and creams. Now then, maybe you want to go for navy. There you go. And again, 300 meters of your Sashiko thread, $12.79. This one was $15.99. I don't know why this was always £1 more expensive. So £12.79. Hey, look, it's great value. Whichever way up you look at it. Then, oh, look, have you had a little snip of this one? Someone's had a little. No, not that one. Another one. She's been at another one, but not this one. So, yours will not have been Susan. But lovely to see how it comes. So 3 100 meter skeins in cream, £12.79. Lovely. And then maybe you'd like it in white, and if so, then your 3 packets of white, 300 meters. Again, 20% off there. Cracking good value. Come on in, yeah, $12.79. Now, I think it's in one of your books. There's a lovely bag. Probably is. And this one has got an extra special saving in. So if you love your bag making, and you could do a very simple, easy drawstring bag, 40% off. Non-sew press fastener, sport and camping. 10 in there. Should have been £8.99. Coming in today at £5.39. Incredible value there. Susan, what are we making this hour? Oh,
Wow.
that looks lovely.
It's really one of my sort of go-to projects, really, for these panels, and has a bit of a history to it, I suppose, as well, which I'll explain in a moment. It's just making a really nice, simple cushion,
Okay.
like the one that we got there. Sorry, I got things a bit mixed up about which bit went with which, but basically the panels that's in the middle of it, I think actually came out of my own little stash. And then we just use your striping. That would be red if you bought the full kit, but I think people can also buy the panel fabric separately as well on the website. Can they do that?
We had that earlier.
We had it earlier. Fantastic. Okay. So, you know, you can mix and match, and it just goes to show how nice they all look together, really.
Yes.
So, how it's all started out was I used to make cushions like this. Oops, sorry, I got the wrong way round. This one here, it's one of my older cushion panels. And this one was made...
So what's this symbolic of on here?
What's that one. It's the Paulonia crest. It's the... Paulonia, it's a tree, it's called Kiri in Japanese. It's the Tokugawa crest, actually, because they're all different family crests.
Kiri means beautiful, doesn't it?
No, it's kushi. Oh, kawaii, cute.
K-I-R-E-I.
K-R-R-E-I. Ah, kirei,
Kirei,
rather
yeah.
than kiri.
Kiri.
Kiri, yeah, okay. Yeah, sorry, for a minute I didn't quite know what you meant there. So this one...
Nothing new.
It's all right.
Don't worry,
it's all
Susan.
right.
You and many, many viewers. So good.
Yeah. Well, this one was made using the older narrow width fabric. And I talked to you before about how...
Oh, from
this
the
kind
kimono
of,
fabric?
Yes, from kimono fabric. So that's why it's a little tiny bit smaller than these will end up here.
Okay.
And in this one, I cut my middle square it was 25 centimetres. Sorry about the metric, folks, but that's because I was trying to make best use of metric fat quarters.
No, it's fair enough.
And I think that is actually the size that we've given in the instructions.
Right,
But
okay.
do not worry, because I can give you all the other sizes as well. We can always send a little errata slip, a little extra out with them as well. So that was one of the very, very early ones. And I'll show you how it's put together, which is exactly the same way as the one that we've got now. Basically, you make a panel like that.
Mm-hmm.
So you've got your centre panel that you've stitched, you sew a piece at the top, a piece at the bottom, and a piece up each side.
Yes.
Now, if this square here is the same size as the ones on the panels, then you would need a strip that was 9.5 inches long here, and a strip that's 18.5 inches long there.
Right.
And the strips want to be 5 inches wide.
Right.
So the maths is actually a little bit easier, really. And it's very, very simply put together. On this one, I've just zigzagged each seam as I've sewn each piece together.
Right.
So I put the little piece on the top, sorry, the little bit on the bottom rather, and the piece on the top there. Oh God, I think there's a cat hair on it even. And then immediately I've done that, I've zigzagged the edge. Or like you say, what was your word for the fake overlock? You had a word for it, didn't you?
Faux locking.
Faux locking, okay. You can either faux lock or you can zigzag.
Or overlock if you've got an overlocker.
Yeah, you can overlock.
Yeah, if you've got the real McCoy, go with
that. If
that.
you've got a proper overlocker, you can overlock. The idea is you'd have to put another backing on it, and it won't all fray away inside of the cushion. That's all. It's just to keep it nice and simple, because it doesn't need extra quilting, really.
No.
And then you just put the two side pieces on.
So basically you sash that panel.
That's what you're doing. Yeah, as simple as that. And you see, you get 8 different panels on one.
So that could be 8 different cushions.
8 different cushions. You've got a whole set. So you could do your whole living room with them.
Lovely.
Or if you're feeling very, very generous, somebody could get some really nice Christmas presents.
Nice.
So, you know, there's lots and lots of different designs. There's a few there that I've played. See, I've played about with different colours on it. I know we haven't got these colours, but it gives you an idea how you could combine
some.
some.
The creams variegated.
Well, this is it, you see. You could get something like, you know, a pack of the shaded brown and the creamy coloured one. And where I've used the yellowy one, then I've used a yellow and green. You could alternate between the two. It just gives you different ideas, really. And this little piece here that I'm doing, again, it's off the same panel. It's called kagome, which is bamboo basket.
Right.
And with this one, I decided I would use a plain colour to do all the vertical lines and use a shaded colour to do the diagonals.
Oh, nice,
As you can see, I haven't finished that one yet.
No, you're cracking on with it then.
Yep,
Looking
so
good.
there's little bits and pieces like that.
Now, how many of these do you normally have on the go?
As you can see, quite a few, because I tend to use them as demo pieces.
Right.
This one, again, these are all off the same panel. as the piece that we've got there, you see, in the cushion.
And you're getting that panel with your cushion kit.
Yeah, that is really pretty good. So you won't actually have enough of the stripe, mind you, to make more than I think maybe 2 cushions. But the thing is, you can always buy some more, because I think we have this on the website as well. Maybe I don't know. We'll find out. We'll find out. You know, you can use other fabric with it. So this pattern here, again, you've got a solid and then you've got a shaded one going the other way. It just makes it a little bit more interesting.
It helps to show, doesn't it, as well, the
process, the progress.
Thank you. Yes,
yeah, how the pattern actually goes together. And this one, I think I showed this very, very briefly earlier on.
Oh, this is the one that's been washed at high degrees.
It has, yes. I used to have 2 cats, and well, they put fur balls and things all over that. So that has actually been,
they do.
Yeah, it's been cooked at like 60 degrees. And it just goes to show that the Sashiko fabric and the thread,
It's fabulous.
it is pretty strong. I know it's a different Sashiko fabric. It's the same company that make this one.
But you said this is like 10 years old.
Oh, it's probably older than that, actually, yeah. It's really
Oh,
been around,
goodness.
and it's been dragged around shows, used in the car. It's been absolutely everywhere. So it's tough stuff. But I wanted to show you this pattern. Now I'm just seeing how we can put all these together in sort of line. There we go. You see this one here, shippo, that comes on your panel.
Yes.
Yeah. This one isn't on the panel, but if you look very carefully at the lines, you'll see this is actually half of the lines in the shippo design.
Okay.
So this one's called fundo, and it's scale weights or balance weights. It's also the traditional shape of the gold ingot when you see it in the collection of treasures in Japan. So you can stitch this on this by just stitching half of the lines.
Right.
I think we sort of keep that on screen just for a moment or two so people can get a really, really good look at it. It looks like apple core in quilting. I don't know if you think that.
Yes, it does,
yeah,
yes.
it does. It looks exactly like that. And it's basically 50% of the lines on this. So you can actually use the shippo panel to create a different pattern. I just thought you'd find that interesting.
Yeah, no, it's good. No, I'm doing that thing of looking at the screen trying to work it out.
Yeah, can you
And
see it?
enjoying these different colours too.
Yeah.
Carol in County Durham says, "Good afternoon, ladies. Is the Sashiko thread easy to unravel, or does it get tied in knots as you pull it out?" Carol, you've got 100 metres on there.
Pull out the skein.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, when you open the skein out, like that one that you picked up before, that cream one, I think that's from the last time I was on, you know, because what you do is you open the skein out, and you basically cut through all the threads at one point. I know it seems scary, but you know that makes a good length to stitch with. And because I'm
Okay.
stitching with it double, that's absolutely perfect. And then all I do is I just thread on the band again. So I know, you know, when I want to get it again, this is shade 104, so I know what I'm asking for. And then I just put it in a loose plait. And when I want to take one out,
Rapunzel. Yeah.
I just pull it out like that. And the rest of it stays organised. So it doesn't get...
Hang on. Do that again.
It doesn't get all tangled. I just did that. I'm just pulling it from the loopy end. I always call it the loopy end, that's the fringy end. But the rest of it stays tidy. And it's a lot easier than trying to wind it into a little ball.
When I used to have long hair and plait it, it never came out like that. Ever.
It's quite a loose plait, actually. Well, human hair, I think, is a bit different from Sashiko thread.
Well,
I'll pop those two down there.
Jill says, "Good afternoon. Can I ask if you can buy the panel without the bundle? The
bundle. Yeah,
Bundle.
we've got them on the website, haven't we?
Yes, they will be any that haven't already been loaded up will be loaded up during this hour. So yes, get your 20% off there,
Yes,
Jill,
you certainly
in
can.
Staffordshire.
Yeah, okay. So that answers that one.
Okay.
Well, I've got a little bit. Can I show you what I was doing?
We've got 20 minutes, so it's up to you.
Oh, that's fantastic. We've got loads of time. That's wonderful. Right, because what I did with these, I'll just take that out of the way. I had to play about with this panel, in between the shows.
Yes.
Now, this one is the pattern called asanoha, or hemp leaf.
Right.
And I think we'll have to zoom in a little bit on that on the overhead so you can really see what I've been doing. There's a pattern that's called kakure asanoha, which means hidden asanoha. And basically, it's not the whole pattern stitched. You see where it's all shown in the white? Yeah, if you stitched every line on that, and you start with the vertical line, and then you go out and you start doing this zigzag line here, like this, yeah? All the way down to there, and then all the way back again, and then you do the shallow zigzag. If you stitched all of those, you'd have your normal asanoha hemp leaf pattern. But if you only stitch some of the stitches, you end up with this hidden version of it. Can you see what's going on here? Because when I've stitched my vertical line, I've done the first 2 stitches, then I've skipped a stitch, I've done the one in the middle, skipped the next one, then done the next 2, yeah? And then 2, skip, 2, skip, sorry, 1, skip, 2. I've done that all the way down there, and then on the big zigzag, I've done 2, skip 1, stitch the middle one, skip that one there, stitch 2. Then on the shallow zigzags, because there's not as many stitches on those lines, only 4, I've done the first one and the last one, first one and last one. Then when I wash that afterwards, all the white lines will disappear.
Yeah.
And it'll look like you've sort of got the pattern kind of floating in a dark background. So, you know, that's another example of how you can do another pattern off one of these panels. See, and if you've already, because I know a lot of people will have already bought these before and had a go at them, and you might be thinking, well, what can I do that's new? Well, that's an idea.
Yes. So can I ask, okay, in the order of things? So I know you do your straight lines; they're done as one. But this zigzags, is it? I kind of wanted that to.
There's 2 different ways to do it. You can stitch it as continuous diagonal lines.
Yeah,
and
that's
track
kind of
your way
how I
around the
wanted
pattern
to
like
do
that. The traditional way I've been taught to do it is to actually do it as zigzags.
Right.
And that's because years ago, believe it or not, some people could stitch this without doing any marking. I know, I can't. I've got to mark it.
What?
I know, it's incredible, isn't it? But my Sashiko teacher's teacher, she could stitch this without doing any marking on it.
When you think today how far we've come with technology and everything else, and yet things like this are lost.
Well, the thing is, you know, if you start young enough and you practice enough, that's the kind of thing you can do. Yeah. So anyway, that's just another little idea for playing about with this one.
Okay.
The one that we've got there, we made actually as a cushion. I've put the backing and everything on it. Can I grab that? And plonk it down there. Again, I think we'll have to go in quite close to see the effect on this. But I've experimented with using doubled and single threads.
Oh, so every other one is thicker?
Yeah.
So is that just doubling up?
Yeah, that's just doubling it up. And when I say doubled, you just, you know, you thread the needle like it's just a single thread, but then you're basically leaving both ends of the thread in the stitch.
Okay.
I'm going to show you a little bit on that actually. So I've got a needle and thread stuck in the one I'm stitching with the red.
Because this is not Sashiko thread is not like your normal embroidery thread.
No,
which
you
has 6 strands.
you don't split it.
So the only way to get an effect like this is literally just to double it.
Yeah.
So that's your normal thread, and then like you say,
that's
you just
it
left both
doubled.
ends down.
Yeah. Again, there's some of the designs on the panel that sort of lend themselves to that.
Yes, absolutely.
And that is one of them.
Very nice.
Another one, of course, that would look absolutely beautiful. I've just noticed down there, you know, we've got the blue and white shaded, and this pattern here, which is Sagaiha. You see, if you had that, you could do the top line. It's like a clamshell design. Sagaiha means ocean wave. But you could do the top line using doubled white, which would look pretty amazing, I think.
Wow.
And then you could switch to maybe doubled shaded blue.
Yeah.
And then you could have a single blue. You know, you could
so
sort
you
of grade through
grade
it.
it.
Yeah.
Sylvan in Lancashire says, so glad Susan is on, always fascinating.
Hello.
With the background info and tradition, inspiring demo. I agree. It's like a lecture in one. It's brilliant.
So once you've got your front of your cushion made up, all you're going to do for the back, can I take the cushion pad out?
Yeah,
It's like
go for
gutting
it.
a cushion, this, isn't it? And I'll turn it inside out again so you can see what's going on. Whoops, pop that down there. It's basically got an envelope back. So it's just 2 pieces of fabric hemmed and sewn onto the back, which really couldn't be any more difficult, easier, I should say. Couldn't be easier to do. It's really, really not hard. I used to put zips in my cushions all the time, and I know quite a few people are not keen on it, but you know, it's more the dressmakery people who are not bothered about zips. But basically, it's just 2 pieces that are overlapped. And when I work out the overlap for the back, I don't like to have too much of an overlap. However, there's somewhere I didn't give it quite enough.
I think what we found on the shows is that the magic. Oh yes,
You
yes,
see?
yes.
Yeah, I was a bit short of this fabric.
You can always put little hook and eyes though.
Well, that's it. You see, you know,
if
if you're doing something like this and you think, oh, I actually need a little bit more there, there's nothing to stop you putting some loops and some buttons or some press studs or anything like that. You know, you don't have to put zips on.
Otherwise, often I think what we've said on the show is to overlap by a third. So it's in
Yeah,
one third, so that's quite a lot of extra
A
fabric.
third is actually quite a bit extra fabric. I maybe go for about, I think that's overlapping by about 3 inches by the time it's finished, because that was 11.5 by 18.5
Yes.
for those backing panels. And I thought, no, it doesn't really need to be any more than that. Because
Then I'm a cushion overstuffer.
oh, right, okay.
So they gape at the back, you see.
The thing I find is if the overlap is a bit too big, then when you want to take the cushion off to wash
it's difficult to get in.
yeah,
in
it
and
can be
out.
difficult, and you can risk
Right.
tearing your stitches a little bit at the top and bottom as you get your cushion out. It depends how fat your cushion pad is, really.
That's my problem.
Yeah.
Is when I overstuff.
You like to put a really, really fat cushion in it.
I really do.
It does
yeah.
give a nice effect, doesn't it? Go on,
Yeah.
Well, I'll let you, since you enjoy doing it, I'll let you do that.
I enjoy the finished effect.
Anyway, our other little project that you can do, you see, is basically is making some little coasters. And we put the patterns for these as well. Now, I have here 2 early versions of coasters that I did. I'll tell you what, I'll pop those 2 down there. And I'll show you, it's a very close relative on the panel. Where is it? There we go. That's the piece that we did on the panel. So I've got the same motif.
Yes.
I just find these little flowers and leaves really, really cute and nice to do.
Yeah, no, they're lovely motifs, aren't they?
Yeah. Now, that one was done on a 4-inch square. That is actually a 4.5-inch square. And again, I think when we printed the panel, the pattern out rather, because it's used the older size of these, it might actually say only cut a 4-inch square.
Right.
But basically, you cut the backing the same size as your front square, whatever it is,
Yes,
even if it's a
yes,
5-inch one. Because the thing is, you can make these things out of other fabrics and you can draw your own designs on.
Of course. Oh,
You know,
especially if
you-
you've got the stencils from earlier.
Exactly.
Perfect.
Exactly. So all it is just a piece of fabric. You'd get a backing piece. It could be something pretty like that or something not so exciting like that one. You know, right sides together, stitch all the way round, leave a little gap that you can turn the whole thing right side out. And of course, clip the corners as well. That's something I forgot to mention when we had the cushion turned inside out. You know, you want to clip your corners after you've sewn around with a 1/4-inch seam. Prod the corners out. In Japan, a lot of people use a chopstick to do that. But
Well, it's handy and convenient.
yeah. But we've usually got little pointy gadgets and things. And then all I've done in the corners, just to finish them off nicely after I've slip stitched that little gap closed, is I've just taken some of my scraps of Sashiko thread actually, and I keep the little short ends that are not much good, you know, for other things.
Yes.
And just with a doubled thread, stitch through the corner once, tie it into a little knot. Of course, to do that, you know, you've got to have your thread about that kind of length. And sometimes a crochet hook helps as well.
Yes.
And then afterwards, you can chop it off short.
Oh,
Don't
perfect.
think you can cut it short, by the way, and then tie a knot with that because you have not got
Not
anything
great,
like
no,
enough.
no.
And they're just really, really cute. So I've got a couple of other little ones here as well.
Well, they're nice with the red. I like them with the red.
Yeah. Now that's actually a pattern that is off the other panel that you had on earlier, the camel
that.
crests one.
Let me show that one there.
Yeah, that's the same as one of those. And I have got a whole set of those stitched up, but I left them inside the other bag that we had on before. I was using them to stuff the bottom of the bag out.
If
It might reappear
It's probably
during
still
this
on the
hour.
trolley,
Well,
so-
I'm sure it will come back. And then this one I wanted to show you because these 2 patterns are on the ends of these panels. I'll show you down here. Oops. Oh no, I've cut it off, of course. There it is.
Yes, that's it. That's the one.
That's
Yes.
the one. That's the one. Because you get 8 different small squares and 8 big squares on these.
Well, let me
Because-
show you. Here we go.
Oh, there you go. You showed me on the whole thing. We put these 2 designs at the top and the bottom, and they're a little bit different to the other Sashiko patterns that are on here because this one here and this one here, they're 2 variations on a pattern called Kaku no Hanazashi, which is persimmon flower stitch.
Right.
And these are both hitomezashi patterns, which is 1-stitch Sashiko.
Right.
So they work differently to the others. You see, with these, with the bigger patterns, the moyozashi ones, it just means pattern Sashiko. With these, the lines change direction. That
Yes.
makes your pattern, yeah?
Yes.
With this, yeah, you just stitch back and forth, and then you go back and forth the other way, and that creates the pattern. So there's 2, I'll put them that way round, actually. There you go.
Oh, okay.
2 that are finished there.
Yeah.
Can you see how it works?
Yeah.
Because at first when people look at that, they think, oh, you've got to kind of step around the pattern. But you don't. You're just literally going back and forth. Back and forth, back and forth.
Perfect.
I was a little bit tempted to stitch it going the other way with the different coloured thread, but
Oh, yeah, no, please do. That'd be
I
lovely.
haven't quite got around to doing that just yet. So again, 2 little coasters, and they were both made out of, well, really, these are like the predecessors of these.
Yes.
Because very often when I bring finished pieces on the show, you know, they're the things that we base the panels on, not the other way around. They're not necessarily stitched off the panel.
So if we have a little
origins.
look at this panel, you can really see how much you're getting. So I mean, I would have this as a wall hanging.
I know.
Because I think it's absolutely beautiful. I would sash it in the striped fabric. And I just think that would be absolutely stunning.
If you have the stripes actually running outwards from the panel, you know, if you buy the pack, you would have enough of the stripe to do that. And you could always put another border on using the plain. Yeah. So you don't have to make it into cushions if you don't want to. Yeah, you could bind it.
It'd be up to you. But so I think that this as a wall hanging would be absolutely amazing. But otherwise, you've got so the panel details down there, $19.99. You are saving £5 today. Now, if you've got you've basically got enough for 8 cushions.
Yeah, you have 8 cushions, 8 coasters, or placemats. Yeah. I have seen them made into square placemats, again using stripe. Yeah. I quite like the idea though of just making rectangular ones and just having the stripe running down the sides.
Oh, nice.
You know, somewhere to put your knife and fork.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or your chopsticks.
Or your chopsticks. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's perfect. Yeah. And great for new home gifts.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Or if you're sending, you know, I think the cushions, I remember my brother had really nice walls of residence when he was at university. Yeah. And actually they would have, a set of cushions like this would look so smart, either on his bed or whatever, you know, because they don't have room for sofas and stuff like that.
Sashiko is pretty indestructible as well, you know.
Really?
Well, you saw the
one. It's mending stitch, isn't it?
Well, you saw the stitching that had gone through the very, very hot wash, that had gone through a 60-degree wash.
That had been loved by your cats.
Yes, it's been loved by my cats. So it does survive. I'm going to show you a little bit of stitching on this, and then after that, I'm going to show you some bits that I've been stitching with the Camel Crest designs.
Lovely.
Yeah,
do it.
If you're up for that.
Fabulous.
Yeah, great. Because I've got this. Let's see, where am I?
Susan,
there we
with
go.
the brown and cream threads, the variegated threads, what colour would you use? Would you use that on the navy?
You could use it on whatever you like,
or
really.
Cream, or
I think you get a really amazing effect if you stitch with one of those shaded threads and you choose one where one of the colours in the shaded threads is almost the same as your background fabric.
So it just so hides it.
Well, you get this kind of now you see it, now you don't sort of effect going on. So I'm just pleating the stitches on the tip of the needle at the moment. And like I was saying to you, I'm actually doing the first 2 on that line, like that.
And this is with one of the long needles.
Oh, yeah, it is one of the long needles, actually. There we go. And then I've skipped one. I'm doing the one in the middle. Because when all the other lines are washed out, that'll just appear as like a little single individual stitch. Like that. All right, so I'm going to pull that through. That's lovely, and I'll just ease it out gently. Okay. There you go. I'm not pulling it too much because it's on a diagonal.
Yes.
So you can see I've got that line in there.
Beautiful.
And then get hold of my needle again, and I'm just going to go the other way. I always tend to habitually stitch this as a zigzag, unless say I've got a shaded thread and I want the line to look like it's a continuous diagonal line, then I might think about doing it the other way. I find this way I don't sort of get lost where I am in the pattern, really. I'll just go across to here. I was just thinking, see, I've got an opportunity to do one of those little clever joining knots everybody finds really fascinating. I know I've done it before. It's a hata musubi or a loom knot.
Hata what?
Hata musubi. Musubi just means knot or bow.
Okay.
Yeah. And hata is the word for loom.
Okay.
So I'll just take that through there. I think now I've probably run out of thread. Whoops. So I'm thinking about, where to actually tie the knot. Well, I just keep going until I've got no thread left, really. Right, I'm going to I'll snip that off. You can see on the back already there's quite a few of these joining knots all over the place, dotted around on the back. And the funny thing with those is, once you've tied the knot and you've finished doing your Sashiko, afterwards you can barely feel where it is on the back.
Really?
It's a very flat little knot.
Someone wants to know what needle you're using, please, and how are you using it. So the we looked at needles earlier, didn't we? The tulip needles, because of how they're polished. We've got some more coming up later for you as well, but they do have to be Sashiko needles for ease of use. To be able
very
to build
rigid.
those ones up.
Yeah, they don't bend. You see.
Yeah.
You see how I'm sort of pleating the fabric onto the tip of the needle. Well, if you do that with a normal needle, it'll bend.
Right.
The Sashiko needles don't. As I said, I brought one needle with me today.
You're pretty sure it's not going to bend.
I'm pretty sure it's not going to bend. Actually, this one isn't a tulip needle. It's a different mate. It's got a longer eye on it, I think, than the tulip one has. But it's about the same kind of length as the longest one out of the tulip set.
Okay.
So anyway, to do this knot,
Yes.
let's sort of get this sort of well zoomed in on first. Ooh, I'm waiting for you. No? Oh, there we are. No, you need to be looking down on me, I think, for this. Great. Yeah, that's super. I've got my thumb and my first finger on top. And that's quite important because if I don't have them on top of the piece of fabric, I will very quickly run out of fingers and thumbs to hold the little ends down with.
Okay.
Okay, so that's the new end. I suddenly took it out of shot, sorry about that. I put it down like that, and then I bend the old end over it. So you see, now I've got my thumb on that. And then I make a big loop going off like that over my thumb. Yep. Lift my thumb up and put it down again. So now the loop's going underneath my thumb. And then go underneath the new end, which is sticking up on the left. I'm not sure. Can we actually see? Oh, there it is. There it is. Sorry. I just realised there's another knot nearby, which is kind of getting in the way a little bit. So we go underneath the new end, over the old end, like that. Then take the old end, bend it through the loop, and bring your thumb up from underneath. There are already 2 videos of me doing this, actually, you know, on the YouTube channel.
Oh, okay.
For Sewing Quarter from previous shows. And if people go onto my website, which is susanbriscoe.com, there is a page on there called TV and Free Stuff. And if they go on there, it's got all the links to all the things that I've ever done for Sewing Quarter.
Oh, fabulous.
So you can just go ding, 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 straight in.
TV
and
and Free Stuff. There
it
we go.
tells you which programmes have got the knot.
Oh, okay.
I'm just realising the times I've done it before, I've used cream thread, so it might actually show a little bit better than you can see it on screen. But at any rate, I've got those 2 little ends, and then you just pull on the long end to close the knot. Now, this is why you've got to hold the 2 ends down, you see, because if you don't, as you pull, the knot will sort of like flick itself out.
Right.
So I'm going to give that another go. I'm going to try and hide that little bit down there, which was the a very nearby knot. So that's the new end, that's the old end.
So lay it underneath.
Yeah, bend the old end over like that. Make a loop going off to the left, lift your thumb up, put it down again quick. Underneath the new end, over the old end like that. You can see that. I'm trying to show you, it's a little bit difficult today on this. I think the red isn't quite so obvious necessarily. Bend the old one through, hold it like that, and then pull. I think this is really one where I could do with the camera over my shoulder. Anyway, there you go. And that knot, once you've tied it, will not come undone. It's not like a reef knot. It can't snap out.
Okay.
So then I can pick it up again and find out where I actually ended up. It's down here. And I can just continue stitching.
And because you're stitching on that pattern, on that zigzag, you know exactly where you need to go.
Yeah, I do. When I draw this pattern out from scratch, I have to admit, I don't draw all the lines on in one go. I start out with a series of squares, like a grid. In the case of this, it would have been probably a 1-inch grid. And then I divide that down into rectangles, and then I draw the big zigzags that I'm doing at the moment. And it's only after I've stitched all of these very big zigzags that I do the shallow ones.
Right, okay.
And I don't draw those in until I actually need them. So
no,
you
see, some people would need to draw it in, Susan.
Well, I know. You just buy the panel. That is the really, really easy
that's the easy
thing,
way
isn't
to do it. Or if you've done it all your life, like your teacher's teacher, she'd just be like,
yeah.
Done.
She would be.
Done.
I'm just going to just jab that needle in there so we don't stick it in ourselves. Because I wanted to show you some of these as well.
Health and safety.
Yeah, it's a bit health and safety. They are very pointy Sashiko needles, you know. You don't want to stick one in yourself.
No,
really.
no, don't.
Not a good idea. They're very, very sharp.
Right.
And very strong.
In your kits, you'll get your panel, which has got 8 of these size and 8 of the coaster size.
Yeah. The ones you get in the kit are the geometric designs, and these are the little ones that you
Well,
get
let me
with
go and recap, and then
Yeah, go
everybody
on.
can see
You-
what
you
they're
do that.
getting.
it. Brilliant.
Right. Now, so the panel in with the navy bundle is this one here. Now, in your bundle, you will get this fabulous panel with 8 either cushion parts and 8 coasters, or 8 placemats and 8 coasters, or a wall hanging. And then you're also getting a 1/2 metre of your woven stripe and a 1/2 metre of just your sort of indigo-y navy woven fabric in there as well, plus instructions, plus your thread. Now that's your blue option. Your red option is here. Now you need to decide which Sashiko thread to work with. You've got the thread to sew it all together, but not your thread to actually Sashiko with. So that's your red, with that for your stripe, and the same fabric there, but just without that print on. And that again, £39.99 was £49.99, saving £10. We do like a good saving. Right. Okay. We've got blue variegated thread. And let's show you that, because this has been incredibly popular this hour. So 300 metres of your blue variegated Sashiko thread. There it is. And this was £14.99 down to £11.99. Lovely saving there. £11.99. And that's 300 metres. Right, Chris, what else do you want to do? Should we go through the panels?
Yes.
Come on then, let's have a look at
I've
these
just had a whole
panels.
stack of panels brought through.
Yes.
And we also found the needles that I'm actually stitching with.
Oh,
which
so
are
the clover
these.
ones.
It's the clover ones.
Okay.
It's one of the big ones out of that I've been using for this.
So Sylvan, these are the needles. You can either get the tulip ones or the clover ones. £3.19 was £3.99, and they are your long Sashiko needles.
If you like needles with a big eye, those are really good ones
These
to
are the
go
ones.
for. Yeah.
And it
yeah, they
goes
are.
through this fabric absolutely fine.
Oh, absolutely. That's what I'm using at the moment.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
And then if you'd like the shorter ones, when would I use shorter ones as opposed to longer ones?
I would tend to use the shorter needle when I'm doing, well, something like one of these, where I'm doing a pictorial design.
Right. Okay,
Yeah.
rather than having to...
Yeah, where you've got lots of changes of direction.
Okay.
It's a really good idea.
Right, let's have a look then. We've got different colourways here.
We have, and I think that, yeah, the first 3 that you've got on the top, they are the very last of the limited edition ones that we did for the autumn.
Oh, fabulous.
These have gone like crazy. I mean, I've still got a very, very small number myself, really small, but they're not reprinting on these colours.
Really?
Yeah, so we've got this one, which is, I mean, they're calling it golden brown. To me, that's like the colour of Copper Beech.
Yes.
And I think that looks absolutely amazing, stitched with the brown shaded thread that you've got.
brown shaded,
It
yeah.
looks really good. You'd think it's kind of counterintuitive to use a thread that's got a little bit of the background colour in it, but it does look absolutely fantastic.
Okay. So all autumnal colours
Yeah,
all round.
it looks really nice
and
with that.
£5 saving as well today. So not only
very
is
good.
it not going to be reprinted,
No, that one isn't.
but also £5 saving. Now, if you would like,
And this is another
next
limited
one,
edition one.
Here it is.
I think
That's
of this as
upside down.
brick red. I don't know what we called it here. Oh, reddish brown we've called it. But it is, to me, it's a red. It's a red. It's not as sort of cherry red as the one that we've got in the kit.
No, it's a different shade.
one. Actually, the cherry red, when you see it on TV, sometimes looks a bit pink.
No,
But
it's very much
it's
a
definitely
rich cherry.
a deep cherry sort of burgundy
Now,
kind
what's
of colour.
the significance of these motifs?
Well, they're all different family crests, all different
Oh,
camel
okay.
crests. So at the top, we've got Noshi, which is like a bundle of ribbons. I mean, that one stands for like increase and prosperity. Then down here, you've got a lovely ocean wave. Down there, you've got this, this is a maple leaf design, momiji. And then down here, we've got ginkgo leaves. Whoops, what have we got on the other side? We've got a gnarled pine tree over there. We've got some plum blossoms there, triple plum. Then up here, we've got an ivy leaf and a crane up there too.
What's the significance
And then there's
for the
little
crane?
designs. Oh, the crane's used a lot for things to do with weddings because it represents long life.
Oh, lovely. Okay.
And I've been having a little bit of fun with some of these as well, because I've been experimenting with using doubled threads for some parts of the patterns, and then
it's lovely,
single.
isn't it? Yeah, it gives it a
So
different
double on the
dimension.
outside, single for the rest. Yeah, with that one.
Now we've got this lovely gold one.
Mm-hmm.
Is this part of the limited?
That is a limited edition,
Oh, lovely.
and that's the one actually I think that's sold the most.
So saving £5. Would you? Could you use a variegated brown on this? Would that look nice?
You could use that. You could use cream. You could use white.
Oh, this
I
is
think
very versatile then.
It is. I think the blue would look pretty amazing on
Navy,
it too.
yes.
Yeah. Yeah, you could have the solid navy. You could actually combine the solid navy and the shaded navy through to white on that too.
Oh, lovely.
You could have a lot of different effects there. I think out of the three, that was actually my favourite colourway.
Really?
Yeah, yeah, I
Okay.
really, really liked it.
We've got, here we go. Jean in Bristol says,
Yeah.
morning, another good programme.
Oh,
Loving the
thank
demos
you.
on this gloomy day. The large cushion patterns look great. Regards, Jean in Bristol. But look at that. That's
Oh, wow.
huge quilt. That's amazing.
That looks fantastic. Oh, I'd like to see a picture of that sort of straight on as well.
Well, that's gorgeous, isn't it? Because that's
It is.
using, I mean, did you use panels for that, or is that just all of your own creation? But it's almost, if you wanted to do that, replicate that with the panels we've got,
Well, you
then
can.
you've got the big ones and then you've
Yeah.
got the smaller ones
Yeah.
in between. That's
You can do exactly
fabulous.
that kind of thing with it.
Fabulous.
There's so many,
thank you
there's
for
so many
sharing.
different ways of using the panels, and actually next year we're bringing out a new set.
Really?
Yeah.
Now,
This is the blue, which is the one that I've stitched here. And
this is
originally,
my favourite.
yeah, originally it was done on blue fabric, you know, for a big quilt that appeared in other of my books. I didn't bring it with me this time, I must admit. And I think overall the blue has been the most popular, but I still like all the other colours as well.
Right. Okay.
And the blue shaded on blue would look amazing.
Well, wouldn't it? I think.
yeah.
I think for wall hangings and things, this is absolutely
Yeah.
gorgeous.
It does look very good. On this, on the blue panels I've done here, by the way, I've used the cream thread on here. But the
right.
white
so
thread,
it's softer.
and it does give it a softer look. If you want to look a bit fresher and sharper, go for the white.
Right. Okay.
It is a bit of an antique white though as well. Oh, and this is the red that this is basically the same one that we've got actually in the
kit. So if you wanted the kit, because I know someone was asking, did we have the panels individually?
Yes, we
This
do.
is the same panel that is in the kit.
Yeah.
So if you'd like the panel from the kit, or maybe we've got to what? Sorry, a minute per panel, right? I need to get a wiggle
Okay,
on.
we will. We'll get a wiggle on.
£19.99. So again, we've got a £5 saving on all of these. So if you've been waiting and waiting, thinking, oh gosh, you know, I really must have a go at that Sashiko business.
One of the things we were talking about with these actually as well was taking the two strips with the bigger panels on, joining them together and doing a massive table run. Do you remember?
Yes, yes. All of these things are possible, aren't they?
They are.
Especially
So
when you've
that is
got
the
a discount on
lighter
it.
bluey grey one.
I love this colourway. Really.
Again,
pretty.
that would look terrific with the blue shaded on it.
Yes.
And you could go light with stitching, or you can go dark with stitching.
Options.
You do have these options with the lighter colours, yeah.
And again, all on this.
This is the one I think of as taupe. Oh, samugi.
Samugi.
Yeah, the little slubby fabric.
Yeah,
It's
which I
really,
love.
it's really, really beautiful. Now, you know the book that we had on earlier, my Japanese taupe quilts block book.
Yes.
That
This is upside
colourway
down, but-
would look really nice
Oh,
with the
wouldn't
blocks
it?
in there.
Yes.
And that's one of the reasons that we had it done on the taupe.
Oh, really? Because
Yeah.
of that, I know it's a long way out, but I'm limited.
Yeah,
on
we've got
time
to go
get these out.
quick now.
Oh, we've got loads of time, have we?
Oh, have we?
Oh, okay.
Oh, well, that's even better.
I've been going too quick. I've gained time. Now.
So this is the red crests design.
So this is the same colour that we have the kit in,
Exactly the same
but this
colour.
is the crest
This is the
as
crest,
opposed to
yeah.
the geometric-y
Yeah.
type patterns.
If you want to know which is easier, I'd actually say the geometric ones are a little bit easier to start off with for complete beginners.
Okay.
But I know quite a few people who are prepared to jump in the deep end
Go
of one of
straight through
these.
it. Yeah,
yes.
I
Yeah.
think it's whatever you would love. What's the propeller for?
Oh, it's not a propeller.
Is that a windmill?
No, it's 3 arrows. It's the flights of 3 arrows going into a target.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah.
Wow. It's good, isn't it? Learning all sorts here. Oh, do you know, I don't think I've seen that on. Is this, it's
That is
black.
on black.
It is it
yeah.
on black,
Well, I'm
isn't
stitching
it?
on black here at the moment, actually.
Are you?
Yeah. I think we've got black in with the blue version of the kit.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it is. It's actually the black. The thing about the samugi fabric, it's got a black thread going in one direction, and then it's got the coloured thread going in the other. So it's actually a coloured wall. and then a
Right.
black weft thread. So it does give this incredible intensity of colour.
Yeah.
And the black, it's a little bit hard to see it on TV, I think, but that black is an incredibly intense, inky black, really,
Yes.
really dark.
Yes,
And
it's a midnight dark
yeah,
sky black.
yeah, and
isn't
because
it?
it's got that texture, it just gives that little bit extra, you know?
The texture on all of these is what really
It is, it's-
really, really sells it to me, because
I love
it's-
it.
Yeah, it is. It's like the slub you get on silk, on lovely raw silk, but in this beautiful cotton.
Yeah.
And given these really earthy tones as well.
Yeah.
And is that something to do with the dyeing process with the hang on, weft, isn't it? Because the warp goes warp and the weft goes left.
Well, the yarns are dyed before it's woven with this.
Right.
Yeah. The inspiration for these, like with quite a lot of the other fabrics that Olympus thread manufacturing produce, is actually natural colours, like colours of nature. It comes through a lot in
You
their
can really
products.
see that.
You can, can't you?
Really see that. Yeah.
Yeah, lovely gentle colours. And you know, the piece that's actually hanging up behind me, again, that was like the inspiration for the geometric panels. And you can see in that I've actually got mixed. I've got blue, I've got black. Some of the fabrics are now a little bit different because it was made quite a long time ago and I couldn't get all these different colours. But it just shows you what a nice effect you can get combining
Mixing and matching.
different colours in one piece, and why not?
Yeah. No, I think it's. I just think it's stunning.
Yeah.
Absolutely stunning.
You know, you could combine something like the indigo blue with this sort of, you know, this grey blue colour. I can't remember what colour do we actually call this one? Ooh,
Light blue.
Light blue. So, you know, you could combine the indigo blue, you could combine the light blue, you could combine the black together, you could put a little bit of that sort of taupey grey one in with
I
it.
would love white or cream with this.
It would look
think
really
just-
nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just really clean, plain, lovely.
Yeah. And depending, you know, on the kind of colour combinations that you go for as well, you can make it look very contemporary. And that's one of the things I do like about Sashiko. You don't have to have a house that is full of things that look sort of Oriental or Japanese. You know, you can have a house that's very modern, and these look absolutely stunning.
Well, because there's a cleanness to them, isn't there?
There is, and with it being geometric designs as well.
I'd love to see, you know, room panels, like
Yes.
divider panels.
Yes,
Wouldn't this look
yeah,
amazing
it
in the middle of
would,
one of
it would.
those?
So, you know, if you want to go for quite a subtle effect, the red, oh, sorry, we haven't got any solid red, have we? I don't think. No, we haven't, sorry. The red, when you can get it, looks very good on the black.
I haven't
That's what
got,
I'm
got
playing.
details for
I
that one.
thought we were going to have some of that today. That's why I used red. Sorry.
Oh, okay. The red thread? Oh, we had that on the earlier show.
Oh, did we?
Yeah,
oh, that
yeah,
explains
yeah,
why we
we've
had it
done that
then.
one.
Oh, right, okay.
Did that one earlier.
Is there any of that left? Maybe it all went, I don't know.
Ah, this is lovely.
You see,
Sort
again,
of a khaki taupe.
yeah, to go super, super subtle with that, use cream thread. And then you've got something that's almost very
lovely, very
minimalist, haven't you?
gentle,
Yeah,
yes.
very gentle.
Yes.
And very contemporary, I think.
No, lovely. Just gorgeous designs. Stylish.
You're doing a very good job of folding.
I'm dreadful at
There's so
folding.
many of them, isn't there?
Honestly, really
Yeah.
dreadful at folding.
Oh, and these are the last two of the limited edition ones.
So yes, we had the motifs earlier, and these are the geometrics.
Yeah, the geometric
So
panels
these
in
will not
those.
be back with us.
No, they won't be.
This is it. So when these ones are gone,
Mm-hmm.
very, very limited on this one. I just love this one.
Ah, Asanoha hemp leaf, yeah. I think that's one of the designs when people look at it, they think that,
Must be so difficult
you know,
to
that
do.
is Sashiko. Well, it's not really. As long as you follow a sequence for stitching it, it's not impossibly hard to do.
But it's the one that most people recognise as being Sashiko.
I think that's the one that most people do recognise and go, oh yeah,
Lots of you
Sashiko
popping
design.
this in the basket. Yeah. Yeah, I remember starting off Sashiko with Jennifer Taylor just doing that.
Some
And,
panels are a lot easier than others.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's nice to have a little mixture, really.
Well, and also you can then work up to the more advanced
You
ones,
can,
can't you?
yeah,
It's a great. This is a learning curve in one go, which is fabulous. And this is the last one.
Yeah, it is. It is the last one. That again, that was the reddish brown out of the limited edition ones again. So we're really coming to the end of this. We just did them as like a special thing, really, for the autumn.
I think it's beautiful. And again, having all of that texture in the fabric just adds that extra dimension
it
to
does.
it as well. And then you can do your designs on there. You can do it every stitch if you wish. because you've got that printed on, that
Yes.
white printed off that will wash out, it's a lovely guide. So
yeah.
I think this is a great way to learn it.
It is really, and you know, even if you've tried doing one before, you can get another panel and you know use different thread combination, make something different
Well, it
out
never
of it, get
stops,
a different
does it?
effect.
Absolutely, it
doesn't.
never ends.
It doesn't. I mean, I'm constantly making bits and pieces and fiddling around, and you know, I'll get a piece and I'll think, well, I mean, obviously all these blue ones, I stitched those originally for the quilt that was made for it.
And you kept going.
Yeah, and I just thought, well, now I've actually got an idea. I want to make another quilt with these, so I started doing them. And like I said, I actually thought, well, I was probably going to put them in the middle of these. I thought, hang on, no, I've got to make the cushions up with the geometric ones.
Yes.
So I can't just cheat and put one of those in. But you know, you could. It would work just as nicely.
No one would know. No one would know. Have you chosen yours yet? Have you made the most of the massive discount that we had on the thread on the earlier show? Where am I going? Over here. Are we done?
Oh, the big thread bundles are there.
Oh, well, Susan, we're done.
Are we done?
My goodness,
We're done.
we've run out of time. Yes.
Wow, where did that hour go?
Well, I don't know. It's disappeared. I was ready to go and do a recap and come back. No, we've done all of that.
Well, I hope everyone's got lots of inspiration. Lots of ideas.
Thank you so much.
It's
Good
been
to see
great.
you.
Really
Have
nice.
a safe trip back to Scotland.
I certainly will.
Give my love to Dundee. Right. My goodness me. Right, so the cushion panel, the cushion kits. So you can do your cushions, you can do your coasters. Then if you would like to get the red version, here it is. All of those wonderful autumnal colours. Plus your thread. Cushions and coasters in there, 20% off that today. Should have been $49.99 down to $39.99. So maybe today is the day that you start your Sashiko journey. So you've got your blue background, you've got your stripe, and then you've got your black panel with this one, plus your instructions. Don't forget your thread, all in. There it is. Fabulous. Now, it's not Sashiko thread, but it is thread, and thread is thread is thread is thread. Let's just very quickly recap this. Not everybody is checked out on these, so I would say to you, if you are serious about this today, you need to check out, because today you've got a saving of £50 on this. You're getting 96 metal thread spools in there, and the carry case. More people have this in the basket than we have available, which is why I'm just giving you a little warning. This is the poly sheen. It's like a triangular shaped thread, which means that from whichever angle you look at it, it's got that wonderful sheen. So that's why it's perfect for your embroidery, for your decorative stitches, but it is multifunctional, so also perfect for everyday sewing as well. It's a great all-round thread, and it is now today with £50 off, $114.99 for your metal poly sheen with the case. 3 people are going to miss out at the moment when it comes to checking out. But because you haven't checked out, there's still time to get it. So if you want to, you can grab it now if you would like to, or ring up the call centre. It's free to do so, 0800 112 4433, and just ring up and check out. And then it's yours. How very exciting. I mean, that's a Christmas gift, isn't it, in one? Now, shall we see what we've got coming up tomorrow? We have got reversible needlecraft cushion. We've got lovely Cara, she's in Cara Ackerman. Then we're launching the Sew Girl Ursula coat with Fiona Hesford. And then at 10 a.m. we've got Clip Clop Hobby Horse. Fabulous, with Cara Ackerman. And then we are Cozy and Glam with Winter Accessories, again with Fiona Hesford. And then at noon we've got a new mug holder and metallic mug. Ooh, can't wait to see that. So don't go anywhere. A big thank you to my wonderful guests today. They have been absolutely cracking. Well done on all of you making the most of 20% off. Yes. Right. Oh, yeah. It's not just on the TV, let me tell you. It's also on your web shop as well. So do take a good look and have a good rummage through. Get those bargains on there. Yes, so make the most of that. I hope you have a wonderful rest of the day. I'm going to be back, like we say, bright and early tomorrow morning with another fun-packed day full of guests and goodies and goodness knows what else. So don't go anywhere tomorrow. I'll see you bright and early at 8 o'clock.
Have you bought your Cricut Maker smart cutting machine yet? This fabulous machine is the next level in cutting, with endless possibilities to enhance all your makes. You can watch our demo with Cricut expert Mike Aspinall by heading to our YouTube channel. Mike shows us all about the machine as well as some examples of what you can make with it. Watch the demonstration on Sewing Quarter YouTube channel and head to www.sewingquarter.com to buy your very own Cricut machine.